Okay, please tell me this is working. I really hope it is. Let me make sure. Okay, so I think a few people are here. If you are, please let me know if it's working properly, because hello, Vetro. First of all, I've mentioned this on my Discord, but this is a brand new computer. So my computer died yesterday. I've never seen something like that happen. It was pretty bad, and I had to get a brand new computer to be able to actually stream here today. So I've been doing a lot over the past 24 hours to actually make sure this goes live. Unfortunately, it ended up starting 3 hours late, but what are you going to do? So hopefully, are you able to hear me? Like, if you can hear me, please let me know, because I basically had to install everything, set up OBS. You sound good, stream looks good. Okay, thank God. Yeah, so basically, the stores opened at 10 a.m., and we went there, me and my dad, at 10 a.m., got this computer, and then since then, we got home around 11, and over the past 4 hours, I've been setting this up, getting everything installed. All my OBS settings got wiped, so I had to completely fix that. It's been a lot. It's definitely been a lot. So glad to hear that it's actually working. Gonna hop in here without any further delay. Just wanted to make sure that things were actually working. Now, one thing that's really nice is that load time. God, it's so much faster. Like, this computer does actually seem pretty good. Because one thing a lot of people told me is, like, my loading times were just insane. And I hit enter world there and boom, I'm in. So, huge change of pace. Now, one thing I didn't have time to do is get my add-ons reinstalled. So, I have no add-ons, so I think the only thing I was using was, like, Weapon Swing Timer, DBM, Details, and, like, Questy. Like, whatever. I mean, I honestly know the TBC quests pretty well. That really shouldn't be an issue for me. Let me just go ahead and check mailbox over here. Let's go. Thought there wasn't going to be a stream. Yeah, glad to have you here, Bretman, bruh. And there almost wasn't a stream. So, you know, as I did say in my Discord, as far as I know, or as far as I was aware, I wasn't going to be able to stream, honestly. I didn't think that this would be possible. Like, as my dad said, it was an ugly laptop death. Yeah, my laptop was completely fucked. It was just something else. So I guess... What's the quest here? Just kill mana worms. Alright, I'm just gonna go out there and bop some mana worms. Yeah, my laptop just... I don't even fucking know what happened. Basically, my dad said... I forget exactly how he described it, but he said it was a corrupted disk or something like that. And... Oh, I should start... Are you joking? Okay. Another thing I really need to do is get a new timer, because Live Split is actually a piece of garbage. It keeps crashing. It sits there, so you think it's working, and then it just crashes. So... should be good. But I need to find something that is more reliable than Live Split. CPU failure? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Like, I don't know if my dad wants to explain, because he knows all the technical information about what happened. But my dad has been fixing computers for years. Like, basically, ever since I was like 5 years old, if I had a computer issue, my dad would fix it. My dad would be like, yeah, you know, I know what to do. Let me, you know, fix something here, and we're good to go. Sometimes, obviously, it would take time, right? But he knew all that stuff, and this was the first time I've ever seen him genuinely puzzled at, like, how the hell is this broken? So, start attack... Or, wait, no, I need to do dismount for when I eventually get my mount. Start attack, and then /cast Seal of Righteousness. Seal of Righteousness? Did I spell that right? Looks like it. And Bingo. Yeah, so it was completely fucked. Like, my dad knows all about that stuff. He knows how to fix computers and whatnot. And he was just puzzled. Just completely fucked. I played on a laptop. This is still a laptop. I still play on a laptop. Yeah. I've honestly never played on an actual, like, PC. I've always played on a laptop. It's just convenient for me because just in terms of, like... first of all, when I was a kid, my parents are divorced. I've mentioned this before. So, you know, basically my entire time in... Oh, this is probably... Oh, yeah. Upgrade, and then I'd imagine it's an upgrade. Yeah. So my entire time, like in, you know, elementary school, middle school, high school, right? I basically went between my parents' houses. My dad also typed something, but then he removed it for some reason. I did see what you said, which is true. My dad basically said, how else is he going to use it at school, which is true. Right? Needs a laptop so he can play while attending class. Oh, yeah. Okay. Which is, in some ways, true. Not even just play while attending class, but obviously I do need to use a computer in class. So, since I am currently attending college, right, you know, makes sense. And even, like, in middle school, right, they didn't let me bring my computer to class, but I would say, especially towards the end of high school, generally people were more accepting of the idea of people bringing computers to school. So, even back in, like, my junior and senior year of high school, I would actually be able to use my computer to take notes and stuff in class. And whatchamacallit, just being able to move between my parents' house and my mom's house and my dad's house, I needed a laptop, otherwise I can't really transport a PC to and from, you know, both their houses, right? It was just kind of the only practical way to do it. And... let's see, Paladin training. Okay. Yeah, so I've been using a laptop for basically ever, right? I've never really had a PC. And yeah, this one's a new laptop as well. It's a better laptop, of course, because obviously I'm not going to replace my old computer with something that's arguably worse. And admittedly, my last computer was kind of a piece of crap. I did talk about that before. My dad's going to debate that, but whether or not it was a piece of crap when we got it, it's so old at this point that it doesn't really work well. Which, you know, if that wasn't obvious by the fact that it just kind of imploded the other day. When did I start playing WoW? I started playing WoW in 2005. I've been playing since vanilla. Unfortunately, I was, like, really young back then, so I was, like, 6 or so. It was late 2004, early 2005. So I was around 6 when I started playing WoW. And basically when I played, obviously, I had no idea what I was doing. Like, I think I never got past level 20 in Classic, or like original Classic, right? And then the first time I ever hit max level was level 80, Wrath of the Lich King. So that was the only time I ever seriously played WoW. Let me check my quests. I'm trying to remember what I need to do. I need to mana tap 6 creatures, kill lynxes, slivers. That one I remember. Interesting. So, mana tap? You played in your dad's DK? Nice. That's badass. I have an okay desktop PC, but I've seen laptops better than my PC. I mean, this one isn't, like, extremely expensive, right? Like, I mean, it's good enough to run things at a decent, you know, level. But I'm not rich, right? I can't afford, like, the best gaming laptop on the market or anything like that. It's from what I did the research on, a good gaming laptop, and, you know, that's pretty much all I need, right? I'm never really playing the newest games. Never really have been in a position where I want to be playing the newest games, right? Like, I've been playing World of Warcraft for years, and even some of the other games I play, they're not, like, super demanding. Like, Final Fantasy isn't extremely demanding. I would say the most, like, intense game that I would play in terms of performance would be Total War Warhammer 2. And that one does, or at least did, push my old computer basically to its limit. So, you know, hopefully this one runs it a bit better, because it would definitely be nice to have more than the absolute lowest possible graphics while playing it. You and your dad play WoW together? How the times have changed? Awesome, yeah. I wish I could say the same. Unfortunately, my dad's always super busy, so he's able to watch the streams, but he's not able to play WoW. Now, one thing I'm wondering, so I have like a pop-up on YouTube. How is the video quality? So people have to tell me this. Is the video quality good, or is it like having issues? Because I can make adjustments, but, you know, I'm obviously still finicking with OBS. If something isn't working properly, I'd like to know just so I can, you know, quickly mess with it. So I'm not, you know, going the entire stream with like some issue with the video. You've been playing the game since you were 4 in Wrath? Damn, nice. And let me kill this Lynx. And, oh, hello, March. I missed your message somehow. But good to have you here, as always. It's good for you? Gotcha. Okay, let me just read this. Bitrate is higher than... Looks a little pixely. Let me play with it. Hold on. Can I... Open widget. Okay, can I change this? Does that... Settings... Okay. Has that changed anything? It's 720p? Bitrate seems a bit low. I think, according to this, the problem is I set the bitrate too high, I think. Because basically, I only had a brief amount of time to tinker with all the settings, so I just changed something in OBS. Let me know if this is any better. If it's not, then I can play with it a bit. Why Paladin over another class? So the two that I was debating on is Paladin or Druid, because I play tank, right? And I wanted to either play Feral Tank or Prop Pally. And now it's giving me some weird new messages. What do you want from me? It says the stream's bitrate is too high, and I'm like, okay, I literally just changed it to the exact thing that this recommended. I might need to lower it a little bit. Yeah, I've been told Prop Pally's very good. That's the reason why. So the main reason why I chose Prop Pally instead of Feral Druid, specifically. Looks fine to you? Gotcha. So I will say, if it's 720p, is 1080p not showing up? Because 1080p should be showing up. If it's not, then I need to finick with the settings a little bit to get that working. But I am curious, so Nakasadu, is the, I don't really know how to see the bitrate, or whether the bitrate's correct from here. So you said it seems, you know, a bit worse. Is it better? No 1080p is showing up. Gotcha. I'm not sure if that would be something that I could actually change within OBS. 720 is the max? Okay. I might be able to change that. I'm not sure. I know it can be a bit weird. Seems a bit better. Okay, that's good to hear. Did I change the canvas one? Sorry, what do you mean by that, Nakasada? Well, I mean, I definitely am enjoying the fact that I can play a Blood Elf, right? So, it is nice. I was thinking of leveling a Blood Elf at some point. But absolutely, the two that I was going to pick between were Tauren Druid and Blood Elf Paladin. Like, those were my options. I discussed this on an earlier stream when I was considering what alt to play. The reason I was kind of putting it off is because I wasn't sure which one I would actually end up playing first. The announcement of Classic Fresh has pushed me heavily towards playing Prop Pally first, because I kind of want to experience both of them. But here's the thing. I am absolutely 100% going to be playing Classic Fresh, right? I think it looks really good. People have mixed opinions. I think it looks awesome. The changes seem good. Now, I don't think it's going to change everything, at least from what they've announced, as much as some people think. I'm taking a more moderate approach to it in the sense that I think it's going to be good, but not like, oh my god, it's going to shake up the entire meta. Although I do think it will change things a bit. I am excited for no world buffs. I think no debuff limit. A lot of people are basically saying it's going to make casters completely viable. I don't think it's going to make casters viable. I think it's just going to punish specs that have debuffs a little bit less, which anything that's even that minor is better. And honestly, to me, one of the big ones is Arms Warrior. So I don't know if I'll actually play a Warrior again in Classic, but I actually played Arms Warrior in Raid a few times, and I really enjoyed it. The problem was, I knew that I was kind of being, like, not super viable because of the fact that my Mortal Strike took up a debuff slot. Now, luckily, my guild just didn't really give a shit, but if I had continued doing progress with them to higher level stuff, they probably would have started caring, which kind of pushed me from actually continuing raiding, right? And the fact that now Arms Warriors don't have to worry at all and could just use Mortal Strike without caring, I think is good. And I know there's a few other specs that have similar problems like that, or had similar problems like that, which will now be cleared up. So overall, I think it's great. And as a result, one tank that I think really will benefit from the changes is Feral Druid. So Feral tanks, I think, are going to benefit quite a lot. And I am 100% at this point going to be playing a Feral tank in Classic Fresh. I can say that with absolute certainty. That's what I will be playing. So because Classic Fresh will, I don't know when it's going to come out. Hopefully they don't do a dick move and release it alongside Endwalker, but assuming it actually releases at a time where like nothing major is going on, I will play it and I will play Feral Druid. And because I've already decided that that's what I'll be doing, that means I might as well just play a Paladin on TBC at least first, just because, you know, I kind of want to see what it's like. I will eventually get a Feral Druid on TBC Classic too. I want all three tanks eventually, but this makes my decision easier. Okay, let me catch up on chat. No idea how to check bitrate, just estimating. Gotcha. Canvas resolution on OBS, I think Canvas is what it's called. They did imply they plan on changing more stuff in the season. Yeah, that's another thing. So good point, Nakasadu. A lot of people are freaking out because, okay, I need to actually change one little thing on OBS. I realized because I got Devo Aura, it now bumped the chat up a little bit. But Nakasadu does raise a good point that people are freaking out over the fact that they're going to add all like this stuff and they're not going to add like other things like balance changes and whatnot. But the wording on the post actually does say, we're looking forward to hearing feedback as we continue to roll out more updates for the new season. So they actually do definitively say that they're doing more than the changes they just stated here. And I would be very, very surprised if those changes don't include some sort of spec balance, some sort of tuning pass to stuff like Balance Druid, Shadow Priest, I don't know what else. But there's a lot of specs, obviously, in Classic that were very underpowered. I think, generally speaking, the two infamous ones are Balance Druid and Rep Paladin. Those are the ones that most people say were, like, really grossly underpowered. And Rep Paladin, I don't know, that's weird, because Rep Paladin was good, but it was just weak in the way that people want to use it, which is, like, as an actual DPS. But, like, you still brought Paladins to raid, I believe. So that one's kind of weird, but obviously Balance Druid was just really, really, really underpowered. So having some sort of buff for them would be just really good. Hopefully they do that. I think most people expect them to do that. Remains to be seen, though. Let me vendor this real quick. They said not limited to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, so Nakasadu and MBMSK found the exact wording, and yeah, absolutely, they do say we're going to do more. Or they don't outright say we will do more, but they say looking, and it's not limited to. Yeah, exactly. Basically, yeah. DK Tank and Wrath. When Wrath Classic comes out, and I'm saying that as when, not if, because I think we all know it's going to come, I will absolutely play a DK Tank. That is not even a question. That is something that I've been looking forward to for a very long time, because a lot of people over the years have told me, oh, you would have loved DK Tank back in original Wrath. It was so much fun. Like, people told me that you could tank as, like, Frost and stuff. Apparently, like, every single DK spec had a different way of tanking, and they were all, like, viable in their own different, like, sets. A lot of people told me that actually blood tanking was the least viable way to play DK tank in Wrath. I don't know how true that is. I'm just saying this is what people told me. Either way, it sounds a lot of fun. So, I will 100%, like, you know, write it down, hold me to it. When Wrath Classic comes out, I will play it. Unless they, like, monetize the shit out of it, I guess. So, one disclaimer. If Blizzard pushes things way too far, and there's, like, some really, really egregious microtransaction bullshit, and it's basically they're just ruining Wrath Classic to make money, then I won't play it. But if Wrath Classic releases with, you know, any sort of sane game development behind it that isn't just Blizzard trying to nickel and dime people, then yeah. I was already a bit iffy with, like, the whole Dark Portal Pass shit. I would be a little bit more okay with similar stuff to the Dark Portal Pass in Wrath Classic, just because they already did have the Celestial Steed, right? I'm not saying I like it, and I would not buy it. But if they had that, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, this is the worst thing ever, I'm not playing this. I would just kind of be like, yeah, it's not going to ruin the experience for me. Just because, historically, they did add Celestial Steed back in original Wrath. So, there is precedent for that, whatever. I think the problem with adding it in BC is that it does go against what historically did happen, so it's kind of shitty. But, you know, whatever. Shadowmourne for $2,000? Yeah, it's... obviously, yeah, within reason, right? If they do really bad microtransactions, like I said, I'm fucking out. Fuck that. I don't care at all. I'm not playing it. But assuming it is actually a mostly faithful recreation of Wrath, like back in the day, I will play it, and I will play a DK. I don't care how long it takes me to level that. It's sad because initially I was planning on playing BC Classic as a Paladin. My original plan going into BC Classic was I was going to play it during pre-patch, I was going to level up a Blood Elf Paladin during pre-patch, and I was actually going to play it for real. I played original Classic, like Vanilla Classic, when it came out, like back in 2018? When was it? 2018? 2019? I forget at this point. Whenever it came out, back in August. I played that on release. I played my warrior. I rushed it up to 60. I had a lot of fun. It was a blast, and I was thinking of doing the same for TBC. The Dark Portal Pass just really put me off, and I decided not to do it. So that was a bit unfortunate, but hopefully, you know, they've learned their lesson with that, and they're not going to try to do it again. Because I genuinely believe that them adding all of those, like, you know, microtransaction shit into TBC Classic hurt TBC Classic more than it helped it. Like, sure, they made a decent amount of money, but I know that I'm not alone in feeling like I didn't want to initially play TBC when it launched. And in fact, here's the irony. I've said this before, but I was fully ready to boost a character in TBC. Like, when they at first said, we're going to make a boost, and it's going to be one per account, I kind of thought, I might buy that, right? You know, if it's just a boost, I could kind of understand the idea of, okay, you want to catch a character up because, you know, a lot of people didn't play Original Classic. It's going to be really hard for a re-release of the game to maintain good player numbers if you can't get people right into the action. It makes sense, right? And I still think that if they had just done the one boost per account thing, a lot of people would have been like, fine with it. The other problem, a lot of people are going to say that the boosting has led to a lot of issues in terms of botting, because a lot of bots now will buy a boost and then farm gold. And to that, I would say, that doesn't necessarily mean that the concept of the boost is bad, it just means that Blizzard is really shit at moderating their game. You know, one does not necessarily mean the other is bad. There's a better solution for botting, which is just better moderation. Blizzard's just too lazy to do that. So that is unfortunate. It's an unfortunate side effect. But I actually think that, you know, if they had just done the boost and nothing else, I actually would have bought the boost. I would have bought it. I would have played it. I probably would have boosted a druid, and then I would have leveled a paladin, so I would have had all 3 tanks. And then I would have played TBC a lot when it came out. In fact, I probably would have encouraged my friends to play as well. I would have told them, hey, this should be really fun, try it out, you can buy a boost, etc. And I didn't. That's the thing. So, I have not paid for a boost, and I have no plans in paying for a boost, because they clearly weren't okay with just letting it be the catch-up thing, right? Like, if boosts are 100% there to let players catch up, to let people get into the game and get to the parts that they want to play, I think that's fine. But that's not why Blizzard released it, very clearly, and they doubled down on it by adding the Dark Portal Pass and adding shit like the Warp Stalker mount. That I'm not okay with. That's where I was like, yeah, I can't support that. So they lost my boost money because they took it one step too far. And I'm sure the same thing applies to a lot of other people. So, unfortunate, but, you know, Blizzard dug their own grave there. It is what it is. Now, let's see. Neither one of these. Keep your wits about you. Okay, so where is the next quest that I need to get? I'll just vendor this stuff. Boost Andy? Yeah, I mean, I will say a lot of people have a really negative opinion towards boosting. I am pretty fair towards it. Like, I think that if you want to play TBC, and for whatever reason you didn't have the time to play Original Classic, I don't really think that it's, well, a good idea to basically push people out of the community just because they want to engage with the game. You know, as much as I do think that the classic experience is fun, and it's something that I personally enjoy doing, leveling up a character and having that journey, you know, I'm not going to ruin that for myself, right? That's literally what I'm doing as we speak. But I think the idea of basically, you know, giving people shit for wanting to, you know, experience the game in a different way, if all they want to do is see the old endgame content or something like that, and to them, it's worth buying a boost, sure, okay, I can kind of get that, is what I'm trying to say. It's just, I don't know, it's with the mount that I found it a bit iffy, because then it's like, it's hard to explain. Everybody has their own line, right? Everybody has that point in the sand where, you know, they won't cross. And to some people, boosting is already past that. To me, I will say boosting is like right on the edge of that, but I can kind of understand it. It's just, you know, there's no good answer. I will say though, I would have preferred nothing, right? So I would have absolutely preferred if they hadn't done any changes. But to me, the most understandable of those was the boost. That's the one change that they made that I can go, fine, whatever. It's the rest of the stuff that, for me, just is gratuitous asking for money, right? Frostborn for 3k. Legendary Rogue Dagger early for 5,000. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, I don't think Blizzard would ever go that far. In fact, I mean, microtransactions are very rarely that blatant. Like, that's the thing. A lot of people joke when they say pay to win. They act like, oh yeah, pay to win is like if you were able to do stuff like that. If you were able to spend thousands of dollars to get, you know, these really powerful items and stuff like that. When there are very few games that do that because that is so blatant. Most games kind of, you know, if they have pay to win, it's disguised. They do it in a way where you can look at it and you can almost in your head justify it and say, yeah, it's not that bad because XYZ, when in reality, it actually is pay to win and does make the game worse. I think, who was it that I was watching that had a good video on that? Oh yeah, Kira TV. So Kira TV, I mean, he's been doing a lot of coverage lately on like some of the scam MMOs and some of the other like, new MMOs that have been popping up. And I watched one of his videos recently where he talked about that, and he said it was about pay for convenience. And he was basically saying how a lot of games will disguise their pay to win as pay for convenience, and that, it ends up working out for the developers because since it's such a subtle way to do pay to win, a lot of the, players, a lot of the consumers will actually defend it. And they'll go out there and they'll say, oh, it's not actually pay to win. You don't need this stuff to play the game. So they basically get like this free PR team in the form of like, half their loyal player base. And they're able to put these things in the game that are objectively actual pay to win without people really realizing that, right? Hello, Warhammer. Good to have you here. So, I don't know. Definitely, like, the boost, in a sense, is pay to win, even in TBC Classic, right? Anytime you can skip part of the game and have it done easier, it is pay to win, right? It's just, I think a lot of us have to draw our own line of how much pay to win is acceptable, because pretty much every single game does have it. In fact, one of the, even Final Fantasy, right, does have a boost, kind of. So, yeah, I guess you could still say that's pay to win, but it's on the very, 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 very generous side in terms of, like, not really giving you many advantages. I guess generous to the rest of the player base in terms of not ruining it. So I would say in terms of, like, modern pay to win, Final Fantasy does it the best. It's like almost non-existent. You could theoretically boost through the story content, but there's an argument to be made that like if you boost in Final Fantasy, you're actually kind of ruining the game for yourself. So it's not recommended, right? All you're really losing, or all you're really gaining, is like the time that it would take to level that character or to go through the story, which in my opinion is time that I actually enjoyed. So, whatever, right? But then, it gets trickier when you have stuff like the WoW token. Like, the WoW token, I could literally sit here for hours and debate on whether or not the WoW token is pay to win. And it is. The WoW token is pay to win. But then, the question is, how problematic is the WoW token when it comes to pay to win? Is the WoW token worse than games that allow you to just buy stuff directly from their cash shop? Is it better? Is it about the same? And, I don't know. I don't really have a clear-cut answer. There is no real clear-cut answer. It's a lot of gray. So this one hand is better than the two hand I started off with. Let me see what people said in chat. You have to remember they only see short-term profit over long-term. Yeah, absolutely. Blizzard has been a bit bad about going full short-term as of late. A lot of the bots will use inflated currencies to get boosts for like 5 USD. Yeah, exactly. So basically the bots, one of the issues with boosting that I've heard, and it's a very fair point, is that because the bots can buy boosts for a very cheap amount, and obviously creating a new account is free, so it doesn't matter to them. All they need to do is basically create a new account, get a WoW sub, and then get a boost. And then they're good to go. And because some of these bots can make infinitely more money by actually boosting and running the content than they can, or than it costs them to, I guess, create that new account, they'll just create a new account, buy a boost. And that's a fair point. I would say the better counter argument for that is Blizzard should just, ban people. They should actually do moderation properly, as I said before. But it is a fair point in favor of not having the boost. There is definitely a strong argument to be made there. Don't have work tomorrow, so this is the first time you're going to be able to catch a full stream. Awesome. How am I doing? I'm doing about as well as you might expect. So obviously, you're a local MILF. You were in the Discord, so you saw all the updates and stuff. It's been hectic, right? So yeah, pretty much about as exhausted as you might imagine with all the stuff that I've had to do. One thing that was a little bit unfortunate is you know, sleeping wasn't really easy. I basically was constantly, like, in a panic about, like, you know, streaming and stuff. Like, I literally, I woke up at, like, 5 in the morning, and I, like, almost got out of bed because I'm like, oh, I need to, like, go set up for my stream and stuff like that. Because I was, like, worried that I hadn't done any of the normal prep work that I do. Like, normally, I have, like, my thumbnail and stuff like that, and everything ready to go the night before, so that when I wake up and, you know, get ready to stream, it's all set. I can just turn on the stream and get going. And my computer was dead, so I couldn't do that. So, I was, like, subconsciously in my sleep, in, like, having, like, a panic attack over stuff like that. It was brutal, so haven't really slept great. That's unfortunate. And then, obviously, I had to go out and get the computer at 10 a.m., but At least it worked. You know, all's well that ends well. I managed to get the stream going. It took me 3 hours past the normal time, and I had to set up a brand new computer, but it worked out, so that's what matters, I suppose. And, yeah, sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, it's been something. I will say, ironically, though, even though I know that was, like, sarcastic, because, like, yeah, you know, obviously it's never fun to have to do all that stuff. It actually was, like, mildly interesting, like, a nice change of pace, having to, like, go out and, like, get the computer super early. It was just kind of fun, I guess. Also, one of the nice things, and I know my dad's gonna give me shit about that, is because my computer was dead, I really had nothing else to do last night, so I finally finished watching The Mentalist. So, The Mentalist, it's an older show. I forget when it came out. But I've been watching it with my dad and my stepmom for a few years now, and we were on, like, the last few episodes, but over the past few months, I've been, like, really busy with, like, video editing and streaming and stuff, so I never had time to actually watch it. So my dad has been constantly giving me shit about, like, oh, we never get to watch The Mentalist anymore. And, well, because my computer was dead, I finally was like, well, fuck it, might as well watch The Mentalist. And we finally finished it yesterday, so now he's gonna, I know, give me tons of shit about, like, oh, you know, maybe your computer should break again so that you actually watch TV shows with us, blah, 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 blah. So I have that to look forward to. But yes, overall, I mean, it's been fun. I will say, new computer seems pretty good so far. I've only been using it for a few hours, but overall, the quality seems a lot better. I know the streaming quality, unfortunately, probably doesn't seem amazing, but that's more just because I didn't get the OBS settings working properly. So I know some people said it's down to 720p. I can tell you for a fact that on my end, it looks really good. I'm definitely really happy with the video quality. So, presumably, the videos, once I actually get OBS working properly, will actually look better. Because I can now use higher graphics settings and stuff like that, so that's exciting. Hopefully it means I can also start doing maybe some Warhammer 2 videos, because Warhammer 2 is a game that I've said before I absolutely love, and I wanted to do videos for it, but on my old computer, I just could not record it. You know, I already struggled to play it with the lowest graphic settings, and recording it turned it into a complete stuttering mess. So I might actually be able to make Warhammer 2 videos, or maybe streams. I think I would probably start off just streaming it and stuff for fun. It would give me something to do when, like, there's nothing to actively stream. So that could be cool. I honestly think that Total War Warhammer 2 is a really fun game to watch on stream. It's honestly one of the few games that I actually watch in terms of streamers. So, like I've said before, one of the very few streamers that I actually watch is Legend of Total War, who's, like, pretty much the biggest Total War content creator. But it's actually one of the few games that I genuinely enjoy watching, like, on stream, because it's just a fun game to watch. It's a fun game to play as well. A really fun game to play. But it translates really well, I think, into, you know, something that you can watch on stream and be, like, interested in. At least for me. That's my personal opinion, right? But excited for that. So I haven't installed it yet, obviously, in the few hours since I've gotten my computer set up. But I am going to look into that. And hopefully it goes well. Okay, need to keep catching up on chat. 1 to 2 games embrace pay to win like that? Yeah, it definitely is more rare. Every EA game ever. It's not pay to win if you're not paying. I actually, so I get what you're saying with, I get what Loki X is saying there. I actually disagree with the idea of a game you know, I think what you're trying to say there, Soom, correct me if I'm wrong. What I think you're trying to say is pay to win doesn't necessarily affect you if you're not actually paying for it. And, you know, I could be maybe misconstruing your point there, but I've heard people say that. I've heard people say, oh, I don't care if this game is pay to win because I'm not actually paying money, so it doesn't affect me. And I would say that's not really true of every game. Like, I think for World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy, right? Those are two examples of stuff where you could say, yeah, there is pay to win in World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy in a sense, but in a lot of cases, it won't really affect you. World of Warcraft does in some ways, but I can talk about that. Final Fantasy, any sort of pay to win, like I said, it's very minor. It would be skipping the story, right? Being able to boost a character. That will never affect you. You will never, ever, ever feel the impact of any sort of microtransaction in Final Fantasy. It won't impact you. You can't buy Gil. You can't really buy anything significant aside from a character boost. And you know, character leveling is meant to be a solo experience anyway. And because you need to level up so many different classes, or you don't need to, but because you're encouraged to, there's still going to be multiple people in queue, right? I would say, yeah, there's really no impactful pay to win at all. So, like Final Fantasy XIV, for example, is a game where you could not feel the ramifications of pay to win at all, even if it, you know, people are buying boosts and stuff, which I don't really think is as common as people make it out to be. World of Warcraft, in terms of character boosting, yeah, you don't feel it at all. Even in TBC Classic, which is why it's okay. Even the Warp Stalker mount. Warp Stalker mount, I don't dislike it because it impacts me. Like, obviously, I am not affected by somebody buying the Warp Stalker mount, but I just think the problem that I have with it is it's not staying true to the original spirit of the game. And my original concern, so I've talked about this, the reason why I didn't play TBC Classic after seeing the Warp Stalker mount, the primary reason is because right around the time when they added the Warp Stalker mount, Wowhead data mined the BC WoW token. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, first they add a boost, then they add a pre-purchase mount, and now Wowhead is data mining this WoW token. So in my head, I'm like, okay, so they're adding a WoW token to TBC. That, I would have not played it at all. Once TBC's like a few months in, and they still haven't added the WoW token, that's when I kind of said, okay, yeah, maybe the WoW token was just something they put into the game files and they were thinking about, and then when they got the backlash, they decided not to do it. Smart move, by the way, Blizzard, because you would have fucking killed the game if you had done that. But because they made the right decision and decided not to add the WoW token, I kind of looked into TBC more and said, yeah, maybe I'll give it a shot, because I don't care about the Warp Stalker mount that much. The only issue I have with it is it does kind of ruin the original integrity of the game. But for instance, like store mounts and stuff in retail, I don't give a shit about. Like, some people really hate store mounts in retail, and I'm going to be honest here. I think it's good. Why do I think it's good? Because if Blizzard continues adding store mounts and other cosmetic stuff, they're less likely to add more microtransactions that actually impact the game in a meaningful way. And I honestly think that any sort of cosmetic appearance like that is fair game for microtransactions, because companies need to make money somehow. And I would much rather a company monetize their game by selling cosmetic stuff that doesn't actually impact, you know, the actual playability of the game at all, rather than them selling basically pay to win. You know, that is, in my opinion, a much more, I guess, good alternative, right, of having cosmetic stuff. And this isn't true for everybody. A lot of people will vehemently disagree with me on that, and that's fine. Once again, this is my opinion, right? I'm not saying that, like, I have the correct opinion. I have a few friends who actually have debated me on that point, and have said, you know, very strongly that they disagree with me. And they think that, they think I'm wrong about that, and they think that cosmetic stuff, cosmetic microtransactions are ruining games. And I will say part of that does come from the fact that I don't really give a shit about, you know, cosmetics, right? It's never been something that mattered to me a ton. I want to look as good as I can in the game, and if I can do that to a certain degree, I'm happy. I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. You know, it doesn't bother me that much. But, I know some people who really care about having tons of different transmog sets and are really big mount collectors, and to them, the fact that people can spend money and get a unique mount is really problematic. It kind of does ruin their enjoyment of the game. For me, it doesn't do that. For me, I play... let me grab this, just because, yeah, I want a better weapon. I'll be using a two-handed sword for now. Don't really need the shield. I play this game for the gameplay. I play this game in retail for the dungeons and the raids. I play Classic for the overall experience, right? And as long as they're not adding pay to win, which, kind of takes away from that experience, at least for me, then I don't really care. Like, boosting in TBC takes away from that experience for the people who buy the boost. It doesn't ruin my experience if somebody buys a boost, unless with the botting, right? But that's, once again, a different story. The problem with the botting is the moderation on Blizzard's part. It has nothing to do with, boosting equals botting. It's just a unfortunate side effect that Blizzard has not done anything to curb. So I'm fine with stuff like that. If you want to get into microtransactions that do, in my opinion, actually take away from the game, and a game that I actually do like, and I hate to say this, but it's true, is Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is a game that, despite the fact that I think it's really fun, and despite the fact that I think, it's a good game for people who are looking for a new MMO experience, it's different, but it is fun. I cannot sit here and say that it doesn't have pretty bad pay to win. And it's not pay to win in the sense of what a lot of people think. It is pay for convenience taken to an extreme. You cannot get any actual, technically, game advantages or like power advantages. I just saw that you're on Mancrick. That's my server. Fuck yeah, man. I figured that a lot more people would actually, be on the same server as me now, because Grobulus was already pretty alliance dominated. So I was like, yeah, two birds, one stone. I get to get off like a server that I've been frustrated with and play on a server that presumably a lot more viewers and stuff will, be on. So overall, just a win-win, right? But yes, if you didn't hear, I am on Mancrick now. So I did transfer off Grobulus. Mancrick Horde, obviously. But yeah, so Guild Wars 2, I will wrap up this conversation because I am falling behind on chat, very quickly, as I usually do. Guild Wars 2 has a lot of pay for convenience in the sense where there's stuff like you need to buy bag slots, you need to buy bank tabs, crafting storage and stuff like that. Character slots you have to buy too. There's even one of the ones that I think is a bit more egregious, and all full disclosure, I did pay for this. And I think Guild Wars 2 gets away with it in my mind because it is not a subscription-based game. So the one thing that Guild Wars 2 has to justify stuff like this is Guild Wars 2 does not have a subscription. It's a buy once, play forever type of game. So I can kind of forgive them having this type of stuff when they don't actually charge a subscription fee, because that is actually a massive benefit to the consumer. So if you're going to give something like that to the consumer, which is honestly pretty rare in the current MMO market, I think it's kind of more acceptable to have really bad pay for convenience. So I guess it's like pick your poison, right? Nothing's perfect. But Guild Wars 2, the worst one in my opinion, is the Gathering. So Gathering, obviously you don't need to do it in Guild Wars 2. Like, nothing's forcing you to do like mining and it would be mining, wood cutting, I think it's called, and what's the other one? I think it's just herbalism. I forget exactly. It's like you could chop down trees, you can mine ore, and you can pick flowers. And you don't have to do that, but it is really encouraged, because one of the other things about Guild Wars 2, where it's a little bit different than a lot of other games, is the best gear in the game comes from professions. And the best gear in the game that comes from professions is account bound. So you basically need to interact with the profession system if you want to get like the absolute top level gear and do the hardest content, like specifically raids and stuff like that, which obviously I wanted to do. That's my end goal in most MMOs. So I maxed out every single profession in Guild Wars 2. I got my gathering stuff ready. I got like all the best tools and whatnot. And the problem with gathering is the tools have a durability. And you can't just repair your tools. You have to literally buy a new tool once the old one breaks. And they break pretty quickly for the amount of times you actually have to use them. So it's pretty frustrating having to constantly replace your gathering tools, and then you can pay money to get an unbreakable gathering tool. That is one of the few cases where I'm like, yeah, that's pretty bad. Because for something that is basically required for endgame rating, professions, to get the best gear, which requires gathering tools, having an unbreakable gathering tool is such a massive quality of life thing. And in some cases, it actually benefits you in terms of like your items within the game, because there is a currency called volatile magic, which can buy a lot of items from like reputation quartermasters, basically. And one of the best ways to farm volatile magic is to attach this rune to your gathering tool, where every single time you mine a node or chop down a tree, you get a chunk of volatile magic. And it's the most efficient way to farm that currency, because you're getting the actual like item, like the ore and the lumber and whatnot, and then you're also getting a really efficient source of that currency while doing it. So it's like infinitely efficient compared to like everything else, which just kind of makes people think, well, either I pay money for this or I'm just less efficient than everybody else in the game. It's problematic, is what I'm trying to say. And all of this to say, that is Guild Wars 2 on that level does kind of cross the line for me. It actually does have some sort of pay for convenience that to me is a bit too far. The only reason why I can still enjoy the game is because it doesn't have a sub cost. Because the way I look at it is I'm like, okay, I'm going to buy this, but I don't need to pay a sub, so this might as well be as if I had paid a sub. And, you know, that not everybody will be willing to do that, and that's okay. But, it, you know, I don't know. It's definitely, there's some gray area there. But in that case, I would absolutely say all of this is to answer, all of what I've been trying to say is to answer the earlier comment that somebody made about it doesn't matter if pay to win exists in a game because it doesn't affect you. And that isn't always true, because the problem is you have games like Guild Wars 2 where the developers intentionally coded this weapon or this gathering tool durability system into the game to make it so if you don't pay the money, you have an infinitely worse experience than somebody who does pay money. So sure, you know, you don't have to pay money to get these unbreakable gathering tools, but because the game was designed in a way where it is intentionally inconvenient to play it without paying money, it does ruin your experience. Speaking as somebody who, for about a month, tried really hard to not buy those unbreakable gathering tools. I tried so hard to find ways to, you know, justify to myself, oh, I don't really need this, I don't have to spend money, and eventually I'm just like, fuck it, whatever, I'll buy the tools. And I played Guild Wars 2 enough to say that I think it was justified, right? But it absolutely did ruin my experience a bit. And to say that pay to win existing in a game doesn't matter if you don't actually pay money is, in some ways, in many cases, I would say, untrue. It absolutely can ruin your experience just by nature of it existing. Because pay to win usually involves some sort of game design, or in this case, pay for convenience, involves some sort of game design which makes it so you want to spend the money. Because if there is absolutely no advantage to spending money to get this convenience, well then why would anybody do it? They need to design the game in a way that makes you want to pay for that convenience, because otherwise nobody would do it. And they wouldn't make any money off it. So I would say it's just bad game design if you had these things in the game and you didn't, you know, fuck over your customers, right? It's shitty game design, but it is still bad game design. Because, like, if you want people to spend money, if that is your goal and you're designing a system to get people to pay for it, then you need to be able to be good enough to design a system where people are punished if they don't. Like I said, it's shitty. It shouldn't be like that, but that's just the reality. Okay, let me catch up. Long rant, but I do think that's important, because that is something I've seen a lot of people say, that, you know, pay to win doesn't matter if you don't pay, and that is not true. Wanted to make sure I got that across. Okay, so more pay to play than pay to win. Yeah. WoW token is problematic since it inflates the prices of some items in the auction house. Yeah, WoW token would take me way too long to get into. WoW token is pay to win, absolutely, and it ruins the game, but it ruins the game in a lot of very subtle ways. Because a lot of people will say, well, you technically don't need to do it. It's rough. There's a lot of really subtle ways in which the WoW token kills the game. The two biggest ones are what Nakasato said, inflates the prices in the auction house, and it also causes boosting, which boosting in a vacuum is not a problem. Boosting when it reaches the degree that it has gotten now is a problem, and it does cause problems in the game, which is what we're seeing. Setting up the computer is fun, but the other stuff isn't. Yeah. It was fun. Yeah, it's always fun setting up a computer. You actually watch The Mentalist. It's one of my favorite shows ever. However, most people don't know it. My dad said Mentalist is awesome. Probably not known to younger generations. Yeah, I've always enjoyed The Mentalist. So, even before I watched it with my my dad and my stepmom, years and years ago, my dad found it first, but for a long time, around when it was still airing, I think my dad showed me, the first and second season, and I thought it was really good. I've always enjoyed The Mentalist, but I think when I was a kid, I just never finished watching it. I don't remember why. I just, when you're a kid, you just sometimes see an episode of something, and then you just never get around to actually binging the show or anything like that. So, just wasn't really something that I ever got around to. But now that I finally finished it, I can say without a doubt that The Mentalist is a very, very good show. So, absolutely would recommend The Mentalist to anybody who's looking for a good show to watch. Like I said, it is a bit older, but it's an absolutely phenomenal show. Definitely there's an argument to be made. I think that the last two seasons are a bit weaker, but compared to a lot of other shows which really, really jump the shark in their later seasons, I think The Mentalist is fine. The Mentalist, it has its first few seasons are really, 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 really good. And then its last few seasons are just, solid. And it's a little bit disappointing in the sense where you're used to it being, extremely good, and now it's just, okay. But, honestly, nothing happens that ruins the show, right? A lot of shows, really, really, really jump the shark later on. This one is pretty consistent the entire way through. I'm not going to spoil it, but the ending is good. Nothing bad happens in the ending. They don't do one of those endings where just they, kill off half the characters and basically give you the middle finger before, the show ends. None of that shit. So you don't basically have the entire show ruined for you at the last second. It's good. And honestly, even then, the core format of the show does stay the same pretty much the entire way through. It's a good show. Really, that's all I can say. It's a very, very, very good show. Especially, the characters are great, which to me is one of the most important things. Sometimes, shows have, an interesting concept, and they may technically not have a bad story, but it's really hard to get invested in a show that has, really weak character writing, and, the characters just aren't very interesting. But one of the strongest parts of The Mentalist is its characters. Every single character in The Mentalist is just absolutely fantastic. The actors are really good too, obviously. The characters wouldn't be that good if the actors behind them weren't that good. But just the writing and stuff behind the characters is great. It's an old show, but it absolutely is worth watching if you have not seen it. But yeah, Niels Everts, glad to hear you like The Mentalist as well. So definitely one of my favorite shows. I can definitively say that now. I always liked it, but now that I finally finished it, I can definitively rank it among my favorite shows. True test will be how high you can throw retail up. I figured that WoW token was some weirdness to do with the Chinese WoW token. That's true. So I did hear that, Nakasadu, that the reason why they data mined the WoW token was because it's on Chinese servers. I think a lot of people, myself included, were concerned that, sure, it may already be on Chinese servers, but they're probably going to add it to American servers. And let's be real here. If you don't think that Blizzard wasn't at least considering adding the WoW token to TBC Classic, you're fucking off your rocker. There was absolutely, at one point, a discussion on whether or not they should add the WoW token to TBC Classic. You know, I would fucking eat my shoe if it was never brought up. Now, thankfully, at least it seems, they have come to the conclusion that it would not be a good idea to add the WoW token to BC Classic, which I think is the correct call. But you never know. They could still do it, but I was very, very, very concerned that they wouldn't be that smart and that they would go ahead and add the WoW token. Travel to the West Sanctum, defeat any intruders. Okay, so West Sanctum, I need to go there. Elf time? Yeah. Finally leveling a Blood Elf Paladin. This is the first alt I've ever actually leveled in TBC Classic, and I've been looking forward to playing a Paladin especially, and it is cool, I guess, to play a Blood Elf, right? You know, I've said before, I'm a basic bitch. My favorite retail race is Blood Elf, so it's cool to be able to finally play one on Classic. What can I say? Hello, Panda Ninja. Good to have you here. Sorry if you're messaging now. I'm still catching up on chat, so I will read your message eventually. I read every message. It just takes me time to get there. So if I haven't read your message yet, just, you know, give me a minute or two to catch up. Deathwing Mount was anniversary? Yeah, I think it was. It's unfortunate. I actually don't have the Deathwing Mount. I did not resub to the game during that point. I forget what was going on, but I think just some... that was like a Shar's Eternal Palace, right? I think that was when... Was that when Classic came out? That might have been when I was playing Final Fantasy a lot. I can't remember. All I know is I wasn't actively subscribed to World of Warcraft when they did that time-walking thing. And I don't have the time-walking Deathwing mount. It is really cool, so it's unfortunate that I'm never going to get it. Unless, you know, maybe they'll re-add it at some point. Don't see the problem with cosmetic store options, but I prefer if they put the mounts onto a rep. Exactly, yeah. 100% agree with Nakasato there. If you can buy the tools en masse from wherever you get the gathering tools, I don't see much of a problem with the Guild Wars 2 one. The problem with the gathering tools in Guild Wars 2, it's a bit harder to explain, I guess, if you haven't played Guild Wars 2. It's just they break super quickly. So there's really nothing else in Guild Wars 2 that you need to go to the merchant for. Like, 99% of stuff you're just gonna, you know, have, right? You don't need to actually restock it. So it's basically just this one thing that you have to go back to the town for every single time. And it's just really, really inconvenient. Especially, there's like, so for instance, in Guild Wars 2, there are these events. Like, specifically, I'm thinking of, I've talked about it before, Dragon Stands. Dragon Stand is this, like, 30-minute-ish long event that happens in one of the zones in Guild Wars 2. And, you know, if you're doing that, and especially if you're doing a train, so if you're doing an event train where you're doing basically, like, 5 different events back-to-back, that could sometimes be 2 to 3 hours. And the timers on that are really tight. So you basically need to be going from point A to point B non-stop for, you know, 2 to 3 hours, which, I mean, you don't have to do this, right? I'm not saying this is a downside. I love event trains in Guild Wars 2. I think they're a lot of fun. What I'm trying to say is that if you are doing these event trains and you're really doing them efficiently, you don't have really any time to stop, or you're losing out on some of the rewards. So the problem with this is, one of the nice things about a lot of these events is they swing by a lot of really good resource nodes, like mining and logs. So if you're in the middle of one of these trains where you do not really have the time to go back to a town and restock your gathering tools, you effectively can end up missing out on some of these nodes because you'll pass by them in the middle of the event, and if you're mining every single one, your tools will be broken about halfway through the time that event is going. So you would effectively need to restock, but you can't restock because, you know, the event is more important. And the way that I kind of counteracted this for a while is I actually bought extra pairs of tools in advance and kept them in my inventory. But one of the other issues is a lot of times you have a ton of different like junk items that you get that you can vendor from these events, which make a lot of gold. And bag space is another thing that you need to pay money for in Guild Wars 2. So if I am basically using some of my bag slots to hold extra gathering tools, then that is space that I basically can't use to store an item if I happen to get it. It's just basically inventory management, and Guild Wars 2 is a problem engineered to fuck you over unless you pay money. It's hard to describe how frustrating it is if you haven't played the game, but anybody who has played Guild Wars 2 and hasn't spent money on like extra bag slots and stuff absolutely would understand what I'm talking about, with how extremely frustrating it can be to try and, you know, make sure that you actually have room in your bags to do anything for any extended period of time. Because let's face it, having to constantly run back and forth to a vendor to like buy new tools or vendor your items or salvage your equipment and then buy new salvage kits, it's a pain in the ass. There's just a lot of garbage that you need to carry, and you don't have the bag space for it. But then they sell you the bag space to be able to carry that. So it absolutely is an intentionally designed system to be frustrating to deal with, which is why it's kind of problematic, right? The unbreakable gathering tools just, first of all, you know, you could argue that if you gathered, I think people did the math, it's like you have to gather something in the realm of like 10,000 nodes total for it to actually pay for itself, which isn't very practical, right? And if you're basically converting in-game money to real money in that regard, basically the transfer rate would be somewhere in the realm of you need to mine like 10,000 things before you would actually, you know, have the tools pay for themselves. But just losing out on potentially like drops that you get is not only frustrating, but just you're losing gold from that too. It's a hard thing to measure. The one thing that you can measure really is that it's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass to have to constantly replace your gathering tools, and that's the main reason that I did eventually buy those tools, but I wasn't really happy about it. I was like, I wish they had just designed the game to be less punishing. Yeah, let me see. I'd rather buy gold on a third-party website. It's a lot cheaper and not enforced at all. I think buying gold in general is not a great idea. I mean, I guess, you know, if you prefer buying gold on a third-party website compared to giving it to Blizzard, I guess. I think most people just have an issue with the idea of buying gold being a thing that exists in MMOs. I definitely fall into that category. So, you know, I don't really care if it's from Blizzard or a third party. I still think it's just not super healthy for the game. It's probably going to sell for more. I wish I had vendor price still installed. I need to get my add-ons. I'll do that afterwards. You don't need to buy a WoW token. It's pretty easy to make a few 100,000 gold in a week. Yeah, for sure. Good evening, Medius. Good to have you here. Or Medias, Medius. I think I pronounce your name differently on a daily basis. I don't know. You'll have to tell me which one it is. Maybe you already have and I've forgotten. If that's the case, I do apologize. My memory can be really shit sometimes. I could talk at length about how shit my memory is and how that's gotten me into trouble over the years, but you know, whatever. That's a much longer rant that I will spare you all from. Californication is, in my opinion, one of the greatest shows ever. It's the only show that you've bought the books for. I've heard of that show, but I've never seen it. Maybe I'll check it out at some point. Right now, there's been a bunch of shows that I've been watching. So, you know, like, I'll add it to the mental list of shows to check out. Every now and then, you know, if I have nothing else to do, I'll, like, be like, oh yeah, what's some show that people have recommended to me? Where do I bring this? Falcon Wing Square. Okay. I see. They 100% considered adding it? Yeah, for sure. Am I excited for Mop Classic? Absolutely, yeah. When they eventually, hopefully, do Mop Classic. Now, I will say, anything past Wrath Classic is up in the air. We're absolutely going to get Wrath Classic. The thing that's a bit harder to predict is whether they're going to do Kata Classic and Mop Classic. I 100% think they should do Mop Classic. I think Kata Classic is a bit iffier. If they're doing Mop Classic, they should do Kata Classic, right? But it definitely... I would say less people have fond memories of, you know, I guess those, that expansion, Kata specifically, than like Mop or, you know, the first three. And then, you know, once again, it's the question of, I don't think they would do WoD Classic, so, you know, that's kind of out of the question. Very few people would play that. But then what about Legion Classic? You know? I think Legion Classic could be a good idea. It's tricky. I would absolutely 100% play Mop Classic if it was a thing, though. I've spoken at length about how Mop is probably my second favorite expansion ever. And just to be clear, I was very young when BC and Wrath came out, so I cannot give an informed opinion on what those expansions were like to play at the time. So a lot of people will say TBC was the best expansion ever. A lot of people will say Wrath was the best expansion ever. I enjoyed my time playing Wrath, but I was very young. I cannot say that I had a ton of fun playing Wrath because I was very young. It's nothing against the expansion, it's just I was not old enough to truly engage with it, right? So my personal enjoyment of expansions was Legion was the most, and then Mop was the second most. And in fact, the irony is I would actually put WoD as third for me. I think WoD was a garbage expansion, but in terms of expansions that I had fun with, WoD would probably be third, because I had a lot of fun doing challenge modes with my friends. That doesn't mean that WoD was a good expansion. WoD was objectively one of the worst expansions they've ever made. But I had fun with it, because I was old enough to actually play it seriously at that point. But yeah, I would absolutely love Mop Classic. I think that would be fun. You still regret quitting during Mop? Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff that I think people would, you know, enjoy the chance to actually play again. Yeah, what are the rewards for this? Just silver. Alright. 6, 11, 19 was the Deathwing mount. Yeah. What was I doing at that point? I forget. Wasn't playing actively, though. I think that's when I was, that's probably when I was, like, actively into Final Fantasy XIV. I've had, like, different phases of being super into Final Fantasy XIV and playing it for, like, a few months on end. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is one of those games where I binge it for a few months, and then I stop playing for a few months, and then I come back, binge it again, etc. So, absolutely that's where I'm at right now, where, you know, this summer, there was about a month or two where I actually played Final Fantasy XIV a lot. And right now, I'm not playing it a lot. You know, it's just, it comes and goes. Right now, there's nothing going on in FF that super interests me. I've already done all of the content. And guarantee you when Endwalker comes out, I'm going to be right back in there, and I'm going to be playing it like crazy once again. That's just kind of how it goes for me. 73, okay, same. Cool. You want to play Mop because of all the hype it's given? Yeah, I mean, honestly, here's the thing. Mop definitely, you know, I would say aged better in some ways, or would age better if they made a Mop Classic than, like, BC, right? You know, even though BC is fun, there definitely are some elements of this that feel really dated. Mop would feel a lot closer to modern WoW, even with the changes they've made over the years. A lot of people say that it's hard to really compare older expansion design to retail, and I would say that's true up until Mop. Mop is the first expansion where a lot of the major elements that make up retail right now actually got added in the first place. It's a little bit trickier, especially, like, they only added Mythic Raids, for instance, in Siege of Orgrimmar, which is, like, in my opinion, one of the biggest things. But it did have challenge modes, which were, like, the precursor to Mythic Plus, and it still did have Mythic SOO, which, like, you know, I think that's close enough, right? And Mop, when compared to modern retail expansions, does hold up very well. Like, if Mop was released today, I would say it would genuinely be well received. Whereas, like, TBC Classic, you know, it's not bad. There absolutely are people that enjoy it. Hell, I enjoy playing it, but you do have to go into TBC Classic with the knowledge of this is going to be a bit of a dated experience. But if they, like, polished up Mop, like, basically updated the graphics and stuff, maybe changed one or two minor game mechanics and tried to polish it up for a modern standard, it wouldn't be very hard to do. At that point, it feels much closer to retail WoW than, you know, older expansions, even Kata did, for instance. So, MoP was very good. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of people would really enjoy it. Because it is, if you enjoy retail WoW, I can absolutely say you would enjoy MoP, because it wasn't really that much different. In fact, I would say it was much better in many ways than retail. You know, Legion was a little bit different. Legion is when you started having some of the more borrowed power-esque systems, which I think were fine in Legion, and then they've just continually made it worse and worse over the years. So, yeah, definitely think MoP would be enjoyable to anybody who currently enjoys retail, for sure. Daylight Princess is the king of Dragon Stand? Yes. Absolutely. Guild Wars 2 fills your inventory with trash and you have to buy inventory slots for gems? Yeah, exactly. Bloodhawk Claymore? This is the exact same. I guess I did buy that sword, so I have only myself to blame. But I'll use this one. Ooh, that sword actually looks pretty sick. I like this. Alright. I dig it. Yeah, throw that up there, repair my gear, and I'm off. Okay. So I need to hand that in. Fairbreeze Village. Yeah, I'll head up to Fairbreeze Village, I guess. Let's see. Inventory management is pay for convenience? Yeah. That is, yeah, inventory management absolutely falls into pay for convenience. Any sort of quality of life improvement, I would say major quality of life improvement, absolutely falls into pay for convenience. To me, the egregious pay for convenience stuff is the stuff that impacts the way you interact with the game on a moment-to-moment basis. So I'm more okay with like character boosts, for instance, and by character boosts I mean leveling boosts, because it makes your experience more enjoyable generally for those hours that you would have been playing the game. Now, I would say that the experience of leveling through TBC Classic is part of the game, so boosts are less acceptable here. But in retail, leveling has absolutely been reduced to the point where it is a chore to just play through. So you could argue that, you know, that paying a boost for some people would be more worth it than actually sinking the 11 to 18 hours, depending on how fast you are, amount of time that you would have to slog through the entire questing process. And I say that as somebody who has the world record, right? This is speaking with the optimal routes that I've created. Even with the super fast speed leveling routes, the reality is you're not really going to have much more fun. Some people say they really have fun with my speed leveling routes, and I have said before that when I first created those leveling routes, I had fun doing them because it was new. But the thing is, now that I've found the fastest route, I've done it a million times, and suddenly it's boring. You know, it's how it goes with anything. If you do something enough times, it's going to get a bit more boring. Unless it's just so much fun and so engaging that you can do it over and over and over, you're probably going to start to get bored of it eventually, right? And leveling absolutely falls into that for me. So, it is what it is, right? Pick up these. Is there a quest up there? Doesn't look like it. So yeah, for some people I could argue that, like, you know, fine, skipping that leveling experience, whatever. But if something in the game is actively making the experience of playing it at every given moment worse, and you can pay money to make that experience better, that is a problem. And Guild Wars 2 does that a lot. That's where I have an issue with it. Because it's not just like, oh yeah, there's this issue early on that you can skip through. It is a continuous, frustrating experience unless you pay money. Every moment that you're playing that game and grinding for like gold or whatever it is in that game, it's more frustrating if you don't pay money for extra inventory slots. Okay, so that's Sunsail Anchorage, and that's just killing Spring Paws. Gotcha. I think there's a quest out here that I can get, so I'm going to check that out. Am I excited for Shadowlands Classic when it comes out in 2029? Believe it or not, I will not be playing Shadowlands Classic. I know. Very surprising. I'm sure a lot of people really expected me to be really excited for Shadowlands Classic and like ready to hop back in and, you know, beat Sylvanas again and select my Covenant. Like, really engage with the story, you know, once again. Oh, yeah. No, unfortunately, not really something I see myself doing in 8 years, assuming it comes out when you said it was 2029. Yeah, 8 years from now, dear God, I hope I'm not playing Shadowlands still. That would be... whew, not good. Yeah, there's a quest here. Sun Touch Special Reserve. Bundle of fireworks, spring pot appetizers. Okay, so I think it tells me where to get this. Yeah, Silvermoon City Inn, I remember that. Farstrider Retreat. Okay, yeah, I remember this quest. Vaguely. It's been a while, but I vaguely remember what I need to do for this. Okay. Hod Towered says, I like your name, by the way. Hod Towered, good name. I just want to play Legion Classic. Yeah, Legion Classic would be sick. That I would definitely play. Classic BFA. Oh yeah, Classic BFA though. You know, can't wait to regrind my Azerite gear. Get all that corruption and stuff. Whew. That's where it's really at. Can't wait for Classic BFA. Can't even say that without trying to like hold in my laughter. Fuck me. This is the place I just died on my hardcore character? That sucks. Fighting 3 mobs, and they body aggroed, then you just won with 20 HP and got a Moonfire? Yeah. That's unfortunate. A lot of people have told me that I should try Hardcore Classic. You know, we'll see. We'll see. I will say, one thing I've said before is I would never do a Hardcore Classic or anything special. Like, I'm not going to do a challenge run while leveling until I'm comfortable with the leveling itself. So speedrunning falls into that category. People ask me, am I going to speedrun BC Classic leveling or WoW Classic leveling? No, because it's a challenge run. And I'm not going to do challenge runs while just the leveling itself is still a new experience that I'm not familiar with. In that sense, it's still somewhat challenging to me. It's not like challenging in the sense where it's hard, but optimizing it and figuring it out is still something I'm trying to do, so I wouldn't want to just add all these modifiers to it and stuff like that when I'm still learning it for the first time. But who knows? If I level, like, maybe after I level my Druid, so finish my Paladin, get this to hopefully 70, get a Feral Druid up to 70, however long that ends up taking. If I have nothing else to do and I want to level another character in TBC Classic, maybe for that character, maybe I'll do something special. Maybe I will do a hardcore character. But we're talking this would have to be like my 4th character. I would want to make sure I have at least some experience doing it. WoW Classic Classic? Isn't that just WoW Classic Fresh? WoW Classic Fresh is WoW Classic Classic. Just with, you know, fancier words on it. Oh, nice. Don't need to heal. You want to play WoW Classic Alpha. Ooh. Honestly, low-key, like, if they had some little, like, if they were able to recreate what WoW was like in its, like, beta experience way back in the day, I'd play that. I think a lot of people would play that. Because that's something that, like, very, very few people have actually experienced. So, that actually sounds like a really cool concept. You know, I would absolutely be down for that. WoW Classic Friends and Family Alpha. Yeah. You don't follow routes because of that, and you just throw yourself into random zones? Yeah, so, like, that's the thing. Nakasaru's approach is something that I have sometimes done, but I, generally speaking, find that I get more frustrated if I'm not being efficient. So, my solution to enjoying leveling on, whatchamacallit, on retail, right? Is I do one of two things. I either stream it as a speedrun, so if I'm streaming it, you know, just doing a speedrun for the record doesn't actually make me have fun anymore. I've done so many speedruns at this point that I can't really enjoy it. It's not really challenging for me anymore. And it's like, what am I trying to do? Beat the world record? I have the world record, right? You know, you have less of a motivation to really try hard when you already have the top time. Like, obviously, if I'm on Alliance, I don't have the Alliance world record, but most of the characters I level are Horde, and I am not even in a position to theoretically get the Alliance world record. I'd have to do a lot more practice to do that, and I would need to farm a lot more golds, and that's just not something I care enough to do. So I could, in theory, try to beat my Horde world record, but I just don't have the motivation to do that. So that isn't something that interests me, but if I'm streaming it, that's one way to have fun with it. I mean, streaming is fun. It's always fun to get to talk to people while I level. So that's one way to enjoy it a bit more. But another way is just watching something on the side. So if I make WoW the secondary activity, and I'm like watching something on my second monitor while I level a character, then, you know, it doesn't feel as bad. But in that case, I would rather just do my my speedrun route and get it done as quick as possible while just doing something else. That's my ideal way of leveling. That or streaming it. 2029, damn, that's early. We're going straight from MoP to Shadowlands. Oh, man. If it takes until 2029 or so to get MoP Classic, that would suck. I hope they do increase the pace a little bit of Classic servers. Like, I know they want to give everything a chance to breathe and stuff like that, but if we don't end up getting, like, Wrath Classic until 2022, and then we don't get Cata Classic until 2024, then we're looking at, like, MoP Classic in 2026, and it's like, oh, man. At that point, that's going to be a way too long of a wait. So people are complaining, I think, about the more aggressive pace of Classic Fresh, and I'm kind of okay with that. I actually really like that. I would rather have a more condensed experience. The one thing that people have raised issues with in terms of Classic Fresh, with the timeline, is a lot of people are like, well, if Classic Fresh is condensed down into 1 year, then the issue with it being 1 year is that you have, like, basically the same loot drop rates. So it's like, well, you're still only getting the same amount of gear that people had, you know, months and months and months to farm, but now you have to do it in just, like, 2 months. And everybody's going to be less geared, everybody's going to have way more overall power going into the new patches, and it's going to make it a bit harder. So I think that I'm okay with having a more aggressive, phase schedule, if they adjust drop rates and stuff to compensate for that. So you get more gear for each boss kill than you would have, you know, in the original Classic, but things come out faster. So I think that's fine. I think that's basically a much better alternative, I guess. 2029 is when Shadowlands 9.3 comes out, and then maybe not excited about Shadowlands Classic, but what about the Activision Lawsuit Classic in 2025? Jesus Christ. I feel like by 2025 we're just gonna have, like, the Activision Lawsuit 3rd expansion or something. You know? They need to get a few more expansion packs in on their lawsuit before they actually start releasing classic lawsuits, right? But at this rate, it feels like every other day there's a new fucking edition, so who knows? We'll get there. Imagine clicking your food. Oh, should I keybind my food? I have to keybind my food now. Oh, boy. How dare I? Yes. I know you're joking. I just thought that was funny. WoW Classic Fresh has some changes. Yes. I do like the changes. There's a food crate. Cool. WoW Classic, Classic, Classic. WoW Classic, Classic would be hashtag no changes. True. I see. If it has no new content, forget it. They have so much content that they cut. Yeah. I mean, Assuming you're talking about Classic Fresh. I mean, I don't know. I actually, honestly, new content is something I'm fine with eventually. I think starting off by just making core changes to the gameplay loop, I think is good. Chest! Yes! First one on the Blood of Paladin. I was like, that looks like a chest, but it was hard to tell from a distance. But I found one. We're getting there. But I think, like, for maybe the next season, having some sort of, like, additional content for it to draw players in would probably be a good idea. But starting off, just having something like this is, in my opinion, totally fine. What does Mana Tap actually do? Does Mana Tap do damage? Like, so if I have this buff, it says it charges me with arcane energy. Does this actually buff me at all, or does it just interact with Arcane Torrent? Because I know that Arcane Torrent gets an additional benefit for each charge of Mana Tap I have, but I'm curious if just sitting on these 3 charges actually helps me at all, or if it's just there to show what I can do when I pop Arcane Torrent. Let's see what we got. I can add this to my bars. Cool. Do you still need a subscription to play Classic? Yes. I mean, that's the only thing that you actually need to play Classic, right? You don't need to do anything else. It's just the subscription. So, yeah. A little bit nice in that regard. Aha. I knew I was looking for something like that. Yeah, it's Grimscale Pirates, so I need 6 of the cargo. I still need to get more armaments. Activision lawsuit patch 3.0, Wrath of the Accused. Oh, that's good. That's fucking good. Jesus Christ. That another one? Okay, I literally had to do a double take there. I'm like, there's no way 2 chests that close together? That's fucking crazy. All right. I mean, it may be just a low-level chest, which doesn't really have anything good, but I'm still here for it, man. Fuck yeah. You like the changes to Classic Fresh? Yeah, absolutely. People don't bind consumables to the right bar? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess, like, in theory, I could bind it here. It's just on retail, I have way too many keybinds. And especially later on, in Classic, I'm going to have a ton of keybinds and other items and stuff like that as is. So, like, on my warrior, I have my food just sitting on here. Because I don't need to use it in combat. Like, I keybind my bandages, I keybind my potions. Anything that I need to use in combat, I keybind. But for me, if I don't need to use something in combat, and I can just, you know, out of combat, whatever, just press a button and use it, it's not too big of a deal. The main reason to keybind is obviously having high APM and good reaction time is essential when you're fighting something. What the fuck? Why did... What? Somebody's gonna have to explain to me what the fuck just happened. Why did all the Murlocs just run away in fear? That's weird. You bind endgame food, but binding leveling food is weird? Yeah. That's fair. Wait, I'm almost dead. Fuck. I was not paying attention at all. Whoops. I don't know why I thought I had full HP going into that fight. But for some reason I was under the impression that I was like perfectly safe, and then I just ate shit. Yeah. That's what you get for reading chat instead of paying attention. Ah, shit. Every good player keybinds everything, yeah. Yeah, you gotta keybind the toys that do nothing for you. Very true, Nakasadu. More charges equals more mana from Arcane Torrent. Gotcha. I knew that. I just wasn't sure if there was any advantage to having mana tap charges aside from the mana return from Arcane Torrent. Like, I wasn't sure if it says it charges me with arcane energy. So the way that I looked at that, I was like, wait, does this like give me a buff where it's like my attacks do arcane damage or something like that? Obviously, I have no reason to think that, aside from, you know, who knows? It seems like it would be a flavorful thing to have, but I just wanted to make sure. What do I think about Classic Fresh? More reasonable difficulty as promised? Yeah, absolutely gonna play Classic Fresh. So I said this earlier, but if you're just joining the stream now, I will 100% be playing Classic Fresh. I'm very excited for it. I will be playing a Feral Druid tank. That is my plan right now. I think the changes look good. I'm expecting more changes, just to be clear. So they have said they're going to make more changes. I expect them to continue making changes. Hopefully, I want them to make changes to, like, balance druids, ret paladins, other stuff that wasn't super viable to, you know, add more class diversity. I think that would be good. But they do that, and honestly, it's looking pretty solid. Very happy with where Classic Fresh is looking. So I will be playing that. Looks very good. And the increased difficulty is very exciting. I think that would be awesome. How hard do you think Mythic Bobby will be? Oh, yeah. No. When you get to the phase where he summons his yacht, that's going to be difficult. And then, you know, all the lawyer ads and stuff like that. Yeah. They have to be very careful about Mythic Bobby tuning. No! Please, 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 please! Oh, 1 HP! Fuck! Oh, that was way too close. Fuck me. Okay. I don't know how I'm alive. That was fucking dumb. I think I need more gear. I haven't really updated a lot of my gear. And I don't know any other spells. I forgot to train anything. I don't have Diva Aura up. I should probably do that. Yikes. On retail, you have all 12 normal keybinds, 12 shift modifiers, 12 control modifiers, and 12 alt modifiers. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's even more keybinds than I have. That's a lot. You don't go past the number 5? Yeah, people have asked me how I hit keybinds above 5. I have no problem with it. I can generally hit keys up to like 8 or so. Past 8 is where I struggle. Like, if I have something bound to 9, it's usually something I don't use a lot. No way people actually use 2 modifiers on 1 keybinds. Like shift or control shift. I only use like control plus shift on stuff that's really, really uncommon. So I usually only use multiple modifiers on a keybind if I intentionally want to make it something that's hard for me to hit. Like Bloodlust, for instance. So if I bind Bloodlust, sometimes, depending on how I'm feeling on that given day, I might put like control shift and then something else, because by doing that, it makes it much harder to fat finger it. So, you know, fat fingering Bloodlust is never a really good thing to do. That makes it less likely to happen in most cases. Oh, minor healing potion. Cool. I think I had my healing potions on my other character down to that. Do I have Judgment unlocked? I probably could learn it. I just haven't visited the trainer at all. The only new spell I learned is Diva Aura, and then I kind of just forgot that I should go back to the trainer to learn spells. So, you know, haven't picked up anything new. After I finish these quests, I'm going to go back there and grab it. It's doing it again. What the fuck? Use all the same in all 3 modifiers? Interesting. That was super lucky, yeah. The 1 HP thing was fucking crazy. Do I still need Lynx collars? I think I got them all. Oh, yeah, no, it's the pelts, and I actually don't have them all. Right, okay. So I need one more cargo. Then I need armaments, and I need 2 more pelts. Put Bloodlust on 1. Oh, man. Nakasaru, your raid team must hate you. If you're raiding. If not, then, you know, if you join a raid team, they're gonna fucking hate you. With all of your, like, super sadistic ideas. On the topic of keybinds, I've seen a few weird ones since I play. Space tab mouse wheel modifiers? Jesus. Space modifiers are weird to me. Tab too. I mean, like, tab you usually want to save for tab targeting. Space, obviously, for jumping. And, I mean, I've seen an argument to be made for mouse wheel keybinds. Some people I know use mouse wheel keybinds, and they say it's, like, really efficient once they get used to it. I have personally never been able to adjust to mouse wheel keybinds. That really trips me up, but I can understand why some people might like it. I could see how it would be really, like, efficient and quick to use. But yeah, not my cup of tea, that's for sure. Okay, I need to heal here. Judgment is a must-have? Yeah. I'll definitely make sure to pick everything up when I next head to town. I just kind of... It slipped my mind. It's been a very, very, very long time since I've leveled a new character in Classic. Farthest I ever got was like level 15 on my alts. Like, whoa, don't want to mess with that. Yeah, so obviously, if you missed the earlier streams, I don't know how many people are just joining in now. My main on Classic is a currently almost level 64 Arms Warrior. I main Prot, but I've been leveling his arms now, at the recommendation of a lot of people. So, like, when I'm leveling my warrior through TBC, I've basically already trained all my stuff, and I can level for hours without actually gaining a level, right? So, you know, I'm not used to, at this point, having to go back to town to relearn stuff. Basically, every single time I stop playing for the day, and then I relog and, you know, go back to Orgrimmar to check my options, I'm like, oh yeah, I should probably learn whatever new skill I get at this level. So I've been doing it as like a daily routine. I go back and learn new skills. So the idea of having to constantly check back in on my trainer is just something that completely slipped my mind. But I never actually finished leveling a second character on Classic. I tried it. I got around to like leveling a mage up to 15. But it was just one of those things where I kind of got bored of it. I was like, I'd rather just play my warrior more. And I was planning on playing an alt in Classic later on, but I just never really found the time to play Classic again. But, you know, now that I'm playing BC more, I have more free time. I figured this is a good opportunity. I should say on that note, speaking of having more free time, so I know I said that before I was going to change my upload schedule. So I am now changing my upload schedule a lot. In terms of, I'm not just going down to 3 uploads a week. I am going down to question mark uploads a week. What I kind of realized is the reason why I wanted to lower the amount of uploads. I realized I got into this mindset of I need to get a video out every single day rather than I want to get this video out today. So when I can look at a video and be like excited for it and say, I really want to make this video, I really want to make a video about X, then it's easier for me to be motivated about it, and it's easier for me to actually like want to continue doing the editing and recording and stuff like that. And it also means there's more passion put into it. If I'm really excited about the concept of a video that I'm doing, shit, canceled that by accident. If like I have a video concept that I'm really excited for, then, you know, I think it's gonna do better. I'll put more effort into it. There'll be more passion behind it. It'll probably turn out better. You fucking kidding me? What the fuck is my luck right now? Alright, sure. It literally just spawned in front of me. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. But yeah, so basically I kind of realized that I was just putting out videos for the sake of putting out videos. Now, I don't think that the videos I put out were bad. I was still critical of the videos that I was putting out. Like, if I thought it wasn't good, I would scrap it and I would do something else. So every single video that I've uploaded, I am at least happy with, and I think it was good. But being a good video isn't enough. I think I should make sure my videos are great. Like, up to my standards where I'm like, this is a really good video. Like, examples recently is I was really, really happy with the Edgemasters forum post one. I basically, the video wasn't even that long and stuff, but I actually did spend a lot of time recording it and basically, doing retakes and stuff of certain sections to basically get the voice right and stuff and make it, in my opinion, a more fun thing to watch. So that actually took a lot of time, and I put a lot of effort into it, and in my opinion, it shows. I think it was a really fun video for me to record, and I think the fact that I actually enjoyed recording it and thought it was a genuinely good... What the fuck, man? Are you shitting me right now? Okay. Alright. But I think the fact that I actually had a lot more fun recording it made it a better video. So what I'm going to start doing going forward is, I'm not saying I'm not going to upload videos. What I am saying is that I'm only going to upload videos when I think that the video is ready. So if I think that I have a good video idea, and I'm like, this will be good, people will enjoy watching this, I enjoy making this, and, you know, I do the proper editing to make it like a really, really, truly good video, then I will post it. So streams are unchanged. I'm still going to be streaming on Saturday and Sunday. In fact, I would be streaming more often if it wasn't for classes. The problem is, even though I have free time outside of classes, I have at least one class on every day except Wednesday. Initially, I was thinking of streaming on Wednesdays too, but it's just a little bit tricky to, like, you know, set up a stream in the middle of the day, and, like, it's a weekday, right? So if I was able to regularly stream on multiple weekdays, then I would think that would be fine. But the fact that most of my streams would be on weekends, and then there would just be one random stream on a weekday, just I don't think would work too well. So if I could stream, for instance, on, like, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, that would be good. And I would do that and then have, like, Monday and Friday as a day off. But I can't do that because I have Tuesday classes and I have Thursday classes. So it just is what it is. I would stream more, but my classes literally prevent that. Even if I have time for video editing, you know, for streams, you need to be able to set aside an uninterrupted chunk of time, and classes prevent that. So I will still be doing Saturday and Sunday streams as normal. That isn't changing whatsoever. It was only maybe going to change today, so it started late today. I guess if you missed that part, it started late today because my computer died, so I had to get a new computer to actually be able to stream today, which is why you might notice the video quality isn't the best. I only had a few hours to set it up in time, so video quality should hopefully be back to normal by tomorrow once I tinker with OBS after stream and, like, fix it up a little bit. But overall, people have said it's fine. But I would rather make less videos that I am more proud of. So that's what you can expect in terms of video uploads going forward. Because I have also said, I talked about this a lot more in my Discord. So, you know, obviously, if you're one of the people that's active in my Discord, you obviously know what I'm talking about here. If you want to join my Discord, just add me, Haraldin, #2316 on Discord. Add me, just say, like, hey, I'd like to join the Discord, and I will throw you an invite. You know, nothing. You don't need to ask anything else, right? That's it. So I've been having a lot of fun talking to a lot of you guys in Discord, by the way. That's actually really enjoyable. But anyway, so I mentioned in my Discord about how recently I actually went back and unlisted a lot of my videos. In fact, I think about 2/3 of my videos now are unlisted. And that's because looking over a lot of the older ones, they aren't necessarily bad, but I definitely think that some of my videos are better than others. And when YouTube recommends one of my videos, I'd rather recommend a video that I am, like, more proud of, that I'm like, yeah, I definitely think somebody would enjoy this more, than one where I'm like, it's not bad, but I just don't think it's my best work, right? So I've unlisted a lot of them. In fact, one of the ones that I actually did unlist was the first ever video I made. So my original Volpera Hunter speedrun is now unlisted on YouTube. You can still watch it. In fact, I linked it in the description of the guide, which the guide is obviously still up because I still think that was a great video. I still stand by that. It's obviously my most popular video. But in the description, I basically say, in the description and in the pinned comment, I'm like, if you want to see the run that this footage was taken from, you can find it here. It's still on YouTube, but now it won't appear in people's recommended. Because the problem is, that guy, or that video, that speedrun, first of all, I've since beaten that record, but also, it was a while ago. It was the first video I made. The audio and video quality isn't great. And I've not only done runs that are way cleaner than that one, like my world record Druid run, which is still up because I am very proud of that one, but a lot of the commentary on it is actually kind of dated. So the problem with a lot of the commentary is I'm talking about like what I think Shadowlands will be like. And I'm actually kind of a bit more fair to Blizzard on, I don't think Shadowlands will be that bad, etc., etc., XYZ. And, well, we all know how that turned out, so the commentary just doesn't really hold up. Not because I think it was bad for its time, but because obviously it's just like, I have egg on my face now because of the, kind of apologizing I did for Shadowlands early on. So I'd rather, people watch a speedrun as like their first introduction to me that is actually representative of the quality of videos that I can put out now, if that makes sense. And going forward, I would like to maintain that trend of only putting out a video if I think, like if this is somebody's first introduction to my content, would they actually be like, yeah, this is a good video? Would it actually stand up to the other videos that I've created? And that's all that to say, that is what I'm trying to do going forward. So, let me catch up on, whatchamacallit, chat. That was a long one. Oh yeah, I've fallen behind a bit. Let's see. Modifier plus ASD is stupid? Yeah. No keybinds, voice command in all your abilities? Jesus. I only troll LFR and you pug, not in the guilds? I see. I mean, hey, trolling LFR is definitely a fun way to play the game, right? What can I get off this? I mean, might as well, but I'm not going to use it. Okay, those bracers would be an upgrade. Nice. Okay, so I just need to do one more quest here, and then I can head back to town and train abilities. M5 for mounts and M4 for raid buffs or cat stealth? Yeah, that makes sense. I like that mouse wheel for mounting, but you have all the side clicks and shit too. Yeah, that makes sense. Mounting, I could see that being used for. And then Teedon said mouse wheel is good for stuff like Heroic Strike, which you can spam. That's very fair as well. Yeah. I've seen people use it for things like that. I do not have an MMO mouse. I used to have an MMO mouse, and then it broke. And since then, I haven't gotten a new one, so... I never really adjusted super well to having all the buttons on the side. I only used a few of them. So, It would be nice to have one, but I'm not, like, super concerned about getting it. This mouse is okay. The only issue I have with this mouse is the scroll wheel is broken. So if I try to scroll, like, in and out, it, like, gets all fucky and stuff. That's the only thing I dislike about it. Otherwise, it's fine. Use mouse wheel for your Blessing of Freedom. You want to play... Yeah, that makes sense. You want to play other characters, but only started playing Classic constantly in the last 3 or so months. Yeah. I would say for your first character in Classic, it's good to give it time to breathe. Just, get invested in that one character. Get established. Like, one of the nice things is it's much easier for me to actually level more characters because I just mailed myself over 250 gold and 4 runecloth bags. This is going to make leveling much, much easier. So, it's better to have one established character and get like a decent amount of golds than to just level up a bunch of characters in tandem. Same thing goes for retail as well if you're new to it. Could you post a how-to ASMR tutorial video of eating a whole turkey? What? Love, you have the strangest video suggestions. God damn. you would enjoy more forum post videos. I absolutely will make more forum post videos. Glad to hear Nakasadu said Edgemasters 1 was hilarious. Yes, so the forum post videos I absolutely do plan to continue making. And I don't know when I'll do that, but one of the ones I want to do is cover people's reactions to Classic Fresh. So I discussed on my Discord that I was initially planning on doing that. I recorded a few takes on it, and I just wasn't happy with it. But that was more just because I was kind of exhausted when I was recording it. I thought the content of the video was funny, but I couldn't do the narration or deliver the lines in the way that I wanted to because I was just so tired when I was recording it. So I was like, I need to do this another time. This is going to be tricky. How am I going to do this? Please don't chain pull. Okay, that's fine. If it's just that. I'll respond to more comments in a second. I just need to make sure I don't fuck this up. Oh, resisted? Well, that's not good. I mean, I still have a potion, so we're fine there. I love that how, like, at this level... doing stuff in Classic WoW is just like Auto Attack Simulator. It's just like, you know, high-octane gameplay. I don't even have my hands on the keyboard. I'm just watching my character attack. It's kind of fun, though. You know, I'm basically just cheering my character on as, like, she slams her sword into the enemy. Alright, now I'll eat up, and I'll jump down. Don't you love having 3 dodges in a row with a two-hander? Fuck, yeah, I know, right? But yeah, so there will be another forum post video. In fact, there are 2 forum post videos that I absolutely do... I'm alive. Okay. 2 forum post videos I have planned. One is going to be just a regular WoW general discussion forum post thing. There are some absolutely wild forum posts that I have bookmarked, where on their own, they're not enough to fill a video. But they're so fucking funny that there's no way I couldn't put them in there. So I have like a bunch of random posts that are just absolutely fucking hilarious that I would want to just cover in a general discussion video. So absolutely I will do one of those just as a general thing. But the next one I do will probably cover like the initial working title that I had for it, which I'll probably still go with because I thought it was a good title, is WoW Forums versus Classic Fresh, or something like that. And then read through people's opinions. Because there's, like, some people who are like, thank you, Blizzard, I think world buffs were bad for the game, and I'm glad you removed them. And somebody else comes in and is like, because you're a fucking casual! You don't understand that world buffs are holding Classic together, and without them, the game will be dead. And that is, like, half of the forums. And it's so good. So, I really wanted to record it. It's just, I haven't really had time. I tried to record it on, I think, Thursday, and I was exhausted, and then I was gonna try to record it again yesterday, and, well, my computer died, so that made that a bit difficult, right? But when I get a chance, I do want to do another attempt at recording the second part of the forums, because I thought that was a good video. A lot of people liked it. I had a lot of fun making it, so I will absolutely continue with those. But, yeah, so this is where I buy the fireworks, right? Yep. Awesome. Then I can vendor some of this stuff. I'll keep linen cloth, why not? Get rid of this. Lynx meat. Yeah, I'll hold on to it. Rusty Cinder Eye Sword, yeah. Toss that. Throw this in here, and... good to go. Now I need to find the Paladin trainer before I do anything else. Why are some of my TBC leveling vids unlisted? Good question. So, if you are curious, I will say, just as a general rule of thumb, if you're curious as to why some of my videos are unlisted, I do actually encourage you to join my Discord, because I posted a very, very, very long breakdown of why I enlisted, like, a lot of different videos. I went into, like, each type of video, and I'm like, why is this type of video unlisted? Here's why. And my logic behind each one. If you're curious about, like, multiple different ones, it is explained there. But I will say, the reason specifically for the TBC ones, and it's not just the TBC ones, that falls into a broader category of I enlisted any part 2s. So, any leveling videos that are like a part 2 or like a longer leveling series, I enlisted. So, any sort of speed run, right? That has a part 2, the part 2 is now unlisted. A good example would be my my Druid speedrun. So Alliance Druid 10 to 60 speedrun. The part 2 actually has about 3,500 views, which isn't bad, but part 1 has like almost 10,000 views, and it's doing way better. Because the reality is, part 2s will not do well in YouTube algorithm searches. Very few people want to join in halfway through the journey. A lot of people, if they see a leveling through TBC Classic thing for the first time, they might be like, yeah, that sounds interesting, I'll check it out. And they'll click on it. But if they see part 2 of leveling through TBC Classic for the first time, they're going to be like, yeah, I'd rather just watch part 1. And here's the thing. If they don't click on that, then that hurts that video's performance. It hurts its click-through rate. It hurts my channel's overall click-through rate. So it is very much a YouTube algorithm thing. But here is the logic, right? In every single one of those cases, I haven't gotten around to all of them yet, so some of them I still do plan on going in and making the path through more clear. But in most of those cases, I've gone through, and first of all, it's on the end screen. So if you finish the run, on the end screen is part 2, or the next part, if it's a longer series type of thing. And in the other thing I've done is I've made pinned comments where I'm like, hey, part 2 is now unlisted, but you can still watch it here. So you're still able to watch all of that. So presumably, the people that would want to actually watch a part 2 are the people that finished part 1. And if you finished part 1, you're probably going to go, hey, I want to go watch part 2 now. I want to find it. So if you take even the slightest amount of time to find it, I have all the links there. It's in the description, it's in the pinned comment, it's at the end screen. It's very easy to actually find. I even have playlists with them all ordered properly. So if you're watching it through the playlist, it's right there. It continues into the next video. So people who want to find it will be able to find it. The entire point is that stuff like that, second parts or longer series, do not perform well in terms of YouTube recommendations. But the issue with that is if YouTube decides to be stupid and recommends like part 3 of a series to somebody without them having actually watched part 1 and part 2, they're highly likely going to just say, why would I want to watch this? It's part 3 of a series that I have never seen anything of. They're not going to click on it, and then it's going to hurt my channel overall. My impressions, my recommendations just go down, and then I just get less views overall. So even if in theory somebody might enjoy that series, they will never end up seeing it because YouTube will be stupid and recommend them part 3 instead of part 1. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's something I did a lot of research into over the past month. And I found multiple different channels and stuff saying that this is a thing that YouTube does, basically recommending the same thing of, you want to maybe unlist some of your weaker videos so that, YouTube recommends it, because everything's still on there. None of my videos are privated. Everything is still on my channel. And I've tried to sort my channel and design it in such a way that if you want to find it, it's easy. It's just, this is all targeted at recommended videos, at recommendations and stuff like that. So that's why some of the TBC stuff is unlisted. It's still there. There's a playlist, TBC Leveling. You can still watch it very easily. It's still on my channel and linked in the appropriate places. It just won't now get recommended when it shouldn't be. So, long-winded explanation, but that is something that I did spend a lot of time thinking about, and that is my reasoning for why I chose to do that. That is my logic behind it. So I'd hope that does make some sense to people. And it's not easy to do, admittedly. I really struggled when it came to unlisting my my original Volpera Hunter speedrun, because that video has 140,000 views. It's a lot. So unlisting that video, which at the time I was very proud of and I was very happy with, was difficult. It was really hard for me to actually come to terms with the fact that I probably should do this for the health of the channel. But I have noticed that my overall click-through rate has gone up. And I think that's because a lot of the videos that, maybe aren't the best now aren't diluting the pool of what YouTube is actually recommending to people. The YouTube algorithm is weird. It's something that, I'm going to be honest, I ignored for the longest time. I didn't really want to care too much about it, and I still don't want to focus on it too much. One of the biggest traps that you can obviously get into as like somebody who's making videos on YouTube, as a content creator, I hate using that word, but I guess, yeah, as a content creator, right, is focusing too much on the algorithm. It's basically putting this huge emphasis on only doing things that benefit you in the YouTube algorithm. And at the end of the day, I still want to make videos that I enjoy. I still want to focus on content that I have fun making, that people enjoy watching. But in terms of like minor tweaks that I could do like that to help me in the algorithm and stuff, if it doesn't impact anybody and it doesn't decrease the quality of my content, then I'm fine with it. So long rant about the YouTube algorithm there, but that's what led to those changes. So it wasn't just those TBC Classic videos. A lot of things fell into that broader category of unlisting part 2s. More edited content similar to somebody like Uber Danger. I don't know who Uber Danger is, unfortunately. But I definitely am, in terms of the more edited content, yes. So, absolutely am trying to spend more time editing rather than just doing slight cuts. Like, a lot of the highlights are more rudimentary, like, cutting of, like, older footage and stuff like that, and just taking out, like, dead air and stuff like that, which is easy. But I want to create more well-crafted, well-edited videos. That's what I'm trying to go for. So, that is definitely the end goal with all of this stuff. Edgemaster's forum post video was amazing, but you might have lost a few brain cells reading. Yeah. Dude, so did I. Like, the best part is, like, I almost considered including it because there were periods of time where I literally, like, there was dead silence in the recording because I'm just sitting there with, like, my hands on my forehead, like, what the fuck? Literally just struggling to even process what I was reading. So, a lot of the editing that I had to do for that video, aside from I did some, like, special fade-in and fade-out effects for, like, some of the other things, but a lot of the editing in terms of, like, the footage cuts was cutting out the parts where I'm sitting there just going, like, what the fuck am I reading? That kind of thing. Because that happened a lot. There was a lot of times where while recording that, I'm just, like, flabbergasted at how the fuck these people are so stupid. So I absolutely can relate to that. I lost a lot of brain cells recording that video. That one was tough, but it was fucking funny. Oh, man. Okay. Oh god, I'm like, okay, I finally caught up, and then I realized I was scrolled up, and there's still so many more messages. I'm getting there. I'm sorry if I haven't gotten around to you yet. God, I'm so far behind. It's taking me so long to respond to everything. Okay. What is this? Oh, this is Brewfest, right? Yeah. I need to, at 6 o'clock, I need to go and get the Brewfest buff. So that is an hour. So in 1 hour, I need to go over to Brewfest and make sure I get that buff. Right. Only time you've ever used half of it, shift binded, and everything is like for 3 second, 5 second ability, a billion ago? Yeah.
Times will pass.
Let's see. Oh yeah, that quest. Okay, I remember this one. Now, I am gonna go into Silvermoon and learn abilities. I don't know where else the Paladin trainers are, but I do know for a fact that there is a Paladin trainer in Silvermoon, so I'm just gonna go there and say fuck it. I've decided to try Classic when the Fresh Realms are launched. I will have an open mind about it. You started at Kata, so let's see if you can enjoy it. Honestly, I think Classic's very fun. You just need to go into it with the right mindset. Like, I think a lot of people, there are definitely, I would say, more people than not that are very pigeonholed into retail or Classic. At least most people I know are like, don't enjoy Classic. So a lot of people I know are like retail only, and that's fine. And I've talked to a lot of people that are like Classic only, where, I mean, they used to play retail, but now they're 100% on the side of retail sucks, I'm all aboard for Classic. There aren't that many people, at least that I have personally met, that are actually kind of enjoy both games, right? There are some, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, I am one of them, right? But so many people are like in their, you know, like on their fence of like, oh, you know, this is the better game, retail's better, Classic's better. Both have their strengths and weaknesses, but they are different. And I think that, you know, you can enjoy both, you just need to enjoy them for the right reasons. And if you go in there with like tempered then then yeah, you know, you'll probably enjoy it more. I'd like to get a better weapon, preferably a usable one. Probably should have searched by that. Yeah, sure, why not? 40 silver for something that's just going to be much better. I guess I should have taken the one with strength. Fuck it. You know what? Save 5 silver. Why not? I'll replace it eventually anyway. I just want the weapon strength more than anything. Because that's going to make killing things a lot easier going forward. Why? What? How? Did I... How did... Dude, how the fuck did that even happen? I think I must have brushed the little, like, touchpad thing on this computer with my elbow. And it... Well, fuck me. I'm retarded. How did I... Okay. This time I'm going to be careful. Okay. God damn. Where's mining? I assume I learned mining somewhere around here. Fireworks vendor. Okay. Fuck. It's tailoring. I'll just talk to a guard and figure it out. It's probably trainers. I think the trainer's over here, if memory serves. It's been a while. This is what you get for not reading chat. You're just keeping me on my toes. Yeah. General forums are a constant source of content. That's very true. Yeah. Okay. Profession trainer. Mining. Yeah, okay. It's where I thought it was. What spec am I going to level Paladin as? I haven't decided. I'm probably barely going to unlock specializations in general by the time that I actually, you know, finish this stream. But I do need to start thinking about what I'm going to level as, either Ret or Prot. I'm going to do some research after stream. I'm going to figure it out. Don't know yet. Haven't decided. Choose wisely. Now, where do I buy... Yeah, it's this thing. Sun's Touched Special Reserve. Right. Cool. That was easy. Paladins and Warriors before 40 are just auto tech simulators, yeah. Algorithm Andy, yeah. If you split the speedruns into smaller parts, like 12 parts, it would do better because smaller videos plus people like series length. Yes and no. Honestly, so this might seem counterintuitive, but the longer speedruns actually perform really well for me. It seems weird, right? But whenever I do, like, I've actually found that this is something weird. A lot of people say, like, shorter videos are better. And I tried doing shorter videos, right? But maybe it's just because that's what my audience is used to. And I'd say videos that are, like, 30 minutes to, like, you know, an hour and a half long, honestly, are the ones that perform the best for me. Those videos are by far the top performers. And then the speedruns that are, like, multiple hours long do really, really well. And that's probably because, since they're very long, you know, people just kind of leave them open in the background, and it racks up a ton of watch time and stuff like that, so that probably helps it. It is strange, though. I don't understand necessarily why it happens, because that is one thing I've seen a lot of people say, shorter videos are better, and I have tried it. I've been trying it for about a month, and I can say with absolute certainty that for me, that is not the case. Apparently you guys like longer videos. Maybe not the people specifically in chat, but the general viewers really like the longer videos. Honestly, these statistics show that. And that works good for me because I like doing longer videos like that. They're fun. There's Judgment. Cool. So I'm still going to do some of the long form like speedruns and whatnot. But I do want to try to do more tightly edited videos that are like about 30 minutes bare minimum. I think those have done pretty well. But generally speaking, you could look at any YouTuber. Look at any popular YouTuber. their series are going to fall off after a few episodes. There are very few like YouTube series that I think consistently do well multiple episodes in. There are some examples, but people will eventually stop watching for a variety of reasons. Even if they enjoy it, they might just not have the time to watch an entire like multi-part video series, and they'll check out the first part and then they just won't finish and continue on to the next. But part ones will always do better. Name everything part 1 even if it's a part 2. Good idea. They may hit don't recommend channel when seeing a higher part. Exactly, yeah, Nakasadu, that's one of the main issues. So you nailed that. That's one of the main reasons why I'm trying to avoid that. Okay, I think at this point I've gotten everything I need. I can put myself on auto run while I sort out my abilities. So find minerals. I'm not going to worry about downranking just yet. Purify. Some of these keybinds may seem oddly specific, but a lot of these are similar to the keybinds I have on retail, so I'm just trying to keep my muscle memory unchanged. Divine Protection, you're protected from all physical attacks, but during this time you cannot use... Oh, so that's Bubble. Okay. I think that's what I have it bound to in retail. H. 2. Blessing of Might. Seal of the Crusader. Spirit of the Crusader for 30 seconds, granting 38 melee attack power. Paladin also attacks 40% faster, but deals less damage with each attack. Only one seal can be active at any time. Unleashing the seal's energy will judge an enemy, increasing holy damage taken by 23. Your melee strikes will refresh the spell's duration. Only one judgment can be active at any time. Interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and put Judgment on that. Okay, I'm going to need Paladins in chat. I need your help. While leveling, Seal of Righteousness, Seal of the Crusader, or do I weave them? How does that work? I know nothing about TBC Paladin. Which one's better? Hopefully I can get around to that message in a bit. Okay, let me keep catching up. Solution is obviously to use 0 for part 1 and 1 for part 1. Part 0 and part 1. Oh god. Nakasadu's getting, like, way too meta with the shit. Treat it like computer variable naming. Yes, very true. If you don't like content creator, we could call you a prostitute instead. Thank you, love. That actually is quite fitting. Uber Danger and Barney64 were 2 other big guys for classic content. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of classic videos. Even when I played classic, I didn't watch a lot of classic WoW content, I guess. Would it be here? Springpaw Appetizers? Yep, there we go. Just what I was looking for. Okay, so this is the area with the Amani trolls. He didn't quit, fairly sure he's still on Grob. Gotcha. Did I just destroy... Yes. I just caught up to where I fucking destroyed the sword. Yes, yes, yes. That was me destroying the fucking sword because I'm a fucking idiot. You liked Classic more. There was nothing you had to grind to keep you up. You could just log in for a while. Not log in for a while. Yeah. TBC you haven't enjoyed because of the rep grinds. That's fair. Yeah. I've heard people complain about that. Alright. 15 to 25 minute vids perform best from what I remember. So a lot of the 15 to 25 minute videos that I've done, and including like even the short ones, they'll do really well in the short term. So a lot of those shorter videos, when I release them, do well. And then they fall off completely. People just don't watch them as consistently, and the YouTube algorithm doesn't promote them. I don't know why. Honestly, it is a strange trend, but I don't understand why they do really well at first and then they fall off. But I need to report to her. Then let's see. So kill some Amani guys, and then kill the Spearcrafter Otembe. Alright. Guess we're going over to the Amani place. But yeah, it is definitely strange that those videos perform that way. But yeah, it has been weird where I've noticed that, yeah, like you're saying, Nakasaru, those shorter ones get a lot of views at the start and then just tank, right? They literally will go days at a time getting 0 views later on. But the thing with the longer videos is they don't get as many views at the start. But then over time, they get more consistent viewership. And then they gradually continue to do well. So I don't really know why that's the case, but, you know, that just is how it is. Why can't I use judgment? Oh, so if I judge an enemy, it cancels my seal and I have to reapply it. Ah, that's cool. I actually like that. That's neat. You go to sleep to long speedruns? Yeah, I would imagine that's why they do well. I think a lot of people do the same, and that really helps the watch time. You like live or long live streams over long videos? Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the advantages of this too. Even after I'm done, the live streams are still there. So people who enjoy the long live streams can watch it live, and then people who enjoy long videos can watch the recording on YouTube. All of them are still on there, except some of my really old live streams, the really, really old ones, I have taken those down. Those are the only videos that are no longer available at all. Everything else you can still find. Like, this video will still be on there. I'll keep it posted for a while. Depending on how it does, I might unlist it after a while. This seems like the kind of thing that probably wouldn't perform super well long term. We'll see, though. A lot of stuff that does well as a stream doesn't necessarily do well as a video recording, so it's hard to say for sure. But yeah, we'll see. See how we go with that. You like being able to have something on in the background. You like the long vids. They're nice to watch, listen to while you're grinding on FF14 and RuneScape. Yeah, for sure. I love long videos as well. I usually, I don't watch speedruns while I'm looking for long videos to watch. I watch a lot of speedruns and stuff, but usually for me, the times when I watch long speedruns, those are I watch them before I go to sleep, and then when I'm actually about to fall asleep, I actually turn it off and save it. Usually that's the type of thing I watch when I'm killing time. I like watching video essays and stuff in the background. One of the ones that I've been watching a lot recently over the past few months is The Right Opinion. Has a lot of hour to 5 hour in some cases long video essays. And those are really good to just put on in the background and just have something to listen to that I don't need to actively watch, but I can still, engage with by understanding what he's saying and stuff like that. In the background while I do other stuff. So videos like that are the type of things that I like to watch in the background that I find really enjoyable to listen to. Long vids are good for grinds, yeah. Use Seal of Righteousness? Gotcha. That one seemed to be that it would be better, right? I figured this would be better just because adding auto attack damage or flat damage has always seemed like it's pretty good. Zul Mirash. He's across the lake. Alright. Let me check for chests. Okay. Playing New World right now, and it feels like Breath of the Wild again. The exploration is incredible. Yeah, I mean, I've heard good things about New World, right? A lot of people have told me that, once you get past the long queue times, it's actually a fun game. But I heard that even in beta. The main reason that I'm not playing New World is just the endgame content doesn't seem fleshed out yet. So Well, I'm sure that if I played it, I would probably enjoy it, like, to a moderate degree. It's just not the kind of thing that I really want to invest time in when I prefer doing endgame content. So, if I played New World, from what everybody is telling me, I would probably have a lot of fun for, like, I don't know, however long. What is that? Torwatha. Ooh. I didn't even realize there was, like, that big area up there. That's cool. I thought that was Zulaman for a second. I was like, I don't remember Zulaman being in Elwyn or Eversong Forest. I thought it was in the Ghostlands. That actually looks pretty sick. I forgot how cool this zone was. But yeah, so I've heard good things about New World. The only issue is, if I wasn't, like, super busy, like, honestly, if I wasn't doing YouTube, I would probably be playing New World. I know that might seem contradictory, right? It's like, well, wouldn't you want to play New World for, like, the content and stuff? But I'm honestly enjoying making different types of content more. So, presumably, right, if I wasn't doing, like, streaming and stuff, I would have a lot more free time. And in that free time, I might check out New World just for the hell of it. But if I'm actually playing New Worlds, like, seriously, while I'm streaming and stuff like that, and I need to make, like, content for it, I just feel like I would get bored too quickly. So, it's the kind of thing that, like, I might be willing to check out, like, offhandedly, but if I were to play New World, I'd probably want to, like, actually make videos about it, and right now, just doesn't seem like there's enough that I would enjoy making videos about. Not to say you can't. In fact, I mentioned this on a previous stream or video or something, but two of my friends that I played with in Nathria, well, I've been playing with them for years, but the only way that I think people on the channel would recognize them is if you watch the streams back in, like, Castle Nathria and stuff. They were officers on my raid team. And they are playing New World, and they started their own YouTube channel. So their channel is called Zug and Bug, I guess, if you feel like checking them out, like liking their videos or something. You know, I feel okay promoting my friend's channel. Obviously, it's not like everybody. I'm not saying, like, oh yeah, make sure you go and like their videos, blah, blah, blah. But I guess if you are enjoying New Worlds and you're looking for, like, you know, decently edited PvP compilations that are, like, fun to watch, I don't really know much about New World, and I checked out their channel, and I'm like, yeah, you know, their editing is good. The only thing I told them, I told my friend, I was like, hey, you know, your editing is really good. Your videos are good. I'm like, you gotta be a bit more clickbaity. So I told them, like, you know, make your thumbnails, like, a bit juicier. Make the titles, like, catchier and stuff like that. I'm like, because your content clearly is good. I don't know much about New World, but I can see that they're good videos. So I was like, yeah, for sure. Just, like, make, like, you know, more... not bad clickbait, but just, like, good clickbait. Like, what is it that, like, Veritasium called it? Type 1 clickbait, right? Like, that kind of stuff. So I'm like, yeah, just, you know, make, like, more, like, grab your attention type of thumbnails. But overall, I thought, you know, they're really good at video editing and stuff. So overall, I thought it was cool. They even told me they're thinking of making lore videos for New World. So they were telling me about some of the different stories that you can find if you read, like, the logbooks in New World. And, like, they were saying, like, there's this really crazy backstory for one of, like, the most popular zones that a lot of people don't know about. And they thought about creating a video, basically reading through those logbooks and telling the story of this, like, one zone. And when they told me what the story was, I'm like, hey, that sounds really cool. Like, if I was really into New World and I didn't know that and I saw a video about that, I'd be like, that's sick. You know, that's the kind of thing that I would enjoy. So I'm like, absolutely, you should make videos like that. So I guess something to check out, my friend's channel, if you're interested in New World. Zug and Bug is what they're called right now. You know, they are making a lot of good New World content, right? Any sort of new game is just a goldmine for new content, because nobody's done it before, right? New game, new chance to make it big on YouTube, right? And in theory, if I just wanted to hit the algorithm, I could be doing that. And for the record, not shit-talking my friends, I'm not saying that's what they're doing. They have been genuinely excited about New World, and for what I know about them, they really love PvP. So both of those friends, like the ones that are doing YouTube, are absolute PvP fiends, right? That's been always, like, more of their thing. They've played raids before, like, they're really good Mythic Raiders and whatnot, but they were always more on, like, the PvP side of things. So because of that, New World really appealed to them, whereas for me, it didn't really grab me, because that's never been my thing. So if I was super invested in PvP, I would probably be more likely to actually play New World, right? But well, I'm not. But there definitely is good content to be made. Let me scroll up again. Maybe you should play Genshin Impact. I don't understand the whole thing about anniversary gems, but I'm sure it's very funny if I would understand it. You're min-maxing the content the viewers watch. Yeah, I'm min-maxing YouTube. Exactly, Nakasadu. What can I say? You know, at this point, it's like, it's hardwired into me. I gotta min-max everything. That's just how I am, alright? You love long video game analytics of Dark Souls or Bloodborne? Some are 12 plus hours. Really? That sounds interesting. Haven't watched those, but I could see that being interesting. You want to give New World a couple weeks to see if it's hype or if it's actually good? I mean, so, what I've heard... I'll just greed roll on this. Honestly, I don't think New World's just hype, right? New World's... It seems like it's exactly what it's presenting itself as. It's an open world, like, semi-sandbox PvP MMO. There's really nothing else to it. I think, like, you know, they haven't made any outrageous claims. Like, nothing about New World, they've been like, oh yeah, New World's gonna be the next big thing. New World's gonna revolutionize MMOs. In fact, I think one of the things that I kind of respect about the Amazon Game Studio, and why I kind of can give New World some credit, is at no point have they tried to, like, market New World as something that it isn't. I've watched a lot of gameplay of New World, and everything that people have been saying New World is, it is. But at the same time, New World isn't anything special. That's not bad. I'm not saying that New World is a bad game because it doesn't do anything special, but New World is basically exactly what it's advertised as. If you're interested in a sandbox PvP MMO, you'll probably like New World. It seems like it's a pretty good game for that. That personally is not something that I enjoy, so I don't really think I'll have a lot of fun with New World as it stands. But, you know, people who enjoy that type of content have been saying it's good. So I don't really think that any of the hype about New World is unrealistic, right? Like, take a game like Cyberpunk, for instance. Cyberpunk is my classic example of, that game was called, like, the game to end all games. Some people were telling me it's going to be, like, the greatest game of all time. It's going to have all of these, like, batshit crazy features that no game has ever had before. And I'm like, no, it's fucking not. You know? It's not like Cyberpunk is magically going to just shatter every single game on the planet in terms of, like, records and whatnot. Like, oh, it's going to do everything that every other game has ever done, but 5 times better. Like, no. That's just unrealistic. New World hype has never been unrealistic, I don't think. They've never tried to peddle this idea that it's a game of anything about the game that it isn't, I guess. It's been very honest in terms of how it's been marketed, and I think that's good. I think that creates a more realistic expectation for people in it, and overall, I think the game has benefited from that. I think that, honestly, it's better to be completely upfront about what your game is. You know, you don't have to try to make the best game ever. You don't have to try to act like your game is going to be the best thing ever made. Just act like, you know, this is what my game does. It's good at what it does. If you like this type of game, you'll enjoy it, and then people will play it. And if it's good, they'll recommend it to other people, right? It's that simple. So, I may not be playing New World, but I can honestly sit here and say that everything I've seen about New World, it seems like it's a good game. It's a good game that is designed for someone not me. It's designed for a different type of player, and that's okay, you know? Not every game is going to appeal to every type of person. And that's just how it is. But I haven't seen anything to lead me to believe that New World is a bad game or doesn't deliver on any of the promises it makes. Let me catch up a little bit. Keep saying that, but whew. You don't like the thought of doing the exact same thing at level 1 as you are at 60, which is what New World seems like? Yeah, and for some people, they enjoy that level of just grindy, like grinding content and PvP. Like, I think for the people who enjoy PvP content, right, it doesn't matter what level it is. You know, PvP is always changing. It doesn't matter if you're in a level 1v1 PvP fight or a level 60v60 PvP fight. it's the thrill of actually killing another player and engaging in that like high octane gameplay of one-on-one combat, or even like 5v5 combat, like group. I forget what they're called. I've heard people talk about it, but there's like these big battles that you can fight over territory in New World, and like that stuff. I mean, it's repetitive, but for the people who enjoy that core gameplay loop, they're probably going to have a lot of fun with New World. And from what I've been told, they are. But once again, I agree with you, Nakasadu, that is just not the type of thing I enjoy. I enjoy more tailored experiences. I enjoy raids because each boss is like tailor-made with a set of mechanics in mind that are meant to provide you with a challenge. I don't hate PvP content in most games. I'll dabble in it usually, but I tend to get bored or frustrated because if I play something that's like maybe not the meta, it's much harder. It's much harder to play off-meta things in PvP than it is in PvE. Because if you play something off-meta in PvE, you're just a slight few damage percents behind the other player. But if you do that in PvP, then you're just going to get your fucking teeth kicked in, and you're going to have a miserable experience. So it's tricky. World PvP seems fun. Yeah, I mean, World PvP, as far as I know, is the game. It is New World. It is a game built around World PvP. So, yeah. Looks like you're ready to get beaten up by mobs again. I don't know which one you were talking about, but it looks like I did pretty good. Because I don't think that happened just recently. Let's go with the bow. Unfortunately, I hate not having my vendor price add-on. It's really screwing with me. Alright, now it's time to take a hike across the continent. Or at least the zone. But you know what I mean. When it comes to exploration in games, No Man's Sky has been my absolute favorite. I've put 209 hours into the game just exploring planets and doing nothing else. Yeah, like, I've heard good things about No Man's Sky in recent years. Obviously, despite the bad launch, I have watched Internet Historian's video on it, and I think that did a really good job documenting the changes they've made. Overall, it seems like they have made the game a lot better. And for people who enjoy that, it does seem like a good game. Once again, yeah, for me, that's just not my cup of tea. I like exploration to an extent, but to me, it needs to have a purpose. Like, I like exploring for a bit, but then after a while, I'm like, okay, I've had fun exploring. Who do I need to kill now? That's kind of how I enjoy doing it, I guess. So, like, wandering around World of Warcraft zones is fun for like an hour or two, but then eventually I need something to do. I need a task. I need a goal to progress towards. That is just how I enjoy playing games and engaging with them. Same kind of thing, like, I guess Minecraft is another classic example of a sandbox, game. I guess Minecraft, in some ways, it's technically an MMO. It feels weird calling Minecraft an MMO because it's not very traditional compared to what most other MMOs are, but it is an MMO. But Minecraft, when I play it, I don't enjoy just wandering around and exploring. Minecraft is actually one of the few cases where I actually do enjoy PvP. But in Minecraft, it depends. Really, I enjoy just kind of... I don't play Minecraft for extended periods of time. It's one of those games that, like, every year or two, I'll pop back in, play it for, like, a week with my friends, and then, we stop playing, we get bored, that kind of thing. And honestly, one of the nice things about Minecraft is because, you have people building stuff, my favorite thing to do on Minecraft is to go on a PvP, like open world PvP type of server, and then I just explore the world. That is the one case where I like exploration, specifically because you never know what you're going to find. One of the coolest parts about exploring the world in Minecraft is you might come across some like old faction base that somebody built up. And it's like in complete shambles and stuff. And having to navigate and like climb across all of these ruined buildings that people built that have been ruined by like TNT explosions, there's like a feeling that I get that isn't replicated in any other game. Because it's like you're genuinely exploring the remnants of like a lost city, I guess. But it was an actual city that people created in the game, though. But they lived there at one point. At one point, there were people in that building playing around there, and now it's just this bombed out, like, shell of its former self. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you find like random chests that people forgot to loot. There's like, you know, iron or, you know, diamonds and stuff in there, and it's just, it's so cool. That's definitely my favorite way to play Minecraft, just exploring like the ruined remains of like old bases on PvP servers. I think that's really fun. And then especially every once in a while, if like I get my friends to play with me, one of my friends is like really big on just crafting and hoarding tons of materials. So he will go out there and he will just spend hours and hours and hours mining and non-stop getting like tons of valuable resources. And then I come back to like whatever base we set up, and he has like the thing completely expanded. He has like chests lining the wall full of like materials that he managed to mine. Dude's an absolute fucking madman when it comes to that stuff. But then he basically gets shit tons of like gunpowder and other useful materials, and then I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna take the materials you made or you got, I'm gonna craft armor, and I'm gonna go out and, you know, find some unlooted base and stuff and collect more materials that way. Like, that's my preferred way of doing it. And the best part about Minecraft PvP servers, in my opinion, is TNT cannons. That is like so much fun for me. I mean, who doesn't love blowing shit up, right? It's just so much fun to, you know, light TNT up and then watch it explode. There's just like this, you know, little sadistic gremlin in your brain that's like, ha 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 ha, destruction, right? I think most people have that. So one of my favorite things to do is to find like some well-fortified base once like me and my friends have gotten established on a Minecraft server. We haven't done this in years, unfortunately. It's been hard to coordinate our schedules, but back in the day, we'd find like this really well-fortified base that people built, and I would build a TNT cannon and just lob absolutely excessive amounts of TNT at these people's bases and just blow it to smithereens. And it was beautiful. Some of the bases that we managed to destroy were great. And even then, some of the cases where, like, you manage to, with the TNT you have, like, construct a breach in their base, and then having to, like, fight into that breach, and then, like, navigate through their base, and quickly, like, loot all the stuff you can before they respawn and, like, chase you out and whatnot, or call their friends back. It was fun. That's one of the few games where I actually really fucking enjoyed doing PvP stuff. Minecraft is definitely a game like no other in that regard. But honestly, the destruction element of it, like the destroyable terrain, is very, very unique. Like, I know a lot of people may hear that and go, well, you can do a lot of that same stuff in New World, but to me, the thing that made it so much fun is the being able to just blow up giant pieces of land with TNT cannons. Like, I was absolutely fucking unhinged when it came to using TNT in Minecraft. I had no self-control whatsoever. So that was the main thing that I enjoyed doing. Hold on, I forgot to actually turn my light on, so it's now getting dark. Like, can't really see. Trying to reach it with my foot. There we go. Hit the light switch. Alright. Okay, let me catch up on chat. Still so far behind. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I really need to catch up. I feel so bad because I'm still like on Nakasadu's message from like 20 minutes ago. Oh Christ. Type 1 versus Type 2 clickbait was, I think, clickbait. It was Type 1 versus Type 2. Yeah. With stuff actually in the vid. Yeah, exactly. Basically, Type 1 clickbait is just, you know, getting people to click on it, but still providing good content relevant to what was in the thumbnail and stuff like that. Type 2 clickbait is just shitty, right? It's just misleading, I think, is the way that it's usually described. They give 40 Primogems for the 1-year anniversary, and it's 160 Primogems per single pull. I don't know what a pull is in terms of Genshin Impact. Is that like a loot box? I'm guessing that's what it is based on context.
We will have justice.
Wow, this guy's really making me feel bad. I just got a message. Please join Archimonde's Orphans. This is a new guild. Please help us grow it. Oh man. really trying to pull on my heartstrings there. Gotta, do it for the orphans. Jesus. I mean, if he needed me to sign a charter, I would sign his charter, but it sounds like he just wants me to join his guild. So, I'll pass on that for now. I'm looking to join an active guild where I can, find groups and stuff like that. I guess, on that note, if you happen to be on Mancrick and you are in a guild that is, like, active and, has groups and stuff like that, I don't know, or if you're raiding, and obviously I'm not ready to raid yet, but I guess if you're in an active guild on Horde Mancrick, like, honestly, just send me an invite. You see my character name. Open invitation, I guess. I normally don't do that, right? Because I'm in a guild on retail, but I don't know anybody here. So I'm literally just looking for basically the first guild that invites me that actually has an active community. And yeah, literally no preference whatsoever. Scorched Grove, should probably go do that. Duskwither Spire. Oh, yeah, I remember where that is. Ah, shit. Probably should have done that while I was there. Forgot about that. Wayward Apprentice. East Sanctum. Oh, yeah, I know that quest. And that's just Dead Scar. Okay. This zone has such a good ambience. Yeah, 100% agree with that. People said New World is a Final Fantasy XIV killer. New World is so different from Final Fantasy XIV. I don't see how anybody could argue that. Like, the people who play FF14 are basically the complete opposites of people who play New World. Final Fantasy XIV is a MMO that has basically non-existent PvP, and New World is an MMO that is entirely PvP based. Like, the people who are going to enjoy New World will probably fucking hate FF14. I mean, you may enjoy both, right? But if you enjoy both, you enjoy both. I do not understand the logic of, it's a Final Fantasy XIV killer. They literally target completely different audiences. That's so strange. What is this? A somber task? Okay, I need to kill 10 of these guys? Yeah, these guys. Cool. Let's see. Cyberpunk was a fun game. That's about the most I can say about it. Yeah, I mean, people enjoyed Cyberpunk, but a lot of people have said, oh, well, I enjoyed Cyberpunk, there's nothing wrong with it. And I think the problem with Cyberpunk isn't whether or not you enjoyed it, it's the way that it was marketed. Cyberpunk was definitely marketed to be something that it wasn't. Like, it may have been a fun game, and that's fine, but if you make a game that you think is fun and that people are going to enjoy, just market it in a way that, like, the people who will enjoy it will see, and, yeah, I don't know. It's just, people are way too focused, or game designers are way too focused on trying to make the next big thing, rather than just making a good game, right? Should be a good game first and like a revolutionary new product second. Haraldin talking about it not being overhyped after Nakasari mentioned people calling it an FF killer. I mean, there are going to be people who will say anything. Like, there's obviously people who will, make over-the-top claims for anything, right? But I would say the general sentiment that I've seen from content creators and most people talking about New World has not been one of, it's going to be the Final Fantasy killer. Most people went in knowing exactly what it was, right? So, I think that's fair. It also helps that it had a very extensive beta. So everybody kind of knew exactly what New World was going to be from the get-go. It's not like it was any secret. Cyberpunk 2077 needed at least another 2 years of dev time. That's the thing. I would say there's one of two options. Either it needed 2 more years of dev time, or they just needed to scale back their vision. If they had just accepted the fact that it wasn't going to be the greatest game ever made, and that it was just going to be a futuristic Grand Theft Auto, then yeah, it would have been fine, but they tried to bite off way more than they can chew, and they suffered for it. So I would say if they wanted to achieve the vision they're talking about, yeah, definitely 2 more years of dev time. But I think if they had scaled their vision back and just put more effort into the parts that people would actually have enjoyed, then it absolutely could have released when it did. Probably earlier, but they tried to be way too ambitious. Uh, 50v50 sieges is the New World thing? Gotcha. Yeah, I heard a bit about that. No Man's Sky has a story that you could check out. I've heard a decent amount about the No Man's Sky story. I've heard it's good, right? It's just not my thing, you know? There are a lot of good games out there that I've watched, like, videos about, that just don't seem like something I would enjoy playing. Like, I can watch it and be like, yeah, objectively speaking, this seems like a good game. Just not something I would personally enjoy. I agree on that. I always need at least a little something of a goal, even if I make it myself. Yeah, for sure. I figured that guy would drop an item that started a quest. It seemed logical. He was just sitting there with a special name. I was like, no way he doesn't start a quest. Did a little of the stories, but one of the main quests glitched with no fix. Ah, that's unfortunate. Anarchy servers? Yeah. Yeah, Tita knows what I'm talking about. 2B2T would be great if it wasn't getting railed currently. Yeah, I've heard... I actually did try 2B2T. That is definitely one of the ones that I'm, like, talking about in terms of those type of servers. Those are the ones I really enjoy. I tried that server. The queue time was rough. It had a very long queue when I was trying it. And it does suffer from a lot of problems. I would say I enjoy the servers that aren't 100% anarchy, but are, like, basically so close to anarchy you may as well not be able to tell the difference. It's, like, effectively what most people enjoy about anarchy servers, but with, like, slightly more moderation and control and stuff like that. As long as I can just do whatever the fuck I want, like, that's all I care about. And there's a lot of servers like that. Like, you know, anarchy servers, but with light moderation. Those are usually the ones that I would play. I heard that 2B2T is having, like, more of a problem than usual now, but I didn't look into what it was. But, yeah, I have played it in the past. 2B2T isn't one of the ones that I played the most, though. The main problem for me with that server was the queue. I actually did get through the queue and play it a bit, and I had fun when I played it, but the moment that my friends realized there was a queue, they were like, fuck that. they were not going to wait for the queue. So... I basically couldn't really play in that server because, you know, none of my friends wanted to play in that server. And I enjoy playing Minecraft with my friends. So, I messed around on it a little bit on my own, but it wasn't something that I really enjoyed doing for a longer period of time. Let's see, Whitebark's memory. Oh, I need to place it by the runestone. Okay. Oh, I already have a quest. I remember that one. Yeah, that quest. Oh shit, I need to go to Brewfest soon. I'm gonna do this quest. Then I'm gonna head to Silver Moon and start prepping for Brewfest. Or getting there in time for Brewfest. Because I think I can do, I can do the Orb of Translocation to Undercity, then take the Zep to Org, and then I should be good. God damn, I can't climb this. How do I get up? There we go. Nice.
That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging.
Let's see. Still trying to catch up on chat. I'm reading about what you guys are talking about in terms of 2B2T. That sounds wild. I'm surprised. Like, I have to, like... Nakasadu, that thing you're describing, the neural network, is that actually a thing that they're doing? That sounds fucking crazy. I could not actually believe that they're doing that. You are right in that, like, that is definitely a very 2B2T thing to do, but that sounds even fucking crazier than I would expect normally. God damn. In Minecraft, you default to creating a floating city, so a lot of stone farming. Yeah. That's fair. The main, like, I actually enjoy, like, underground cities usually, or, like, what I usually enjoy doing when I make, like, a base is I'll make it, like, camouflaged, kind of. So it'll be out in, like, the middle of, like, the open, but the entrance will be hidden, so people won't even know it's there. So a lot of times what I can do is I can basically make, like, redstone mechanisms where if I know where, like, there's a button, I can hit the hidden button. Jungles are really good for that. So I love making bases in jungle specifically, because there's so much, like, overgrowth. Oh, shit. But yeah, so there's, like, tons of overgrowth, like, everywhere. And usually if I find, like, a little spot off in the corner, I can put, like, a little button hidden under the bushes. And then nobody would notice that if they were just running through the jungle. If it seems like nobody's been there, they're going to be like, yeah, why would I look for actual, like, buttons hidden in the trees? It doesn't look like anybody's been here. But then if I know where it is, I can go there, press the button, and then suddenly, like, this giant, like, redstone contraption opens up the wall, and there's the entrance to my base. And then what I can do is if I'm sitting there hidden in my base, and somebody's running past, I pop open the hidden door, run out, and just surprise them with, like, a full set of diamond armor, and they were not expecting it at all. One of the easiest ways to kill somebody in Minecraft is to be the aggressor. It's just when they're not expecting it, fucking blitz them and just start hitting them. Because what I found in Minecraft is it's really annoying if you get hit and you don't know where it's coming from. And then you're just trying to scramble to see where is that attack coming from, and you're just getting hit, knocked back again, and then eventually you're dead. So that was a really good way to farm stuff. Like, I would set up a little hidden base in, like, a populated area and just gank people as they ran past. So I did a lot of that stuff. But usually that would require it being underground. So floating cities, really cool aesthetically, but they are easy targets. But if you build it underground, so nobody sees it coming. Oh, your local wolf just said, I make a home underground in the millions and go around raiding people for materials. So, yeah. Definitely, like, you go... my permanent bases are usually, like, way out in, like, the super high coordinates. I do agree with that. But yeah, underground bases, or at least just below the surface bases, can be really fun for, like, low coordinate ganking and stuff like that. It's essentially loot boxes. Gotcha. Archibald's orphans. Yeah. I'll be disappointed if you don't get invited to a guild called Mancrick's Wife randomly. Yeah. It has to exist. I'm sure it does. On this server, there's no way it doesn't. New World feels like a Dark Souls MMO. I've heard people describe it like that, yeah. I would say not necessarily as hard as Dark Souls, right? But I've heard people describe the combat, like the way it feels to play, similar to Dark Souls. So I think I understand what you're talking about in that regard. I do need to hurry up, though. I might not make it in time. Honestly, I'm just going to Hearthstone. Hearth to Silvermoon, and then I'll take the Orb of Translocation. Probably should have done that before. I didn't realize how close I was actually cutting it. New World is still broken for consoles? Ah, that's unfortunate. "2B2T has light moderation. You're not allowed to make lag machines." That's fair. Yeah. I mean, lag machines and stuff, for sure. Anarchy server with light moderation. You'd recommend one called Minewind. Play it all the time, and it's a lot of fun. Interesting. Unfortunately, these days, I do not have any time to play Minecraft. Like, when I play Minecraft, it's usually something that I just set aside a week. And it's usually in the summer when I don't have class. So right now, I would really not have the time to dedicate to that. But I'll keep it in mind. Nice Discord notification. Can you see my Discord notifications? Does it actually pop up on stream? It does. Why the fuck does... I don't know why OBS is doing that, and I don't know why Discord's fucking doing that. That actually really pisses me off. So, this should be blocking all notifications. I'm gonna have to mute the server. Yeah, that's weird. So I'm looking at the stream playback, and it's not actually showing Discord, but it shows the notifications. What did the notification say? Was it bad? Because if it's bad, that's unfortunate. I know that was from my guild. That's something in my guild Discord, and for some fucking reason, it gave me a pop-up for my guild Discord. But hopefully it wasn't bad. That frustrates me. I literally have Discord set to Do Not Disturb right now, or at least I have the stream thing popped up where it's not supposed to be doing any push notifications. So, kind of tilted that it did that. I was at least thinking it wouldn't actually show up on stream, but the fact that it actually did kind of annoys me. They used a neural network to recreate the map using a glitch. You can see a heat map of the places they successfully detected a block. Interesting. Hello, Fine. Good to have you here. Sorry it took me so long to get around to your message. Still catching up on chat. Oh, I finally scrolled down to the bottom. We're getting there. Yeah, you definitely ping lording. I usually heard it described as ping lording. That's what my friends call it, at least. Where one of my friends specifically had a super low ping, and he basically just destroyed everybody on PvP and would constantly brag about it. Because he would basically get in 2 hits in the time that it would take me to get 1. And I was like, alright, well, not really much I could do about that. Okay, I'm gonna make it to the Zeppelin on time, looks like. Love the Brewfest music. In Minecraft combat, you need to learn to use F5 to work out where you're getting attacked from. Interesting, yeah. Actually, never really thought to do that. A lot of times, like, I very rarely get ganked in Minecraft because I play, like, so carefully. If I honestly get attacked in Minecraft, I fucking run. Like, if I get attacked and I don't know, or I wasn't expecting it, like I didn't take that fight, I don't even look to see where it's coming from, I just book it. And one thing I am generally really good at doing in Minecraft is just escaping. Like, I can run, like, over terrain. I'm really good at just, like, jumping across, like, uneven terrain and, like, not losing speed and stuff like that. And, like, building up really quickly to, like, a safe spot and kind of disappearing into the trees. So that is something I've gotten good at. But usually, I'll just kind of lurk and sit there with a bow. I also don't really use the sword a lot. 99% of the time, if I'm doing Minecraft PvP, I'm just sniping with the bow. I absolutely love Minecraft bow stuff. Anything that I can do with a bow, I fucking love it. You died to the Act 3 boss? Ah. Sorry to hear that. Do I have streamer mode on? Yes, I do. That's what I was talking about, Nakasadu. What I'm guessing is probably, because like I said, new computer, right? There's probably some setting in streamer mode that still lets them do push notifications, even if you have that turned on. And I guess I had it disabled previously, and I guess I'm going to have to look into it and disable it, right? But I figured that streamer mode just blocked everything. I didn't think that there was anything it couldn't block, so that's frustrating. I'll have to look into that after the fact. $50 to $60 is faster without threads? Yes. Right now, the fastest way is mostly campaign. If you do threads, do it at like 56 to 60. I would say within that range, 56 to 60, you can get decent efficiency with threads, doing a lot of like the bonus objectives, world quests, and like dungeon quests specifically. Even dungeon spamming isn't too bad. It's going to be even better in 9.1.5. I'm hoping they do more changes, but right now that's one of the biggest changes they're making. It's going to be much, much better. But overall, if you're basically doing only threads or only campaign is better. Threads is only better if you're running with a level 60 4-man stack that's carrying you. Obviously, maybe if you have like 2 level 60s or 3 level 60s helping you out, then yeah, if they do enough damage, that might still just be fast enough. But if you don't have people carrying you, it's not even remotely quick enough. And when I say that it's faster to have people carry you, I mean that it can keep up if the people carrying you are doing a good job. It's not a free ride. You know, they need to be good, too. And even then, it might still not beat campaign. Campaign's just fast, what can I say? All I saw was woman facepalming. I'll have to look at the context later. Something called Don't Hide Notifications. Have I played New World yet? No, Henrique. Unfortunately, you joined just after the New World discussion, but no. I've talked about it. New World is, from what I can see, it is a good game that does not appeal to me. So, I have nothing bad to say about New Worlds. All I can say is that it just doesn't look like something I would personally enjoy. But if you are a fan of the type of content that New World covers, I'm sure you're probably having a lot of fun with it. Just not for me. Should probably clear my bags. Where's the vendor? Ah, here's one. I'll keep Silverleaf, just in case. This music. It's so fucking good. I miss this music. I, like, never go to Brewfest in retail, because I have no reason to go there. I guess, we're waiting here for 10 minutes, so while I sit here and wait, I mean, I've mostly caught up in chat now, I am going to take a look at notifications and see what the fuck is going on. Like, why it's pushing that. Let's see. So, settings, notifications. Here we go. Enable desktop notifications. No, maybe that's what it was. What is it? It did the game pop-up thing. I hate that. So how do I disable that? My Discord settings should not have changed, though, because I figured that these would be universal. I didn't think that just having a new computer would make Discord reset my settings, which is kind of annoying. Streamer mode. Let's see. Yeah. Wait. It says I have disabled notifications checked on streamer mode. Why the fuck did that notification pop up? That's so weird. It's literally disabled. That is really, really strange. Game overlay. So I'm just going to completely disable the in-game overlay. I thought I did that. I don't know why it re-enabled itself. That's annoying. Oh well. Oh, here, Vetro. For some reason it didn't, actually add it. I guess, Vetro, I just saw your friend request since I'm checking Discord. I normally don't check Discord in the middle of the stream, it's just I wanted to figure out what the hell was wrong with the notification settings, so I guess, Vetro, if you want a, an invite to my Discord, just message me now, because I can't find you on the notifications thing. But I'll toss you a link. Since I'm sitting here waiting for the Brewfest XP buff anyways, might as well. Settings, streamer mode, it's near the bottom. Some settings are universal, not all. Yeah, streamer mode is 100% enabled. That's the thing, but there are like sub-settings within streamer mode, like block notifications and stuff, and those were already set to, yes, block all notifications. Every type of notification that streamer mode can block, it was blocking. So I don't know how that notification bypassed streamer mode. I don't know what the deal with it was, but somehow it did, which is weird. 4 level 60s with Biscure, all druids for Stampeding Roar. Jeez. Yeah. That would definitely be pretty nice for leveling. You would like to try it? You've been out of WoW for 2 months and thinking about going back, or either starting to play New World? Well, I can tell you one thing. If you're thinking of starting WoW, definitely don't play retail. I am playing retail right now, and I cannot recommend it. I've basically already sunk enough time into it where it's bearable for me now, because I don't need to go through the massive grind again. But if you're just coming back to WoW now, 9.1 is terrible. 9.1.5, on the other hand, will make it a lot better, but we don't have a release date for that yet. So if you're going to come back for that patch, like, that's something to consider, I guess. But in that case, just wait until they announce when it's coming out, which probably won't be for another month or so. It will be, I would say, at the latest a month from now is when 9.1.5 will come out. We'll see. But yeah, right now, retail is definitely not worth playing. Classic, I mean, I've been having fun with Classic. But, you know, everybody knows what to expect with TBC Classic, right? It existed already. So I guess if you are interested in Classic, you probably already know enough about it to make an informed opinion on whether or not it's worth your time. The only Brewfest thing in retail worth doing is Core and Dire Brew, and even then, only if you want mounts. Yeah, I already have the Brewfest mounts. I got them, I think, back in Wrath. It's been a while, so I've had them for a good amount of time now. The thing that I really hate about the new Brewfest is they don't even bother scaling up the item level anymore. Like, the item level of the retail Brewfest items is just so laughably bad. It's not even, like, World Quest level. It's not even Korthia level. Like, at the bare minimum, you could make it so, like, the Brewfest drops are, like, the same as Korthia gear. I don't get it. I don't understand why they would want to make it just so completely redundant. It's just frustrating. It's really frustrating. Discord or OBS is just being a mess? Yeah. I'm sure there's some weird thing because it's like... because of the new computer, some settings got wiped or something like that. I don't know. It's just strange. Either way, I mean, I blocked it now. It hopefully won't have any issues, but we'll see. It's speculated to be November. It'll either be the last week of October or the first week of November, I think. That's my opinion. Now, some people were speculating mid-October. I think the problem with mid-October at this point is they haven't made any actual, like, meaningful changes to 9.1.5. They've added a lot of content to it, and that's good. I'm liking the look of the 9.1.5 content, like Legion Time Walking, Mage Tower, stuff like that. That's great and all. Problem is, a lot of the stuff they've put out is not good. It's not working properly, and that's fine for a PTR. But they need to start actually making changes, because it's been out for like almost a month now, and I haven't been able to meaningfully test anything. The leveling balance on 9.1.5 PTR is so fucked, it's just, there's no point in me even doing a test speedrun, because it's just not finished, clearly. The values that they've changed are just so redundant. Torghast leveling gives nothing. Basically, every single change that they've done to Threads of Fate, the only one that actually significantly helps Threads is the reduced time it takes to do the bonus objectives. Those like faster bonus objective times are genuinely good. Other than that, every change they've made is meaningless. It doesn't actually speed up leveling. So we may, I mean, who knows? It's Blizzard, dude. We may see Threads of Fate release in the exact same way it currently is on 9.1.5. I would honestly not even be surprised if they're just like, yeah, we'll throw this shit out there, we're not going to make any changes, you know, fuck the community, who cares? I hope they won't do that, but I wouldn't be surprised. But if they wanted to actually release properly, they need to still make changes. There needs to be stuff changing in terms of leveling on the PTR, and then they need to give us time to test it and give feedback. I need time to test the leveling, see if it's actually an improvement, and then, you know, put out a video, like a speedrun or something, going over it and saying, yeah, this is good, Blizzard, you can go with this, right? Assuming they want to actually make it good, they need to wait for people like me to test it, or just the players. So presumably we're going to need at least a few more weeks to do that, and they still haven't put out those changes. I'm hoping for next week they might start to do changes. We also haven't even seen the Mage Tower yet, so a major feature that's coming with the patch hasn't even come out yet. You can't test the Mage Tower on the PTR. Now, presumably, as long as they don't fuck the balance on that, they won't need to worry about, it being tested. I don't think that's something they need to do tight testing with. I think one thing they need to tweak a little bit is the damage done by Time Walking Legion, or specifically Mythic Plus Legion dungeons. If you watched the video that I put out about Legion Time Walking M+, it's really overtuned right now. It's not impossible. In fact, I actually managed to complete a plus 15 Court of Stars, not in time, because it was a pug group, and the pug group was shit. But I would say that plus 15s right now in Legion Time Walking M+, are tuned more closer to like plus 20s. So it's going to be really, really hard for people to actually get it done if they're not basically able to perform at a plus 20 level. You have to be much better than normal keys to actually get that done, right? So you still need to do tuning on that. Probably not a lot, that won't be too hard, but you still need basically Legion Time Walking tuning, you need leveling tuning, and then more leveling testing so that we can confirm that it's actually at a good stage, and then you need to release Mage Tower and have people at least do bare bones testing to make sure it's working properly. So because they still need to do all of that, I don't see a reality in which it's currently releasing in mid-October. I think at the earliest, it's releasing, Nakasadu said 26th, 27th of October. Yeah. I agree with what Nakasadu said. I think at the very, very earliest, it's going to be the last week of October, pretty much. And then I personally think it's going to be the week after that. Because on PTR, there is a calendar event, or there was a calendar event before they changed it. You can see it in my video, for Legion Time Walking goes live on, I think it was like the 4th or something like that. So, assuming that was just kind of a mistake, they accidentally included it, that would give us a hint as to when the patch is actually going live. I personally think it will be that day. I think that was their intended release date, and they accidentally kept it in there, and I just happened to notice it before they took it out. I would want to believe that, right? Because if that is the case, right, then suddenly I've cracked the code. And then suddenly I get to say that I found out the release date before anybody else, which would be sick. But, it's entirely possible it's like a week earlier or even a week after. But I would say, yeah, 26th, 27th, bare minimum. Probably a week after that, we'll see. That's when I'm expecting it, though. The grind is fine once, because most of the grind skip things are after you've done it on one character. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. If you've already done the grind for 9.1, it's like whatever. But I would say, Nakasadu, the real problem is if you're interested in Mythic rating. But I guess, like, so here's the way I look at it. 9.1 right now, maybe you guys can tell me what you've been doing in Retail WoW. But I know a lot of people have told me they just aren't playing Retail WoW. A lot of people have said they just quit because they're bored. But if you aren't a Mythic or Heroic Raider, what are you doing in Retail right now that is keeping you playing the game? Because the main people that I know who are still playing Retail are either doing like Heroic Progression or Mythic Progression. And if you're doing Mythic Progression specifically, there is a ton of grindy shit that you need to do. It's really, really, really tedious having to get like your full Shard of Domination set on like alts and stuff like that. Having to farm Stygian Embers to get the upgrades. Having to just RNG into like all the Dom set items. Like, you guys have watched me do the Survival Hunter stuff. It's frustrating. It takes a while. It's not the most fun thing. And on my Survival Hunter, I'm just doing Heroic. That's not even preparation that you need to do for Mythic, which is even more effort. Because then you need to start doing like Mythic Plus to get your vaults at the end of the week, in case you need like a Abyss Trinket or something. It's a lot of work and a lot of grind. So it's definitely not in the ideal place, in my opinion, right now. But that's the thing. It's like, normally I can say, oh, well, at least the grind is only bad for Mythic Raiders. But as it stands, most people who don't do Mythic Raiding have told me they're just kind of burnt out on WoW because there's nothing else to do. So that's the way that I look at it. I would say the only reason to even play 9.1 is if you are doing raiding, because that's the only thing Blizzard still gives a shit about. But even then, even if you are raiding, getting to the actual raids is still really tedious, so there's like no winning right now. You don't want to play Retail, you don't enjoy TBC, so you're just waiting for Fresh or 9.1.5? That's fair, yeah. Definitely an opinion I've seen a lot. That's a very fair opinion to have, yeah. PTR Legion time walking timing? Yeah, exactly. So Cosmic Fox, I agree with what you said. I think that's what it's going to be. Corin drops 184 item level. Yeah, it's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. They're using the time walking item level, which is also really bad. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Chori. Cheeseburger. Wait, we ordered food? Wait, what cheeseburger is it? Is it a, I guess I'll let you say. But thank you, Dad. I didn't realize we were ordering food. That's going to save me time. Don't need to make food after I'm done streaming. I will say, just to be clear, this is going to be a shorter stream, I guess. Because the unfortunate reality is we effectively lost 3 hours of stream because of the time I had to set up my computer. So tomorrow's stream will probably be like full length. It'll be starting at noon. I should be able to start tomorrow's stream at noon, no problem. I don't see why I would have any issues. At this point, I've gotten everything set up. I'll still have to tweak OBS with like the video settings, but it shouldn't be an issue. Tomorrow's stream, for the record, I forgot to mention this. Tomorrow I'm actually going to be doing PTR streaming. So I'm going to be doing more testing on the 9.1.5 PTR. And honestly, if you guys want to do dungeons with me, like, feel free. Because the nice thing about the PTR is European and NA players can play together. It's just one server. So I know lag might be an issue, but if any of you guys are, like, looking to test the new Legion time walking shit, I don't know anybody else who actually wants to test those dungeons with me. I have asked multiple people, hey, do you want to test Legion time walking with me? And they're all like, why the fuck would I want to do that? So I'm like the only one out of my friends that actually wants to do that. So like, if anybody wants to group up with me to do Legion time walking tomorrow, that would be like really cool. Definitely everybody is welcome to do that if they want. I'll just be basically like joining random groups and stuff like that. So if you have a group or you have a key and you invite me, I'll do it, right? Who is that one dude who challenged you to a duel? I'm pretty sure Paul was the one who challenged you to a duel, because wasn't Paul saying that like he could beat you naked as a boomkin or something like that? I'm pretty sure. Unfortunately, he doesn't even play WoW actively. Like, on that stream when he was there, he literally resubbed to WoW just so he could show up on my stream and talk shit. That's Paul for you, though. Dropped $15 just to, you know, mess with me on stream. Good old Paul. But yes, unfortunately, he doesn't get to play a lot. I said this before, but he works, like, non-stop. He was literally only on stream because it was Labor Day. It was the one reason that he was able to attend. You're down to fight him on PTR? If I could get him to install PTR, I would. That would be sick. Whatchamacallit? Didn't you have a 1 hour 30 minute or so Court of Stars? No, it wasn't. The whole video, the Legion time walking, was 1 hour 30 minutes. The dungeon itself was only about like 45-50 minutes, I think. Honestly, the Court of Stars that I did wasn't even that bad. Like, we depleted it, but the reason that we depleted it was because people kept dying, right? We had so many deaths. But the irony is, we only really wiped to the first boss. We wiped to the first boss like 2 times because it was bugged. The mechanic on... I forget what the name is. It was like... yeah, Patrol Captain Gyarados was the first boss of Court of Stars, right? And he has a mechanic where he puts this debuff called Arcane Lockdown on you, and you need to jump to remove the stack. And then, of course, I had people in the YouTube comments going, oh, why didn't your group jump to remove the stack of Arcane Lockdown? Even though literally in the video, when it happens, I'm saying it's not working. Like, it's bugged, and when you jump, it doesn't properly remove the stack. So the only reason we actually survived is because there was a priest, and the priest used Mass Dispel, and that cleared off 1 stack, and then... on the second application, everybody except me died, and then I finished off the last, like, 1% of the boss by popping all defensives and eating the damage. And then we had random people, like, die off because I think it was, like, bursting or something, so if bursting stacks got too high, like, one person would just eat shit, and over time it led to, like, a massive time loss. But honestly, it wasn't that bad. It was maybe 45-50 minutes. But yeah, it was like the second half of that video. So I kept most of it in. I think it was a pretty much unedited Mythic Plus run. Because I did want to show the entire thing, just, you know, so people got the idea. Oh, wow. Your local MILF donated $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That surprised me. I was not expecting that, but thank you. Let me see. What was I responding to? Now I lost my train of thought. I just saw the big flash on my screen. I was like, ah! It's like the donations are like a flashbang. Just like the big bright color in the middle of the chat. And then I'm like, oh, you know, shiny. But yes, thank you. Thank you again. Let's see. You've been pugging, which you normally never do, but there's so little to do that pugging becomes fun. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been enjoying pugging a little bit on my Survival Hunter. It's definitely not as bad as I expected it to be. Distraction, yeah. Like, I honestly thought that doing Survival Hunter pugging would be a lot worse than it actually was. So far, it's been pretty good. I think it's going to be more challenging when I actually get to Sylvanas, because a lot of the bosses in this raid are not the hardest to pug, but Sylvanas specifically can be a bitch, right? Even on my main, I struggle to kill her in a pug. She's just rough. And I would say Painsmith is another one that's really, really, really tricky to do in pugs, which is why I was absolutely just floored that my group managed to kill Painsmith in one try on that pug. That was actually crazy. It helped, I think, that I did the trap mechanic, because I would say the biggest thing that wipes Painsmith pugs is people fucking up the traps. So the fact that I was able to make sure that we knew that mechanic and that we were getting that done, that definitely helped, right? But overall, I was still surprised it didn't just go to shit and devolve into chaos. Sylvanas will be interesting. Sylvanas, I am... On one hand, I'm looking forward to getting her done. So, one thing I should say, on the topic of earlier I talked about I want to make longer videos. I actually thought about it, so here's the funny thing. Part 3 of the Survival Hunter Challenge has been doing better than pretty much all of them. Part 1 of the Survival Hunter Challenge did well, right? Because it's a part 1. A lot of people watch the part 1. But in terms of watch time, like average time watching the video, actually, so many more people watched the entirety of that 40-minute video, whereas in like parts 1 and 2, people checked it out and they like stopped watching after 15 minutes. And that actually was one of the biggest things. Like, that realization made me decide that I want to start doing more concisely edited videos, because I basically did I did a decent amount of editing for part 1 and part 2, but I did way more editing on part 3 of that Survival Hunter Challenge. I spent a lot of time editing that footage down and making sure only the best bits remained in there and that it was fun. I left in the entire Mythic Plus runs in some cases, because I thought it was at least good to include that. I want to include at least a full boss kill, a full Mythic Plus run. Like, I included the entirety of Heroic Painsmith and Heroic Guardian, and then I included most of the Mists of Tyrna Scythe. So there were some sections that had little to no editing, but that was by design. And that's because I think some cases it is good for that type of video to have the full section. But a lot of the other stuff, I did a much better job basically cutting out redundant downtime. And as a result, I think the video did a lot better, because people didn't get bored halfway through and I was just like rambling about something, or it was just some boring off-topic rant. And as a result, I think that's why the video did better. So what I decided to do is I'm actually going to basically pack a lot more stuff into a Survival Hunter episode. So at first, I mentioned this before, I was initially going to just take the footage from the stream that I did of the Survival Hunter thing and make that its own episode. I'm obviously still going to take footage from that stream and use it in the next episode, but I'm actually going to basically record a second episode's worth of footage. And then after I record a second episode's worth of footage, I'm going to take footage from the stream and footage from that second episode and combine it into just one video. And it's just going to be one much more condensed part 4 with a lot more stuff in it, but every second of that video, ideally, if it goes according to plan, will be worth watching. So by doing stuff like that, I hope that I can make it so it performs similarly and people enjoy it more, because obviously it's like better performance like that means that people enjoy it more, I would say. You know, people aren't just going to watch an entire 40-minute video if they're not enjoying it. So basically, when I see somebody watching, or when I see that most people are watching this video the entire way through, that tells me that people enjoy this type of editing, this style, more than the others. So that encourages me to continue doing that going forward. So let me see. I need to make one for Judgment, and then I need to make one for Seal of the Crusader. So where is Judgment? Judgment is new in TBC, right? So it should be down here somewhere, I think. Was Judgment a spell in Classic? I never played Classic Paladin, like, at all. So I would have absolutely no idea. Maybe it isn't new. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Show tooltip puts on the icon. Ah, shit, you're right, Nakasadu. I keep forgetting that. Definitely a good call. I'm so used to doing that. Judgment. I want to make sure I'm not misspelling it. Sometimes there are weird spellings, and wow, Judgment looks pretty standard. Ah. Judgment. Okay. Save. And then Seal of the Crusader would be... Can do anything, so I can do this. Then Seal of the Crusader. Yeah, I'm so glad that you explained that to me before, because I would have continued wasting so much time if I'd never learned that. I forgot. I went back into muscle memory, but thank you for reminding me. You can shift-click a spell from your spellbook to put it into your macro. Ah. Yeah, I never really thought to do that with spells. I do that for trinkets, because a lot of trinkets have really crazy names. So I have gotten used to, you know, shift-clicking trinkets. But I never really thought to just do the same thing with spells. I usually just try to type it from memory and then correct it after the fact. You don't even feel excited for 9.1.5, you just don't have it anymore to grind endgame retail. Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing. If you don't enjoy endgame retail at this point, 9.1.5 won't change that. That is definitely true. All it's going to do is make it a bit more bearable to actually complete the grind, but it's not going to somehow change anything. The only addition that people might genuinely enjoy for, like, just the fact that it exists, I guess, is the Legion Time Walking M+. That, I think, people might just enjoy by its own merits, but most of the changes in 9.1.5 are like, it makes it easier to get into the endgame, and makes it easier to catch up alts.
It's still recharging.
Trinkets you can /use 15. Interesting, I actually didn't know that. Shit. Yeah, Nakasado, you know a lot about macros, goddamn. I was not aware of that. I thought you always had to include the actual trinket name in it. That is good to know. Yeah, I figured you were talking about the trinket, like, the slot. Because I assume... I vaguely remember something where it's like, each one is like, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So that makes sense. I never thought to do that. You like macros? Yeah. I don't use too many macros. I really only use them for, like, basic things that you need for raiding. Like, if I need a macro for a spell in raiding, I'll do it, of course. But it's not something that I go over the top crazy with. I actually really like how Judgment works. I like this idea of, like, I can buff Judgment with a certain type of thing. So it's like, Judgment, obviously, I wish it had a shorter cooldown. I wonder, is there a talent that reduces the cooldown on Judgment? Yes, there is. Okay, well, that works out well. But yeah, I like the idea of, like, it feels like Judgment, but it's like retail Judgment, but you can, like, give it a different flavor. Like, ooh, this is like righteousness flavored judgment, and this is crusader flavored judgment. And you just pick what type of judgment you want to use, and then it like consumes your buff and stuff. I think consuming the buff is definitely a classic feeling type of thing. You know, I could see that if this like was a more modern mechanic, the buff would just determine what your judgment would do, and it wouldn't like make you reapply the buff. But as a concept, I think it's interesting. I actually really like this. So far, I'm enjoying Paladin. I've heard a lot of bad things about like low-level Paladin leveling. A lot of people are like, oh, Paladin at high levels is fun, but most people say while leveling, it's a chore. Maybe it's just because the only experience I have leveling in in Classic is Warrior. So I guess to me, anything that isn't Warrior feels kind of awesome, because I'm like, oh yeah, this is much better. I have casts. I can cast a heal on myself. Like, yeah, it's a huge step up, right? But I can see what people mean in terms of it feels a little bit clunky, but I actually do like it. I think it's very fun. Slash number works with any usable armor piece. Interesting. They need to update the icon selection menu. Well, I mean, haven't they done that in retail? I haven't really messed around with it too much, but I think it's, like, better. Obviously, this is TBC, so it's using the older icon selection menu, which is to be expected, right? You're using it for Yoden gear on your druid? That makes sense, yeah. I kind of hate Yoden gear, honestly. I really hate when, you know, a weapon has a buff that it's like an on-use type of thing, and it loses stats as a result. Like, procs are okay, because at least I don't need to worry about it. Like, Cruciform Vein Ripper is whatever, because the proc makes up for it. But Yoden gear is annoying, because for some specs, it's just really not good. Like, for a lot of specs that, like, can use polearms and stuff, it's really frustrating, because it doesn't align with your cooldowns. So it just ends up feeling really janky to lose out on all those stats, like 100% of the time, just so that when you use your burst, you can activate the stats in your weapon. It's just, that's what trinkets are for, right? Like, I have it on my Brewmaster, for instance, and Brewmaster is not a bursty tank. Brewmaster is a sustained damage tank. Most of your damage on Brewmaster is going to come from just sustained damage done over time. You know, you have your Breath of Fire windows, which are very frequent, and then you have, like, Nizal, which is a solid chunk of damage, but Nizal kind of just does his own thing, right? You're not... The only way to interact with Nizal and make him do more damage is to purify brew, which Yoden gear doesn't really help you with. So it's like a buff that you don't really benefit from. Brewmaster would be much better off with not having Yoden gear. And unfortunately, not only do I have Yoden gear, but I have Salvage Fusion Amplifier, and I have the Relic of the Frozen Waste. So I have 3 on-use trinkets, effectively, because Yoden gear counts as an on-use, on my Blood Elf Monk. And I fucking hate it. It makes my life a living hell. It lines up well for Feral. Yeah, I don't know about Feral, right? But I can say, like, for some specs, specifically Brewmaster is the one that I have it on. It does not line up at all, and it's really frustrating. Maybe if it was my only on-use, it wouldn't be as bad, but because I have other on-uses, it ends up just not working out. Alright, that was weird. I don't know why I used that, but I was like, yeah, fuck it, why not, you know. It says, has a use effect, I might as well just click it. On your DH, you have a macro to remove meta and cast it again, just because Sinful Brand doesn't apply it when you meta. When you meta, if you already have meta. Really? I assume that's mostly for Torghast, right, Chori? Because you wouldn't want to manually cast meta. I guess the way I'm thinking of it is, like, if you are doing, like, something in the middle of a boss fight, you would want to make sure, I think in that case, if you had meta from, like, Demonic, I guess if you're running Demonic, right? You would rather use all of that meta, delay your meta by a few seconds, and then, oh, rare mob. And then after the fact, just pop your normal meta. But I can see how in Torghast, if you have, like, ridiculously long meta duration through some of the powers that you can get, then it would actually be better to just cancel it and then extend the duration after recasting it. I assume that's what you're talking about, right? Or am I missing something? Veteran Cloak. Ooh, that's an upgrade. Awesome. Always fun to find rare mobs. I don't know why I'm killing mobs. What do I need to do? Cleaning up the grounds. 6 serpents and 6 ghosts. Okay. Well, time to just churn my way through all these things. Fun stuff. Definitely am feeling a little bit tired though because of everything. I mean, it's been close to 4 hours. I guess it feels like it's been longer than 4 hours just because of how much I had to do today. That's the only problem. I wish I could stream for longer today, but I'm just going to, at some point, have to stop. I'm probably going to try to go for at least another hour, right? But definitely need to draw the line somewhere. I want to do some hunter recording today. So after stream, probably once I eat and stuff like that, I will do some recording on my hunter, and by doing that, I'll tinker with the OBS settings, make sure it's working for tomorrow, and that way I can get footage done for the next part. Because now that I'm like getting to the part in the hunter challenge where I'm actually able to see meaningful progress, like every single day, right? I want to make sure I don't miss a weekly reset. So I haven't done anything on my hunter this week. I was going to do it yesterday, once again. How did that turn out, right? But didn't really end up having the time or the computer. But today I would like to do that. I'm going to try to pug normal Sylvanas. It also sucks because... so I forgot to talk about this. Oh, fuck. God damn it, Nakasada, you just reminded me. Have fun setting up all your retail add-ons again. I didn't even think about that. Oh, fuck, you're right. I am going to have to do that. Oh, that's not going to be fun at all. I really hope Curse at least saves, like, the add-ons that I had. So I can just go there and reinstall it. Oh, no. If I have to actually manually find all of my add-ons again, I'm gonna fucking cry, dude. I forgot how much it sucks getting a new computer when you have to do all this setup again. It's the one downside. Oh well. Fuck. I literally didn't even think of that. Well, shit. Yeah, okay, well, that's another thing I need to do. I also need to set up my BC add-ons. I thought about doing that before stream, but I didn't want to delay it any longer. So I was like, you know what? It's working. I'm just going to go in without add-ons today. But I'm going to be real. I actually really do like Questy now. So now that I've gotten used to having Questy, it's so hard to do stuff without Questy. So I really want to get that for tomorrow. Well, actually, I'm not going to be doing TBC tomorrow. I'm going to be doing PTR tomorrow. But I guess I just want to get Questy for leveling in general. I should say I'm not going to be doing the entirety of like this leveling on record. I am going to be doing a lot of off-the-record TBC leveling. What I'll probably do, right, is I will record myself leveling through TBC. And if something interesting happens, then I will just bookmark that part, take that footage, and save it somewhere. And then if I have enough footage of like interesting moments from TBC leveling, I might do a longer video with all of those moments compiled and tightly edited. Because one of the main things I'm trying to do is I don't want to have just generic videos up there. So I'm fine with doing it on a stream, because a stream, it lends itself well to this type of stuff. There's a reason why I've been unlisting the stream recordings, though, because they don't really, in many ways, work well as their own standalone thing. So we'll have to see about how I handle that going forward. But I don't really want to do the long, just TBC leveling stuff, because one of the other problems is it's kind of hard to just find stuff to talk about all the time. A lot of times I just kind of want to level in peace and quiet. Like, put on some music, especially, like Deltarune music. Oh, I've already said this before, but like, if you haven't played Deltarune yet, I mean, first of all, play Undertale first, but if you've played Undertale and you haven't played Deltarune, you need to play it. It's free. It's literally free. There's no reason not to play it, and it's so good. I've had the music for that game stuck in my head for like the... How long has it been out now? It feels like yesterday. But it's been like at least like a week or two now. And especially like the song that I keep listening to over and over, Spamton's song is really good, and Birdley's theme. Those two tracks are just so good. And I just keep listening to them over and over and over and over. Just non-stop. I can't get them out of my head. Okay, so I need to do Farstrider Retreat. Okay, both of these are at Farstrider Retreat. Cool. Oh, there's copper over there. Three-minute CD is perfect for Farrell's burst window. Interesting, yeah. That makes sense. I could see it. Had about 16-second CD and just popped it to apply the Covenant dot. Damn. Ugh. CurseForge backs them up if you tell them to. I mean, I couldn't have said to do it because my computer was already dead. Like, this is the kind of thing that if I had known I was going to get a new computer, I would have gone ahead and done that ahead of time. But obviously, I did not expect this to happen, so, you know, is what it is, right? I mean, worst case scenario, I remember all of my add-ons on TBC, so that's not a problem. But I'm sure there's going to be some add-on on retail that I'm forgetting about. Like, I know most of them. Obviously, I use Leatrix Plus, I use Details, I use DBM, Raider.io. What else do I need? And that's the problem. Those are the ones that I use the most, so those are the ones that I remember. Sexy Map, that's another one. At this point, it's so hard for me to play retail without Sexy Map because I'm so used to it. Fuck me. I forget. And that's the problem. So I don't use most of those add-ons a lot. But I have them installed because, like... What is he doing some RP shit? Okay. That's why I can't turn it in. But anyways... Okay, he's throwing the book. Cool. Can I turn in the quest now, Blizzard? Ah. But yeah, so, when I need those add-ons eventually, the ones that I'm blanking on. Oh, Simulation Craft, that's another one I need. Oh, Exorcist Raid Tools, I need that too. Method Dungeon Tools, right? Oh, shit, there's so many that I'm going to need to remember to install. And I'm sure I'm going to forget one of them at some point. It's inevitable. And then I'm just going to end up like, ah, fuck, yeah, I don't have that add-on. I can destroy this. I'm not going to need to do that quest. I'm already past it in terms of leveling. Let's see. I think it saves the add-ons, but maybe not the settings. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm sure I'll have to tinker with settings. That much I fully expect. But if it saves the add-ons, that'll at least save me the headache of having to remember what I did. Okay, so how much do mounts cost in TBC? That's really not bad. Wow. Epic mounts are down to 90 golds? I guess the writing was like... The training, I think, was the main cost.
Our enemies will fall.
So... Oh yeah, but 540 is much cheaper. Wasn't this like 1,000 gold in Classic? I remember it being really expensive. Wait, I get this at 30. Oh yeah, they lowered the level. That's nice. Cool. Well, that's going to make things a little bit easier.
Remember the sun well.
Alright. So now I'm going to the Dead Scar. Gonna do the 2 quests I have there, and then any follow-up quests, and then probably head to the Ghostlands. I think Ghostlands is like level 10, right? Pretty sure it is. Yeah, because these are the only 3 quests I have, and one of them's entering the Ghostlands. But yeah, that's cool. Almost done with Eversong Woods. It's cool because Eversong Woods I actually do remember quite a bit of. Same with Ghostlands, just because even though this is like TBC content, I've still done it so many times over the years. It's like seared into my memory. It's a fun zone. Definitely holds up really well for the time it was released. Ooh. 2 copper nodes. Alright. I'll get this one first, and then I'll get the other one. God damn it, failed attempt. Unlisting streams makes sense as long as you got them in a playlist for people. Oh yeah, one of the playlists on the main page of my channel is live streams. If you want to watch any of my old live streams, they're on my channel. Easy to find, all in a playlist, sorted from newest to oldest. I definitely try to make that as intuitive and easy for people to find as possible. But it's all about, like, the unlisting stuff is about YouTube recommendations. I don't want it to just pop up randomly in a person's recommendation if it's not appropriate. Because at that point, you know, they're not going to be interested in it. It's wasting YouTube ad space. And it's just making it so my click-through rate ends up tanking because bad stuff is being recommended. So yeah, for sure. All streams are on my channel. Every single video except like a handful are recorded on my channel. I will say some of the really old live streams are not watchable anymore. Some of them are literally not watchable just no matter what because YouTube fucked the recording. Those are the really old ones. Some of the very early ones had that issue. And then some of the ones that I did back in Nathria, I have unlisted it and taken it out of the playlist. Just because I don't think they were good live streams. That was during the time when I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do on YouTube, and I wasn't really happy with the streams that I was doing. So looking back on those, I honestly don't even want to keep it in a playlist. I just don't want to... I don't want to have that there. I would rather even the live streams playlist at least have the good live streams. All of the recent ones are up there. So my first stream back was the Nightborn speedrun. That run and everything since then is on the live stream playlist. All the new ones are on there. Because I'm happy with the new ones. I think every new live stream that I've done has been good. I've enjoyed it at least. Even like the ones that didn't do the best, like the Torghast one, I say like the roguelike one. So definitely the more unique live stream that I did recently was the roguelike live stream. And that one didn't perform the best, but I am still happy with it. It's unlisted, of course, because I don't really think that it would do well. A 9-hour stream of me playing through random roguelikes would not do well on YouTube recommended at all, but I still think it was a good stream. I had a lot of fun. I think it was an enjoyable stream. A lot of, fun things with chat and stuff like that. Like, I know, especially when I got to Hades, I remember a lot of people were, like, helping me out with Hades and, like, explaining things to me and stuff. It was a lot of fun, so definitely kept that stream on there. And speaking of Hades, I know I've mentioned this before, but I've been playing that a lot off stream. I say a lot, but it's like with the relative like free time that I have, I guess the fact that I've put like more than a few hours into anything to me at this point is a lot. Like the only game that I'm playing a metric fuck ton right now is Retail WoW and TBC, and even TBC off stream I only have a few hours to really dedicate to it. The main thing I've been doing recently is video editing, and I'm hoping that by reducing my upload schedule, it'll help with that, because that means I won't have to do as much just raw video editing, and I'll just be able to do more dedicated, like, focused video editing that takes less time overall compared to uploading one video every single day, but results in just a better product. So I think that should be like a win-win, right? It'll result in better videos, and it'll mean that I actually have free time again. But as far as like other games that I've had time to play, I've like basically... Wait. That's a chest! Now, I don't know, that was weird because earlier I found like 4 chests in a row, and we had a long period there where I found nothing. But the streak has been broken. We are back onto the chest finding. Up to, I believe that is 5. Warrior's Cloak, that's the thing that I just got, right? So I have this. Oh no, I have even better than that. I have Veteran's Cloak. Alright. Oh, and there's copper right in the middle of the Dead Scar. Sick. But yeah, so, like, Hades is something that, when I don't have anything to do, like when I'm not busy gearing a character on retail for raid, like I've been working a lot on my Blood DK, for instance, on retail. That's one thing, so... I meant to say this earlier, I forget why I interrupted myself, but I've been playing Blood DK, and as much as I've been kind of enjoying it, I honestly might just stop playing it because I don't have the time to continue gearing it. I don't, like... Honestly, at this point in retail, I don't know what the fuck I want. I've been trying so many different things, and I keep continually finding myself in a position where I'm, like, torn between what I want to do. I don't know, it's weird. So, Blood DK seems interesting, and I'd like to play it more. I think just the fact that I managed to get at least 1 mythic boss kill on it was pretty cool. But 2 things happened. One, I actually missed Mythic Reclear. Because I overslept like a fucking dumbass. I never do this, but basically what happened was on, like, that Edgemasters video, so it turned out well, right? Edgemasters, I think I uploaded that on Monday, and that video turned out well, but in order to record that, I had to basically spend a lot of time. I lost a lot of sleep recording and editing that Edgemasters video, and then I had class on Monday. So I got that out, went to class, came home. I forget what else I did on Monday, but I remember doing a few different things, and then I passed out. Then Tuesday, I ended up waking up really early because my sleep schedule had been fucked. Like, the Edgemasters video fucked my sleep schedule, so I woke up early on Tuesday. And then I actually recorded the that TBC leveling video, the one where I was doing Zangarmarsh, at like 8 a.m. or something. So I think your local MILF actually commented on that saying like tired Haraldin is a mood or something like that. And it's because I had literally just gotten up. Like, I woke up, I made coffee, and then the moment I sat down with my coffee, I turned on OBS. Like, I just got straight into the recording. And because of that, like, I was up super early, and then I had classes all day, and then I finally got home. And I forget why, but there was, like, really bad traffic that day, so I didn't end up getting home until, like, relatively, like, late and stuff like that, and I was just exhausted. What? Where did we get, food from?
Moorsteppen.
Huh?
Moorsteppen.
Where is that? I don't...
Got him before.
Okay, either way, I mean, looks good. I'll take your word for it. Thank you, by the way. I don't know if you heard me. But anyways, so that was my dad, if it wasn't obvious. I'll get more soil samples up here. So yeah, I got home, I was completely exhausted, and I sat down to watch a video and passed out. And then I woke up at 10 p.m., and my raid time starts at 9 p.m., and I looked and saw a message on Discord saying, where the hell are you? We're about to get to Dormazane. I was like, oh, fuck. I overslept Reclear. So, because of that, I got no extra gear on my Blood DK. The Chad himself, Haraldin's dad, yes. No, honestly, obviously my dad has been, like, really nice and helpful, but especially recently, like, all the shit with my computer, I would not be streaming today if it wasn't for my dad. I mean, first of all, he did try to save my computer. Like, my dad is really, really good at fixing computers and stuff. And he's fixed a lot of computers that I was like, oh yeah, this thing's fucked. Like, there's no salvaging it. And he'll find a way to fix it. Unfortunately, even he looked at my computer and was like, oh, this thing's fucked. So, yeah, there was nothing that even he could do about it. That one is just completely toast. But as a result, he actually, like, all of last night, he basically helped me, like, look on different websites to find, like, you know, good laptops and stuff like that. Like, looking at different reviews and stuff, like, what's good, what's, like, a good price range, something that we could, actually afford. I should thank my mom, too. She's obviously not watching the stream. But she, you know, obviously pitched in as well. We basically split it 3 ways. So, like, each one of us contributed, like, 33% of it. So, you know, I can't thank them enough for that, right? But then my dad, especially, like, he helped me do all the research and stuff. So, like, you know, he suggested a bunch. He was like, oh, like, this one seems good. And then we would look at it. And, like, neither one of us knows a ton about, you know, computers, or at least, like, basically computer specs. Like, I know generally stuff that performs well, but I don't know specifically, like, oh, wait, shit, I need to help this lady. I forgot that this was the quest. Wait, she's gonna just kill this guy without my help. Maybe she doesn't need my help. She's good. Apprentice Minerva, you got this. Or Mirveda. Yeah, what? She doesn't even need my help. What the fuck? Alright. Worked out.
We will persevere. Remember.
But yeah, so my dad helped me out with that. We found one that looked good. This computer, as far as I can tell, is good, so we made a good decision. And then, basically, he called around, or he did research into whether it was at Costco, which is where we got it. So, I don't know if, like, people watching, if you have, like, a Costco in your area, I don't know how big of a chain that is. If it's, like, a universal thing, or if it's just, like, in the US. I have no idea. Because I know a lot of times I've mentioned places before and people are like, what's that? And I'm like, oh, maybe it's just a US place. But Costco is like at least we have a few near us where it's like the shopping place where everything is like super cheap, but you never really know what they're going to have in stock. It's kind of weird. It's hard to really explain, I guess, if you don't know what Costco is. And it's like you have to pay for a membership to Costco, but because everything's like discounted, it ends up being worth it. So, like, my dad does a ton of his shopping at Costco, and we managed to find this laptop for, like, $250 off or something in that range from what it was on Amazon. And it was on the Costco website, but we weren't sure if it was actually in stock because you never really know. So then my dad actually had to call around and make sure, you know, does one of the nearby ones have it? And it turns out one that was 30 minutes away from our house actually had it. So we went out there, we got it. We literally left at 9 a.m. this morning and got there the moment it opens to make sure that they still had it in stock. And obviously because I needed to do the setup, so I needed as much time as possible before, you know, stream to get it all set up and stuff like that. I believe they're referred to as warehouse stores. Yes, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. So, thank you, Cool Johnny. Definitely, yeah, that's true. But yeah, so we got there, we found the laptop, it worked out well. My dad actually was getting his COVID booster shot today, so he actually had to cut it really close and almost ended up late because he was helping me get the laptop and stuff like that. That said, he didn't really do himself any favors because initially we just went there to get the laptop. And then my dad was like, oh, well, we're here, you know, let's pick up some other stuff. And then if you're in my Discord, you've seen the screenshots because I posted them. But for some fucking reason, my dad decided, oh, they have like this seasonal coffee brand that I really like. So he decided that he was going to get like 8 or 10 boxes. It was a lot, a fucking truckload of these boxes. And he just piled them on top of the cart to the point where it almost spilled off. And, you know, we had to spend so much time finding those boxes and bringing them over and stuff like that. And that was like another easy 10 minutes on there. So technically speaking, it would have been fine if we had just gotten the laptop. But, you know, my dad had to have like a fucking boatload of coffee Keurig cups because, oh, he's stocking up for the next year or something like that. He needs that seasonal coffee. He was thirsty, Haraldad is valid. I mean, okay, but like, if you're in my Discord and you've seen those screenshots, like, it's excessive. Ooh, chest number 6? I think that's 6, yeah. Like, that's a lot of Keurig cups. He's literally covered for the next few months with that stuff. But I mean, hey, I guess, you know, he's gonna be, you know, not needing to shop for a while now. So, there is that. An argument to be made, I suppose. I need to use Blessing of Might. Flip him on the black market, totally gonna sell that. Yeah, the Keurig K-Cup black market. Oh, absolutely. Oh my god.
I can't cast that. That's still recharging.
But yes. I did see that he posted a picture in Discord of my cat sitting on top of all the coffee boxes, which is very typical for my cat. He basically just finds something new and is like, I'm gonna sit on this. No reason, just finds a new thing that he can sit on. Or like a new bag. If like we leave a bag sitting on the floor, he just hops in the bag. Just chills there. 7 boxes in the screenshot? Yeah, makes sense. And each one of those boxes is pretty fucking big. Okay, so this is the thing that I needed.
Anaria Shola. Shorel Aran.
Hello. Goodbye.
4 plagued blood samples. I guess I might as well go do this quest while I'm at it. Let me open this. Pretty sure all cats do that. I mean, my other cats don't. That's the thing. Like, so my my other 2 cats, Middens and Lexi, they have their spots, and those are their spots. Like, if you're sitting there, they will like give you dirty looks because it's like, no, you don't sit. Especially Lexi will just kick you out. Like, Lexi, if she wants to sit somewhere and you're sitting there, she will walk over and just start swatting at you until you move. And she swats with her claws out, so, you know, she will draw blood if you don't, like, move from her seat. Middens will usually just give you dirty looks. You know, she's not very violent, but she's definitely angry. But Finn will sit everywhere. You know, Finn will sit in, like, the absolute strangest places. And he'll find places to sit, like, really high up where he can't get back down. And then he'll sit there just going, meow, 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 over and over and over until people let him down. He's definitely a very crazy cat. He's cute, though, so he gets away with it. He's also crazy for food. Like, my other cats are, like, food obsessed, right? When it's actually time for them to get food. Like, when it rolls around the hour that they usually get fed, they, like, start going apeshit. They freak out, and they're like, feed me now. But Finn will literally just beg for food 24/7. Doesn't matter when it is. Doesn't matter if he just got done eating. He is always begging for food. If I have, like, basically a plate with, a few crumbs left on it, sitting near my computer, he'll, like, try to climb on top of me and get over to my desk so he can, like, lick the crumbs off my plate. That cat is just insatiable. Resisted. Lame.
That's still recharging.
How dare you steal her seat? Yeah, the other day, so I mentioned when my computer was broken, I was watching TV with my my dad and my stepmom, and we were finishing The Mentalist, right? And while we were watching it, Lexi walked over, and she tried to sit next to my stepmom, but she wanted her seat. Her seat is like, there's this little corner of the couch, and she always sits there, and she likes it very specific. So she wants, like, she sits on a pillow in that corner of the couch, because the pillow is, like, nice and soft. So she basically sat there staring my stepmom down, like, basically expecting, like, hey, go prepare the pillow for me. So my stepmom got the pillow down, set it down, and let Lexi sit down on it. Lexi hops onto the pillow and then still swiped at my stepmom, as if to say, like, next time do it faster. Like, it was completely unnecessary. The pillow was already there. She was already sitting on it, completely, like, you know, she got her spot, and she just still went for it anyway. Just took a swipe. Like, Lexi is just Lexi's an interesting cat. She is like what most people think of when they think of like, oh, cats are always so mean. Lexi is like, she's super loving. Like, if she's not trying to kill you, she's all like lovey-dovey and she'll like rub up against you and she's super nice and stuff. And then the rest of the time she, well, is just trying to kill you. And she'll just try to claw at you and stuff like that, so. And sometimes she does both. Sometimes she's in the middle of rubbing up against your leg and next thing you know, she just swipes at your leg for no reason. That's just Lexi. That's how she is. Yes. All of my cats are very unique. They all have very different personalities. But, they're all very cute, so they have that in common. So they get away with murder because, you know, luckily for them, they are very cute. I want the type of woman that will literally kill me. Yeah. No, that's Lexi. Unfortunately, she's a cat, so, you know. What was I saying before? Oh, yeah. Anyway, so, before I got into this whole long tangent, either way, basically, all that to say, with my dad, you know, I can't thank him enough, because I would not be streaming right now if he hadn't helped me get my new computer, so. You know, he usually helps me out with stuff like that, but still think it's worth mentioning. I don't know if he's still listening. He might be eating right now, so he might have clicked off the stream. Okay, so I'm going to turn in this quest and this quest. Or no, this is Tranquillian, so the research notes I can turn in. Slowly making my way through my french fries. Okay, so that's it looks like. Now I just go to the border. But before I was talking about Blood DK, right? So I overslept Reclear. So I managed to oh, hey, Toth, good to have you here. Anyway, so yeah, I overslept Reclear. I missed out on 4 bosses worth of gear, because they actually did Remnant first. They were planning on doing Soul Render first, but then, well, I overslept, so they ended up just doing Remnant first. So I missed out on Terragru, Jailer, Arrive of the Jailer, and the 9, and Remnant, because I would have still brought DK for that. All of that gear, I mean, obviously I wouldn't have, maybe I wouldn't have gotten anything, but there is a good chance that I would have gotten something nice from one of those bosses. Are you fucking hell, another one. Okay, well, this is lucky. But I got nothing because I wasn't there. So I missed out on like an entire week's worth of Mythic gear, and I got nothing off Soul Render Dormzane. So my DK kind of got shafted this week. Kind of my own fault, right? I can't blame anybody but myself for oversleeping. Just, it sucks. And that makes it kind of hard for me to want to continue playing DK, because I was kind of under the assumption, right? If I was to continue playing DK for like Painsmith onwards, I would have 2 full weeks of Mythic gear, and I would also have replaced all of the normal gear that I have. And the other problem is my guild didn't do a heroic clear on Wednesday. Instead, they decided to push the heroic clear to Friday, aka yesterday. And I think we all know what the problem with yesterday was. So, yeah, I missed the Tuesday Mythic Reclear because I overslept, and I missed the Friday Heroic Clear because my computer died. So, now I'm in a position where my Death Knight has gotten literally no gear for an entire week, and I'm gonna be completely real, I don't really feel motivated to go and try to pug Mythic Plus to get the rest of the gear I need. First of all, I wouldn't really be able to replace my Dom socket pieces, which are some of my lowest item level slots. Like, right now, my my chest piece, gloves, and bracers are all my lowest item level slots. And those are Dom socket pieces. So I couldn't even get that for Mythic Plus. The only thing I could replace was like a ring. Excuse me. I could replace a ring and maybe like a trinket. I have Salvage Fusion Heroic, which is good, but I have... The other one is Tortured Rack Fragment. It's whatever the Painsmith trinket is, and it's not bad, but it's not great. Salvage Fusion is obviously really good, but the other one isn't. So in theory, if I got like a File of Putrefaction, that would be an upgrade. But it's like I would have to do all of this work that I've already done on multiple characters already. And I just, I can't be asked to do it, honestly. It's just, I was hoping to get this done through reclears in raids, and, well, I kind of got fucked over, or rather, I fucked myself over there. I can't even blame my guild. Like, they were literally ready to help me gear my DK, and then, like, the one time I actually find a guild that's willing to help me gear a character, I end up fucking it up by oversleeping. What can I say? I can't win. Even when I get into a good situation, I just screw myself over. So, food crate's nice. That was unfortunate. Time to abuse clout and make a viewer raid? Like, I mean, honestly, I don't even need to make a viewer raid. I've literally on stream on an undergeared survival hunter put together a raid that did well. I mean, you saw me do that in the Survival Hunter Challenge. On a Blood DK, where I'm one of the tanks, I could absolutely do that, viewers or not. Putting together a pug is easy in terms of, like, can you do it? It's just time-consuming, right? It's a lot of effort. And effort is, well, effort. I don't know if I really want to spend that much time. Where do I need to go for this? Let me read the quest text. Look to the west for a small path. Oh, is it over there by that runestone? That would make sense. So I could do a heroic run. Honestly, here's the thing. My guild is pretty cool. I'm pretty sure that if I ask them, hey, can we set up a second heroic clear? Because I even told them, I kind of said, like, hey, I would go to the heroic run, because I wanted to let them know that I wasn't, like, intentionally flaking out or anything. I was like, my computer is kind of dead, so I can't really help you, unfortunately. Which was just unfortunate. Instill its energy on the Eastern Runestone? Where the fuck is the Eastern Runestone? It's not this one. Is it over there? I'll have to see. I don't remember this quest. I don't think I've ever done this one. But yeah, I'm pretty sure my guild would help me if I wanted to. But I don't know. Toe talk. That's evil. Ask them to do another re-clear and then sleep through it again. Oh, man. That's hilarious, but I would never do that. God damn. No, I mean, I don't know. Oh yeah, so I assume it's that runestone. Cool. I'm just debating on what I want to do in general. I'm honestly genuinely considering swapping off tank. I know that seems weird, but that's a guild kick speedrun if I've ever seen one. Yeah, for sure. You're a villain, just not a super one. Yeah, I could never do that. I would feel like such an asshole. I already felt like such an asshole oversleeping on Tuesday and then missing heroic on Friday because my computer died. Obviously, it was out of my control, so I felt less bad, but... Or at least, Tuesday was my fault. Friday was out of my control. So, that one was like, oh well. What are you gonna do, right? Where is this? So I guess I need to defend this? Oh, I see. Oh, there's so
I need
it's stuck in my throat. There's a node over there. I need to heal quickly. Should be good. Holy shit! Okay, that got one shot. Nice.
that's still recharging.
That worked out. I'm gonna quickly drink up. Need to restore mana after that. G-Kick speedrun would be if they looked at you on BNet, saw you playing Classic, and thought you blew them off for that, since most people can't replace a PC in a day. That's actually a fair point. I never thought of that. Yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't really think that they would consider that. I did tell them, I was like, I'll be able to get a PC by raid on Tuesday, so I was like, don't worry about that, but I guess, yeah, relatively speaking, I did manage to get it pretty fast, so I could see how maybe some of them would think that I was just lying about it. I mean, I've been pretty honest, right? Like, even when I missed on Tuesday, I was completely honest, and I was like, I'm a fucking idiot, I overslept, right? So, like, if I had made some stupid excuse on Tuesday, I could see them not believing me, but I completely owned up to it on Tuesday, so, yeah. G-Kick speedrun no N-word % is like the greatest sentence I've heard in my entire life. That's just the idea that the N-word is just such a good way to get kicked from something that you need to make a category to not include it. Oh, gotta be careful so I don't choke on my food here. Jesus fuck. I like that. That's fucking brilliant. I don't know if you came up with that, but if you did, you're a genius. If not, thank you for sharing that meme, because I've never fucking heard that before. That's fucking brilliant. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. But especially, like, it reminds me of, like, all those... I've gotten, like, just getting banned from Discord speedruns, like... The the classic one that I think of is, like... It sounds like a Club Penguin banned speedrun category. Yes. Exactly. I was thinking more like Discord bans. So there's, like, the,
Hold your head up.
getting banned from, like, Pokemon's Discord, where they, like, join and type simp and then immediately get banned. I've seen those pop up in my recommended. So I'm just, like, the idea, like, because then I think of that and I'm like, you could do, like, a video of, like, getting banned from, like, Pokemon's Discord, no simp % or something like that. That's just... That sentence has so much potential to be used in, like, different settings with, like, minor adjustments, and oh my god. The idea of, like, just joke speedruns like that, or even just, like, you know, saying something is a speedrun as a joke, I fucking love. I've seen some really great examples of that. Like, there's... I forget the channel, because it's not a channel that I watch a lot, but I remember there was this channel that kept popping up in my recommended for, like, a week, where it was, like, some dude that kept doing all of these, like, really stupid speedruns of, like, getting banned on Tinder or something like that. And basically, he would just, like, add somebody on Tinder and, like, message them, like, the weirdest shit until they, like, banned him or something. It just really dumb speedruns like that, where it's like, why the fuck would somebody even think of this, much less do it? That shit, I love. God damn. Hey, freaks, good to have you here. Unless it's been said before, I can claim ownership of that sentence without feeling bad. I mean, even if it's been said before, if you just thought of that shit, that's fucking brilliant. That is 10 out of 10, man. Holy fuck. If I wasn't already extremely exhausted, I probably would have died of laughter at that sentence. It's just right now, I'm like, I'm not gonna lie. I need to fucking lie down. I'm gonna keep going at least until I finish, like, this set of quests. I'm gonna try to at least hit 5 hours. Just because I think 5 hours is, like, bare minimum a good stream length. How's the leveling? It's going good. So far, it's been fun. Just finished Eversong Woods. I mean, I've done Eversong Woods like a million times. Very good zone. It holds up. Definitely fun to play through it again. And now on to Ghostlands. I'm going to have to determine what I'm going to do in terms of route, though. I don't know if I'm going to finish Ghostlands or, like, swap to the Barrens at some point. Maybe I'll look up a leveling guide, see what it recommends.
Our enemies will fall.
Alright, let's see here. Finally getting items with stats on it. Should probably clear out my bags, too.
Shorelaron.
Yandere Dev band speedrun? Yeah, I've seen a few of those, too. That's good. What was I saying before? Oh, yeah. So I'm thinking of playing DPS. Now, one of my friends is in a 9 out of 9 Mythic guild. And, I mean, just out of curiosity, I kind of,
Keep your wits about you.
Someone asked me if I wanted to group up for quests and stuff, so I just kind of politely said no. I don't know if that's one of you guys. If that's one of you guys, then the reason I'm saying no is more just I'm kind of tired, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to be questing, so I don't want to feel like I'm holding you back because I'm not, you know, super energized at the moment. And if it's not one of you guys, then I just told somebody I was kind of, you know, I didn't really want to group up because I'm just, like, you know, chilling at the moment. I found Harlan from looking into WoW leveling world record. Yeah, that's where I would say, like, the vast majority of people found my stuff. It definitely helps. I mean, getting that world record has basically single-handedly allowed a lot of people to find my channel. It was, I mean, the first thing I ever did on this channel, right? So, it makes sense. It's what did well. I still, like, one of my biggest regrets with YouTube specifically, I should say, is that I didn't start earlier, specifically, when I did my Covenant spreadsheet. So, I actually got pretty fucking lucky in that 2 things that I did blew up, like, massively, in a relatively short span of time. So, you know, I managed to get, like, 2 things to go viral in a sense, or WoW viral, I guess, in like a 2-month span. Whereas in, past few months, I've just kind of been doing videos and stuff and nothing special. But basically, I did, the Covenant spreadsheet, which, I mean, a lot of people know that by now. But I did that as a fun side hobby, and that thing fucking exploded. The problem is, I wasn't doing YouTube at the moment. But, like, every now and then I think about, like, imagine if I actually had my YouTube channel going when I made that Covenant spreadsheet. I could have gotten so many views from that. Because, since I wasn't doing YouTube, I actually, like, I helped other people cover it. So other people would reach out to me and ask me questions and, like, interview me about the Covenant spreadsheet. And there were a few channels that did that. Actually, I will say the coolest thing for me is, Preach covered it. So, I'll admit, I fangirled hard when I saw that Preach, like, covered or fanboyed, I don't know, whatever. I just usually think fangirl is a term. When Preach covered my Covenant spreadsheet, like, he showed it in his video and he was talking about it. He was like, oh, I forgot what it was about, but the video was covering the fact that, people are beginning to theory craft covenants and stuff like that. And he was basically like, you know, it's what Blizzard always feared and stuff like that. And I'm like, I did that. That's my thing. Yee! And, you know, I've talked about how I love Preach's videos. So seeing something that I made showcased in his video, honestly, I was just like so giddy when I saw that. But I think like, oh man, imagine if I had started doing YouTube then and opened with the Covenant spreadsheet and then done the speedrun. Would have been so much better. But you never know. But it is like, it's kind of crazy that in that case, lightning did manage to strike twice for me in that regard. The Covenant spreadsheet exploded, and then the leveling speedrun exploded too. Well, it was the leveling speedrun along with the guide, right? Getting the world record was one thing, but then I would like to think that I managed to put out a still really high quality guide, for something that I had very little experience with. At the time, I was not super experienced with video editing, and my second video ever, I think, still holds up. So, I think that was good. Suncrown Village, and... Okay. So yeah, the combination of those two things did really well. I will say though, I was able to use the Covenant spreadsheet as a way to like advertise my channel. So I have like a banner message at the top of the spreadsheet as like a daily update thing. So on there I was like, hey, I recently did like a speed run, and if you want to check it out, you can find the link here. So I know that a lot of my very early viewers actually came from the Covenant spreadsheet because everybody was using it on beta. Like, basically, there was a period of like 2 months where it had like around 500 active users on that Google Sheet. So a lot of people were on it, so I was able to post my YouTube channel on there and say, I did this too, and I made a leveling guide. If you're interested in leveling alts, check this out. And because of that, a lot of my early viewers were people who came from that sheet. So it did help in a sense. It basically helped draw attention to it, but the real spike came when Wowhead wrote an article about it. Like, after the Wowhead article is when it really took off. So that was cool. Wait, I'm going the wrong way, I think. The Suncrown Village is the other side. The world record was fun, but you're an easy vibe to listen to while doing something else. I appreciate that. Glad to hear you think so. You try to speedrun, but you don't want to buy consumes, and you're running out of character slots. I feel that. I mean, to give you an idea, I don't even do that while casually leveling. Like, I like the idea of the budget speedruns. I don't really think I'll do any more budget speedruns because, like, I kind of proved my point. But the reason why those were fun for me is I spend roughly that amount while doing casual leveling. So I think the budget speedruns were a good way for me to demonstrate that you can still get really good leveling times just by doing the route and doing the strategies listed within the guide, instead of just buying all the consumes. A lot of those consumes are over the top and pointless unless you're doing world record speedruns, so I don't even like using it when I'm doing casual stuff, because it's a lot of work to actually do the preparation for it, and I can get similar results with way less work and way less gold, so why would I bother? Yeah, I basically budget speedrun whenever I'm not doing a world record speedrun, so you know, there's that. Makes it harder to really enjoy doing it, you know? Alright, let's see. Anyways, oh yeah, so what I was trying to say before. Keep getting distracted. Keep distracting myself. I only have myself to blame for that. I might swap to DPS. Now, one of the things is, I actually think my guild might let me swap, because I might talk to them about this. I think after stream, I might shoot them a message and ask. The thing is, it's not that I'm not enjoying tanking, but I'm not enjoying Prot Warrior anymore. It's not that I'm not enjoying... Actually, I shouldn't even say that. I think Prot Warrior is good. It's just, I need a change. And a lot of these bosses don't really seem that fun to tank on Mythic. Painsmith seems like it might be enjoyable to tank, so that's why I'm kind of torn, because on one hand, I want to tank Painsmith. I think Painsmith looks like a fun fight. But I don't really want to tank Fate Scribe, and I don't really want to tank Guardian. Guardian seems like basically almost the exact same on Heroic as far as tanks go. So it's like, yeah, it doesn't seem that interesting to me. And, I mean, Kel'Thuzad seems like a pretty boring tank fight. Sylvanas, I'm sure I would enjoy tanking, but that's obviously a long way off. And I kind of want to play a DPS. Just because I think I would enjoy the actual moment-to-moment rating more as a DPS. And I don't know, it's just right now, if I continued playing tank, all of my, like, actual good tanks, or rather the ones that I think I would want to play, are not geared enough for, like, more serious progression. And if I wanted to get them geared, I would honestly need to spend a lot more time. I don't really know if I want to invest that much more time. Whereas, right now, I could swap to Arms Warrior and have that ready to raid in, like, a day. I have all the gear. Literally, the only thing I would need to do is get a Legendary. And that wouldn't take me too long. So, it's something that I'm considering as a result. And then even, like, Windwalker Monk, I'm pretty fucking good at Windwalker. I've played Windwalker pretty consistently over the years, and we just recruited a new Windwalker, and the new Windwalker is actually pretty good. He's actually, like, not even just good, but I actually got along with him really well. So, he was friends with one of our healers, but he was talking about Legion Vengeance Demon Hunter. And anybody who's seen me talk or heard me talk about my tanks, you know how much I loved Legion Vengeance. So the moment I heard him talking about that, I said, okay, real question though, did you play Spirit Bomb? And he was like, fuck yeah, I wouldn't be a real Vengeance DH if I didn't play Spirit Bomb. And I straight up said, I like you. You know what you're talking about. So then basically right after that, we started talking about like Legion Vengeance and our thoughts on it. We basically compared our logs and talked about, how much fun we had playing it and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, like, this guy's good. Like, not only does he know his shit, but he played Legion Vengeance and he played it well. This guy is, like, good in my book. So, not only is this a good Windwalker that we recruited, but he's also pretty cool. So, the one thing about me playing Windwalker is I actually wouldn't want to kick him off his raid spot. And, I mean, I know that sounds a little bit arrogant, but, like, I am pretty fucking good at Windwalker. I am very confident that if I played it, I would be able to get a raid spot. It's just, I'm like, I don't know, I like the new Windwalker we recruited. So now I'm like, shit, if I play Windwalker, I'm worried that they would actually sit him in favor of me. Because they really want Monk buff, but one of the things, I feel comfortable saying this because I'm 99% sure that people on my guild don't know my stream. But one of the officers actually messaged me during our heroic reclear last week and said he wasn't entirely sure about the Windwalker Monk. And, like, admittedly, he's a good player. I can tell he's a good player, but he is still catching up. Like, he just resubbed. Like, I was talking to him and he said he just resubbed, like, a week or two ago. So he's still just catching up. He only just finished clearing heroic. And we brought him in for Soul Render, and he had, like, really no idea how to do the fight, not because he was a bad player, but because he basically just got drafted into Mythic because we only had 19 players and we needed a Monk buff. So, I don't really think it was his fault that he didn't perform amazingly. He was doing the best that he could with, like, absolutely no experience, right? Like, imagine if, if you're in chat, if you haven't done Mythic raiding, and one of your friends magically said, hey, I'm bringing you into my Mythic raid tonight, do you want to come? And you were like, sure? You probably, if you haven't done any research, wouldn't perform super well. That doesn't mean you're bad, that just means, you weren't prepared for it, right? And that was, I think, the case with this monk. But after talking to him, I was honestly very confident in the fact that he is a good player. He knows what he's doing. So I wouldn't want to, get him benched early on when I think he has a lot of potential. So I guess, if anything, if I did swap to Windwalker, I would actually probably tell them, under no circumstances can you bench the other Windwalker in favor of me. Like, you know, I don't want that to happen, that kind of thing. So maybe I will do that, I don't know. I could also play, like, I guess a DK DPS spec. That is, I suppose, a possibility. I want to pull this without... shit, too late. You don't understand the mechanics, so you're still trying to learn them while also playing your class? Exactly, yeah, what Nakasadu said. Spirit Bomb is so much more fun than Soul Cleave, 100%, yeah. I love Legion Spirit Bomb. I love Spirit Bomb in general, but especially in Legion, it was a blast. Shit, okay, I need to get this guy. Come on. Okay. I got this. I have a plan. Cleanse the poison. Let's go. I aggroed extra stuff. That's fine. You think I give a shit? I am fully prepared for whatever you have to throw at me, game. Judgment. Do this. Easy peasy. Let's go. I'm liking Paladin. I would never have been able to do that on a low-level warrior. Let's go! Recommended 2 players, my ass. As if. Alright. Let me eat up real quick. But yeah, so I definitely think that, you know, he has potential, and I would like to do that. Or I would like to play alongside him. There aren't any good guides and things that people actually care about these days. Guardian Heroic is funny for tanks. Basically, nothing changes, and for DPS, it's like, oh, there's mechanics now. Yes and no. Heroic Guardian, if you're doing the solo soak strat. So, nothing changes for tanks if you're doing the group soak strategy. It's basically the same. That said, whatchamacallit, a lot of guilds opt to do solo soaking, which makes it easier. Which does make it a bit harder on tanks, but on Mythic it's like the same, right? So, yeah. Love the things that you can do with Guardian. How prop pallies can ignore Obliterate. You can even one-tank him if a DPS can survive one Sunder. Honestly, like, if you watch the Survival Hunter thing, this prop pally popped the fuck off, man. Like, that guy was an absolute legend. He basically solo tanked it. We did 2-tank it, of course, but he did all of the tank mechanics all on his own. I was really impressed by the tanks in that video. Like, they absolutely carried the hell out of that run. I wonder what's in that cave. Now I'm kind of curious. But yeah, it's so... Basically, there's a lot of things that I would like to try. I'm trying to think of, like, other specs that I could play. I will say, somebody, like, asked me if I would be interested in playing Havoc, like, one of my friends, right? And, like, my Demon Hunter is just so under-geared at this point, because I haven't touched it at all, because I'm just not interested in Modern Vengeance whatsoever. And as a result, I don't know if I would enjoy Havoc enough to gear just for that. Feral DPS Druid. I would try Feral. Well, so if I was playing Druid, right? What I would do is I would play Night Fae, and then I would basically play Guardian, Boomy, and Feral. Because for Guardian and Feral, you play Night Fae. For Boomkin, you technically play Venthyr, but Night Fae isn't bad still. So I could, in theory, still be very viable as Night Fae playing all three. And then what I would, in that case, do is, if my guild really needed me to tank, I'd play Guardian. Then if I needed to, like, do any sort of, like, multi-target or AoE, Boomy. And then for single target, I could play Feral. That said, while historically I've been pretty good at Boomkin, I've not tried it recently, so I don't know how good I would be at Boomkin this expansion. I would definitely have to practice it. And I have not played Feral much. In the few times when I have tried Feral, I didn't do terribly at it, but I definitely didn't do well at it. I was like, okay, at best. It's just not something that I'm very good at. But, I mean, with practice, I can learn basically any spec, so it's something to consider, I suppose. I know Nakasada would obviously be very happy if I actually played Feral. So there is that. But I think, for now, I would probably want to play something that I have gear for. So, Monk or Arms. Definitely not going to play Fury. Nothing against Fury, it's just... Arms is obviously really good right now, and it's always been something that I've enjoyed, more than Fury specifically. And I have a really good two-hander. I don't have a second good two-hander, so it would be kind of hard to really get the most out of Fury at the moment. Would be interesting to see you play Feral, considering what you thought of Survival after playing it. I mean, I've always liked Survival. I've always considered myself to be decently good at Survival. It's just something I've never played a ton. But okay, so I know Feral is good, for the record, right? And I knew Survival was something that I enjoyed playing, that I could play well. The thing that surprised me about Survival wasn't that it was good after I played it, specifically. I was surprised the moment I started looking into playing Survival and I looked at the overall statistics and saw, wait, Survival is just really good this tier. So, I already knew that Survival was good going into playing the spec. And I already know that Feral is good. I don't even need to... But I think I'm going the wrong place, right? Yeah, no, I'm definitely in the wrong spot. So I should return to Tranquillion and hand in those quests. I'm going to pick up the quests over here, though. I know there's a bunch. So I already know that Feral's good, right? Like, I've seen good Ferals, and I've looked at Warcraft logs and seen that on single-target fights, Feral's very strong. So I am absolutely confident that, you know, if I played it on single-target fights, it would be viable. But you do have to acknowledge that Feral is very weak on, like, Soulrend or Dormazane. And any fight with, like, heavy priority on AoE, so, like, Kel'Thuzad, Fate Scribe, maybe, you could argue. Fate Scribe, I think it would be fine. You would just have Feral Druid be the boss damage. And, there's an argument to be made from Mythic Painsmith. I think it's still probably fine, but it could be tricky. I think Boomy overall would just be better suited for Painsmith. But, like, Remnant, Feral's a monster. The 9, Boomkin's probably better. I have the Jailer, Feral's good. Guardian, Feral is nuts. Sylvanas, Feral's honestly pretty good. Boomkin's obviously really good on it too, so it's tricky. But I think Feral can absolutely put up solid numbers on Sylvanas. Even if it's not, like, log numbers, boss damage, which does matter a lot, Feral could shred. So, there is absolutely an argument to be made for Feral, right? It's just... I don't know if I would necessarily want to play it, because the other issue is... I would have to gear it from scratch, right? So, that's the main deterrent. I don't necessarily want to work on a druid and gear it all up from scratch just so I could try out Feral. At least not right now. Not for, like, mythic rating. If I gear it on the side, and then eventually I'm like, hey, I want to try Feral in raid, maybe a few months from now I could. Problem is, a few months from now I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy, so there's that. Right now I'm just looking to get into the groove of something so I can, like, close out the patch with it. By close out the patch, I mean, like, the next month or two. What are my options? Arms Warrior? Honestly, right now, Arms Warrior and Windwalker. I could, in theory, play a DK spec, but I don't really want to. So basically, those two. In theory, I could also get Havoc up, but I would say the ones that I think I would enjoy is Arms and Windwalker. The other option would, in theory, be my Hunter, But if I wanted to play my hunter, I would obviously need to finish the challenge first. So once the survival hunter challenge is done, my hunter becomes an option. I would actually be 100% on board to play survival hunter in a mythic raid setting, but I can't do that yet. I need to finish the challenge. So I actually now have more motivation to finish that, just so that I can mess around with survival potentially in a mythic raid setting. For Boomy, you Nightface slash Venthyr are super close and compete for different content? Yeah, for sure. So you could absolutely get perfectly good results as a Nightfae Boomkin. I've seen people do it. Definitely something that I would probably do if I ended up having to play one. Oh shit. Yeah, whatever, I've already passed it. Did I forget to finish mining it or something? Yeah, I forgot to finish mining it. Gamer Unknown caught it. Fuck. I'm used to retail, man. It's still so hard to shake that muscle memory. Especially when I'm, like, looking at chat and just not thinking. I do stupid shit like that. It's only copper, right? If that happened with, like, a fell iron deposit, that would suck, but, you know. It's just copper, so it's like, whatever. Did I get the skill point from it? I didn't. Fuck. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. The fact that both of them are generally underrated specs, that's fair, yeah. I know, I definitely understand why you would want to see me play our, whatchamacallit. I understand why you would want to see me play Feral, considering I think that I've done a bit, even if it's just a little, at improving people's perception of survival hunters, so I'm sure that if I played Feral, a lot of people would realize, hey, maybe this isn't as bad, bring more attention to the fact that it's viable. But I can say 100% Feral is a good spec. Like, I don't even need to try Feral to know that it's a good spec. I've seen it work. I've seen it in action. I've seen the numbers to prove that Feral's good. So I am not like a Feral non-believer. I'm 100% on board for it. It's just, it does have a single target niche. That is just, you know, unfortunately a fact. Feral's pretty good for just single target and kind of terrible AoE. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Fury died after Legion. Blizzard massacred my spec. Yeah. My friend Amar, who's appeared in some of the videos, would absolutely agree with that statement. He's always talking about how he misses Fury Legion, and he thinks Blizzard's ruined it ever since. You may be tempted to try Survival when 9.1.5 comes out. Do it, man. It's fun. It's really, really fun. Okay, I think this is where I turned in both the quests. The falling off the chains guy. I'm so happy that that's what he's known for now. But yes, that's the one. That friend. Stun. Ooh. Well, this would be good if I didn't already have something better. I guess that's a one-hander, so... this is...
Remember the sun.
Nice. But yeah, that same friend, he's like a Fury Warrior ride or die kind of person. He has been trying arms lately just because he's frustrated with how Fury's been. But he definitely agrees that Fury's been downhill since Legion. I can't really speak to it because I don't play Fury, but I've listened to many a long rant about how Fury Warrior is terrible since Legion, and they need to go back to Legion's design for Fury, and it was so much better then, etc., etc. I'm sure he has a point, but he knows that a lot of times, right, I'm like, oh my god, it's a Fury Warrior rant again. And I joke with him about that. But at the same time, when I go into one of my Vengeance Demon Hunter rants, he listens to me too. He'll obviously be like, oh, here we go again, type of thing. But that's the thing, I rant to him about Vengeance DH, he rants to me about Fury Warrior, that's how it goes.
Do not loiter.
But yeah, he has told me that he thinks it's gotten a lot worse. It's not the numbers, it's just the gameplay. Yeah, no, for sure. That's what he said. He says it feels much worse to play. Rename the dude on details to that. If I ever start running with him more consistently, I would. Unfortunately, he's taken a break from WoW for now. He's still playing every now and then, but 99% of the time he's on Diablo 2 Remastered. He's been loving that. I think on one of my streams, he actually messaged me in the middle of it on Battle.net telling me about how good Diablo 3 Remastered is, so... that's like all he's been doing. I've been trying to get him to join my Mythic raid team, especially now that Mythic is cross-realm. I'm like, dude, just apply for the team. They need more DPS. They will absolutely take you. So, you know, I tried, but he's too busy playing Diablo, so he didn't really want to commit to a schedule. It's like, fair, understandable, but I was like, damn it. Because, you know, raiding with him is fun. I raided with him for years, but unfortunately, you know, it is what it is with, like, scheduling and stuff. Fury's the best spec in the game, even if data says otherwise. They took all of your damage modifiers? Yeah, that kind of sucks. Ranting isn't flavor for the Fury Warrior. Yeah. I'm gonna pause or mute my mic real quick. Actually, I think this works, right? Let me check. Okay, yeah, just making sure it works properly. I'm gonna mute my mic real quick and actually eat, because all I did is finish my fries. So while I'm doing this turn-in, I might as well just, you know, finish this, because nothing really engaging going on. So anything in chat, I'll respond to. I've fully caught up in chat, which is why I wanted to wait until I did that. But anything else new that gets posted, I will respond to after I'm done eating, which will be like 2 minutes tops. So yeah, 1 second, just muting.
What do you seek? Stay the course.
What business have you? Shorel Oran. Keep it.
Okay. I'm not sure what my time was in that burger eating speedrun, but I probably ate that a little bit too fast. It's just like, I don't know, I generally don't like eating super quickly, but I especially hate having my mic shut off in the middle of a, like, you know, stream or something. Go sharp claw. No, I need to keep that. With that said, I also don't like having my mic on while I'm eating. People have asked me why, I guess, but I don't know, it's just self-conscious type of thing, if anything. There's a lot of quests I could do from here. Huh. Let me just catch up on chat, make sure. Let's see here. Forgot how weird the Brewfest music is? Yeah. Daniel Penholeric. I watched your first speedrun and it got me back into playing WoW after a couple of years off. I kinda hate you for it. Yeah. I feel that. I apologize. I mean, it's fun, I guess, playing WoW at times, but I absolutely can understand how it's like, man, it does suck at one point. Like, you want to play WoW, but at the same time, you don't want to play WoW. I get that feeling. No, there's just no winning. You don't want eating ASMR in your live stream. Nah. I don't know. It's weird. I know a lot of people wouldn't mind. Like, I know there's a lot of streamers that do eat on their stream, but something about it just bothers me. Like, the idea of, you know, eating on stream, at least the noises. It's hard to describe, but I guess, like, generally speaking, I hate the noises of, like, somebody eating directly into their microphone. Like, I actually don't like that. So, I guess maybe I'm the minority there, and, you know, everybody else doesn't mind it at all, and I'm just the one person who hates listening to that. But the way I think about it is because I don't like listening to it, I'm like, well, people probably wouldn't like listening to it either. Even though I know some don't mind or do enjoy that. I am aware that some people do actually enjoy listening to eating ASMR. I mean, I'm not judging you, I don't understand. What? Oh, what the fuck? This thing is good? Okay, Tranquillian Flamberger. Let's go. That's actually kind of a nutty sword. That's just sold off a vendor. I guess, would this normally be expensive? 41 silver for low levels is, I guess, supposed to be expensive. I just don't give a shit, right? Because I mailed over gold, but is what it is. The noise is fine, but eating with a camera on, but with mic muted is weird. That's fair, yeah. I mean, I guess I'll have to figure out how I'm going to handle that whenever I do have a face cam. Initially, once again, one thing I was going to try to do for this weekend's streams was a face cam. I said I was going to try it. Now, that said, it is very possible that I would have, like, not really gotten it set up properly and, you know, pushed it off another week. But I did think about doing it, and I didn't. But it made my decision a lot easier to not do it, so we'll say that. That said, so I did say this before, but I am going to stop it here. We actually, coincidentally, did just hit 5 hours. It's kind of funny, because, like, if I had known that, if I had checked and seen that it was about to hit 5 hours, I would have just stopped the stream and then ate my burger after the stream. But I wasn't thinking about it. I'm like, oh, well, I have to hop in a flight point. Might as well eat now. Why not use up my last 14 minutes of buff? Well, what I can do is I can log out and then keep it going. So I'll log back in, do a bit more at some point, and stuff like that. And here's the thing, by the time that I actually, like, the reason why this is a good stopping point is if I actually went out to do any of those other quests, it would be another, like, 20-30 minutes, especially just walking time combined with getting there and getting back. It's just, it is a little bit later, and there are a bunch of things I need to do. I still need to do setup on my computer, and also, one thing I want to do is I want to do setup for tomorrow's stream, which, once again, is going to be PTR stuff. So I'm going to be doing Legion M+. There's a few other things I'm going to try to test, but I can't say with 100% certainty whether I will. But yeah, a few things I want to try out. I should probably stop the timer. Oh, 5 hours. Perfect. Worked out. But definitely going to do that. I need to set it up. What I want to do is basically work on getting some sort of time walking set put together. I want to see how many different things actually work within Legion time walking, Mythic Plus specifically. I don't think really anything does, but I am curious. And then I'm just going to do some dungeons and stuff like that. Should be fun. A few other minor things I want to test. But overall, should be cool, should be enjoyable. Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel bad, Daniel, because, like, you just joined now, or at least I assume you just joined now because you sent that message, right? So I feel bad, but unfortunately, so if you missed the context, I know it's a bit of a shorter stream, but, you know, my computer died yesterday. I basically had to start the stream 3 hours late because I was doing all this setup, and I still haven't finished doing all the setup I need to get done. There's a lot of stuff that I need to, you know, fix. I haven't installed everything yet. I haven't even installed Adobe Premiere, which technically I don't really need at the immediate moment because I'm not doing daily uploads, but it's still something I would like to have. There's a lot of things I need to do, and I haven't gotten the chance to do it because I had to basically get this computer, install the basics, and then stream. And also, I want to make sure that the video quality is better. I also want to do some Survival Hunter recording. I want to make sure I'm getting all the footage for the next episode. I would like to at least get part 2 of the Survival Hunter thing out by next week. That is my plan. I can't say for sure. I don't even know what day it'll be. But ideally, if I am able to get enough footage for that, I would like to put it out at least by Friday. So we'll see about that. But that means I need to start recording, like, now. Right? Because I need to still sleep. For tomorrow's stream. But yeah, thank you for everybody who came to today's stream. There was a very high chance that I didn't stream at all today, and I managed to actually get it to work. And people still showed up, and I'm really happy. I'm really glad that I got to stream today. And I'm thankful to all of you for once again showing up. Hope you come back for tomorrow's stream. Should be a lot of fun, and I will catch you then.